welcome back to Excel Academy. In the previous part 1 lecture of legal aptitude, we have completed first 4 chapters. In this video, we will be covering the remaining 4 chapters for the subject. Hiral ma'am is going to handle the remaining 4 chapters as well. Please study well and focus on every conceptual clarity so that you can actually answer each and every MCQ question that is going to be posed in the exam.
Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Legal Aptitude and Logical Reasoning. So now we will be studying chapter 5, which is legal reasoning. So as a part of this chapter, there will be 2 parts in which this chapter is divided. So first one is understanding certain legal terminologies that we usually come across. And secondly, there are situations and cases given to us for whom the answers will have to look depending on the chapters that we have studied earlier. So without further ado, let's begin. So we will start with the legal terminologies and the maxims. So the first one that we have is a priori, which means from the antecedent to the consequent. So a priori is used in circumstances wherein you are concluding from a theoretical derivation without any practical experience. So antecedent is the if clause and consequent is the then clause. So it say for example, if it rains, then the ground will be wet or ground will become wet. So if you see here, if is the antecedent and then is the consequent, which means that without any actual experience, you know that the ground will become wet whenever it rains. So this is a priori, that is out of experience. Ab initio indicates from the beginning. So if you are saying any contract is void ab initio, it means that it has been void from the beginning itself. Absolute sententia expositor non-intigent. Plain words require no explanation. So basically in law, if there are any words without any additional or comprehensive meaning, then those words require no explanation. Actio mixa, which means mixed action. So as the name suggests itself, it is mixed action. Actio personalis moritur cum persona. A personal right of action dies with the person. So if you see here, personal right is related to a particular individual or a person. So here we can take the example of defamation. So in case of defamation, the person was defamed when he was alive. So now if he wants to file a suit against this, that will be valid only until he is alive. After he is dead, then the right also dies with him. So the right to sue for defamation goes away with the dead person. Actionable per se, the very act is punishable and no proof of damage is required. So here it is, for example, if any act is committed wherein you don't have to show that there is a damage, then that act itself is punishable. So say an attempt to murder, you don't have to show that there was proof of damage, but if somebody attempted to kill another person, that act itself is punishable irrespective of whether there was damage or not. Actus curiae neminem gravabit. Act of the court shall prejudice no one. So basically, let's take an example here. So there is a case going on in the court and the case has been prolonged because of the court's unavailability or maybe, the cases are being adjourned again and again. So in this meantime, what happens is the parties are maybe suffering injuries because of the prolonged time period of the trial. Their legal expenses are increasing, or because there is no action that is given, their damages are increasing. So in this case, the court will have to take up adequate compensation to compensate the parties, because due to the act of the court, they are facing more damages. So act of court shall prejudice no one. That is, the court's act should not be detrimental to any of the parties that are involved. Actus non fecit reunisse mensit rea. An act does not make a man guilty unless there is a guilty intention. So mens rea, as we all know, speaks about guilty intention. So say, for example, if a man had a knife in his hand and he fell down and hurt another person, it does not mean that he was attempting to kill unless there was an intention to kill the other person. So act does not make a man guilty unless there is a proof of guilty intention. Actus reus is nothing but wrongful act. Ad hoc is for a particular end or a case at hand. So if you are saying that these are my ad hoc clients, so it means that they are not your retainer clients. That is, they won't be your clients, say, throughout the year, but only for that particular case at hand. Ad idem is at the same point. Ad valorem, as the name indicates, it is according to value. Aliunde, it means from another source. Amicus curiae, a friend of court member of the bar who is appointed to assist the court. Animus possidendi, intention to possess. So as the name here itself indicates, it is an intention to possess. Audi alterum partem, hear the other side as well. So this is in a case of court proceedings where you need to hear the other side. Benami, nameless. So as the name indicates, so this is an Indian term, nami, which means name, and benami is nameless. Bona fide is good faith or genuine. So if any act is done in good faith, then it is known as a bona fide act. The opposite of this will be mala fide, which means with bad faith. Next is caveat. So caveat is basically like a warning or a caution. A caution registered with the public court to indicate to the officials that they are not to act in the manner mentioned in the caveat without giving notice to the caveator. So now say, for example, there are two parties involved in any given case, and party A, the plaintiff files a caveat. It means that court cannot go ahead with any decision unless party A has been informed. So then in this case, it becomes mandatory to give notice to party A or the caveator. Caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. So caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. This is a very common phrase that is used in the Consumer Protection Act or Consumer Protection laws, that the buyer has to beware before making any purchase or availing any service. Caveat actor, actor is let the doer be aware, and venditor is let the seller be aware. So when we talk about caveat emptor, it is the buyer. Caveat actor, it is the doer. And caveat venditor, it is the seller. So these are cautions to be exercised by each of these parties. Certiorari, so this is something that we studied in the first chapter, wherein it is a writ by which the records of proceedings are removed from inferior courts to higher courts and to quash decision that goes beyond its jurisdiction. So if any inferior court has exercised jurisdiction that is not vested in them, then the high court can take over it, and this is known as certiorari. Cestui que trust, the person who has equitable right to property in India, he is known as a beneficiary. So basically the beneficiary of the property is known as trust. So these are usually examples of like family trusts that are established, charitable trusts that are established. Concessus addendum. So this is something that we had a look at in the Indian Contract Act chapter, wherein common consent is necessary for binding a contract. So if there is no free consent, then the contract will not be considered to be valid. So concessus addendum is very important, and it is an essential of a valid contract. Contemporanea especially est optima e fortissima lege. A contemporaneous exposition or language is the best and strongest in law. So this indicates that if you want to understand the true meaning of any law, the rationale behind formation of any law, you have to go back to when the law was created, law was formulated, or law was notified. So nothing more reliable than the original idea when the law was notified. Corpus delicti is body or gist of the offense. Next, Cyprus is as nearly as may be practicable. Damnum sine injuria is a damage without injury. So here we can take up, say, the case of any tuition classes. So if I have set up a tuition class today and I am charging rupees 10,000 per month, and there is my competitor who has set up classes in the opposite road itself, and they are charging rupees 7,000 a month. So naturally their students will be more because they're offering at a much cheaper rate. So from a business point of view, there is damage to me, but he is not infringing any legal right because he has the freedom to practice his own trade, practice his own business. So in this case, even though I as a business am facing damage, there is no legal injury. So this is damnum sine injuria, whereas there is damage, but there is no legal injury. Because he has not stopped me from carrying on my business. He has not, caused any violation of fundamental right, and hence this is damnum sine injuria. De facto, as the name indicates, in fact. De jure, by right, opposed to de facto in law. Dehors is outside or foreign to. This is a French term. De novo is to make something new or to alter. So say, for example, there is a registration. So as a student, you have to register with the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and that registration is valid for a period of 5 years. Now, upon the expiry of 5 years, you can get a de novo registration, which means that your registration will be renewed and your contract, your validity of your registration will be increased. So this is de novo, that is freshly. Deus none, day on which work is not performed. Deceit, anything intended to mislead another, or like cheating. Deceit is nothing but cheating. Del creditor agent is a mercantile agent who is in consideration of extra remuneration called del creditor commission, who undertakes to indemnify his employer against loss arising from failure of person with whom he contracts to carry out their contract. So now we all have the idea of principal and agent. So here, agent is somebody who is hired by the principal to perform the activities. But when we are talking about del creditor agent takes, indemnifies the principal against losses that are caused by non-performance on the customer's end. So this is like an additional procedure to our regular principal-agent relationship. Next. Delegate potestas, non-protest delegary. A delegated power cannot be delegated further. So if a higher authority delegates power to a lower authority, that authority given to the lower person cannot be delegated further because he was not the person who delegated originally. Similarly, we have delegatus non-potest delegare, which means that the delegatee cannot delegate. If something is delegated to me, I cannot delegate it further. Yes. Next up is dictum. That is statement of law made by judge in the course of decision, but not necessary to the decision itself. It means that this may or may not form a final part of the decision, but it was made during the course of the decision. Dispono is to convey something legally. Ejustum generis. When there are general words following particular and specific words, the general words must be confined to the things of the same kind. So now, say for example, cars, trucks, and other vehicles. So here, cars and trucks are like specific words and other vehicle is general words. But when we are talking about other vehicles, we know it will be something similar to cars and trucks. We cannot use these examples. So we cannot be like cars, trucks, and guns and ammunition. We can be like cars, trucks, ships, and motorbikes because they are all types of vehicles. So whenever general words follow any specific words, then the general word will absorb the essence of the specific words. Estoppel is stopped from denying. Ex parte is without other party. So proceedings in the absence of the other party. So if the court has passed any order ex parte, it means that it has been passed without the presence of the other party. Expressio unius est exclusio alderius. Express mention of one thing implies the exclusion of another, or which is shortly put. Now, say for example, the payment of payment of a particular tax is excluded for charitable institution. It means that if I am saying express mention of one thing, so I am saying the tax is exempted only for like a charitable institution. Charitable institution, it means implies the exclusion of another. So unless any other body is not mentioned specifically, that body is exempted from the exemption or the exclusion. So in this case, it says that if you are excluding one thing, it does not mean the other is also excluded. The other can be a part of the idea. Ex turpi causa non oritur actio. No action arises from an illegal or immoral cause. So let's take an example wherein A threatens A offers B rupees 1 lakh to kill another person. And when B did that and say A does not pay the money. So when B goes to the court of law, B cannot demand the compensation of 1 lakh because the whole purpose of that particular amount was illegal. It was to kill someone. So here in this case, if the person, if the action or the cause is illegal or immoral, then in that case, you cannot file for any legal action because it is not valid in the first place itself. Fatum is beyond human foresight. Fate accompli things done and no longer worth arguing against, an accomplished act. So this is something that is already decided and there is no point arguing for it. Factum probandum, fact in issue which is to be proved. So this is something that is yet to be proved. Factum probandus, it is a relevant fact. Fere naturae, which is dangerous by nature. So we have a lot of factories which are hazardous in nature. Like say, for example, any chemical factory which contains or manufactures any hazardous chemical, then that can be fere naturae. Force majeure, circumstances beyond one's control, irresistible force or compulsion. So we can take the example of like a natural calamity here, because this is something that is completely outside of our control. Generalia spellicimus, no derogant. General things do not derogate from special things. So again, there is a distinction between general things as well as special things. Habeas corpus, again, we had a look at this in the first chapter itself. It is to have a body. So basically, if you are like arresting someone, you need to give them the reason for their arrest and also give them an option to appoint a legal practitioner. So it means to have the body to be brought up before the judge. Ignorantia legis neminem excusat. Ignorance of law excuses no one. So if you have, say, committed a crime, and when you're accused of the crime, if you mention that you were not aware that this particular act is a crime, the law is not going to excuse you, because ignorance of law is no excuse. Injuria sine damno. So this is certain injury but without damage. What we saw earlier was damnum sine injuria, and injuria sine damno is injury without any damage. So there is some legal injury, but there is no actual damage that has taken place yet. Interest republicae ut sit finis litium. State or public interest require that there should be a limit to a litigation. So this means that if, say, for example, any case, like if there is a property dispute that is going on and that is going on from years together, it says that there should be a limit to the litigation. To achieve this, now the courts can either expedite their proceedings or conduct more and more sessions to come to a logical decision. But it does not give the right for any given case to go on and on without any end to it. So there has to be a limit to the litigation. Ispo facto, by the very nature of the case. Impromptu, in readiness. In posse, in state of a possibility. In limine, initial stage or at the outset. In lieu of is nothing but instead of. So if I am saying duplicate share certificate number 5 was issued in lieu of share certificate number 1, it means that instead of share certificate number 1, we have share certificate number 5. Inter alia is among other things. Inter se is among themselves. In specie is in kind. Inter vivos is between living persons. Intra vires is within the powers. In personam, a proceeding in which relief is sought against a specific person. So in personam is against a specific person. Indicia is a symbol, token, or a mark. Innuendo is an allusive remark. Just in personam is right against a person. Just in rem is right again. So if you see here, just relates to right. Yes, just non-scriptum, unwritten law or customary law. So there are a lot of laws that are there in place which have actually not been put into force, but as following all the customs, they are still valid. So that is nothing but just non-scriptum. There is no script that exists in place. These are all customary laws. Just scriptum is nothing but a written law, opposite of just non-scriptum. Lex Marcocharia. The law merchant is a body of legal principles founded on the customs of merchants in their dealings with each other, and though at first distinct from the common law, afterwards became incorporated into it. Lex fori is the law of forum of court. Lis is a suit of action. Lis pendens is a pending suit. So if you are saying lis is a suit, then lis pendens is nothing but a pending suit. So as the name suggests, we can understand that this is a pending suit. Locus standi is right of a party to an action to appear and be heard on the question before any tribunal. Malified, in bad faith. So bona fide was good faith and malified is in bad faith. Mandamus. Mandamus is basically, again, we saw this in the first chapter, a writ of command issued by a higher court to a lower court or authority. That is to have command. So whenever we are talking about mandamus, it is for command. Mens rea, guilty mind. Then we have manusue naturare, harmless by nature. So there is no harm that is being caused. Mense profits, the rents and profits which a trespasser has received or made during his occupation of premises. Yes. Next we have misnomer, a wrong name. Mutades mundanis, which means that necessary changes in the point of detail. Nositor, Noscitor associates, a word is known by his associated, one is known by his companions. Obiter dictum is an incidental opinion by a judge which is not binding. So again, this is very important that the opinion is not binding. Onus probendi, the burden of proof. So if we are saying the onus is on the plaintiff to prove the wrongdoing of the defendant, then the onus probendi is on the plaintiff. Pari passu on equal footing or proportionately. So say for example, a company has like 1 lakh equity shares and you are issuing 2 lakh equity shares more. So in the condition of the equity shares, you will say that the new 2 lakh equity shares are pari passu with the existing equity shares, which means that whatever rights and benefits are available as a part of the first 1 lakh equity shares, the same will be available to the next 20,000 equity shares as well. Per se is by itself taken alone. Persona non grata is person who is not wanted. Per incurium, through want of care, through inadvertence. Prima facie is as the first sight on the face of it. So you can be like prima facie, he is the holder of securities, but upon due diligence, we will get to know it along with the documentary proof. Profite prendre, it means the right for a man is respect of his tenement. Pro bono publico is for the public good. Pro forma is as a matter of form. Pro rata is in proportion. So if you are saying the allotment will be done pro rata, it means that entire allotment of shares is not going to be done, but it will be done in a proportionate or a pro rata manner. Posteriori, from the consequences to the antecedent. Puissant mortgage is the second mortgage. Pari causa is similar circumstances with equal right. Pari materia is related to the same person or thing. Quid facit per alium facit per se. He who acts through another is acting through himself. So here we can talk about like a principal-agent relationship or employer-employee relationship also, wherein the acts of the agent, the principal is also liable for it. So the principal is acting through the agent, but he is also liable on himself. Quo warranto is a writ calling upon one to show what authority he holds or claims an office. So if some authority has gone beyond their jurisdiction and exercised jurisdiction which is not vested with them, then a writ of quo warranto can be issued saying what is the authority that they hold. Next, we have quo timid, protective justice for fear. It is an action brought to prevent a wrong that is apprehended. So this is like a precautionary measure. Quid pro quo is something for something. Ratio decidendi is a principle or a reason underlying a decision. Res judicata is basically a decision once rendered by a competent court between two parties should not be permitted to be done again. So it means that once a decision has been passed with respect to any given case or any given matter, in that case, you will not be able to agitate that case again. Res is per loquitur, the things speak for itself. Respondent superior, let the principal be liable. Res sub judice is basically the matter under consideration. Res geste is facts relevant to a case and admissible in evidence. So this is very important again. Res geste. Rule nisi, a rule which will become imperative and final unless cause to be shown against it. Scire facius, your cause to know. Status quo, the existing state of things at any given date. Next, scientist volunty non-fit injuria. Injuria is not done to one who knows and wills it. So here it says that basically you have consented for the injury. So a good example here can be any medical operation wherein the patient is already well aware and well informed about the side effects of any given procedure and is also aware of the danger that is involved in it. And if the patient has consented and anything happens during the course of operation, the doctor will not be liable because the patient had already consented it. Spec succession is chance of a person to succeed as the heir on the death of another. Supra, above, which means this word by itself in a book refers to the reader to a previous part of the book. So above or previous part. Suppressio veri, suppression of previous knowledge. Sui juris, of his own right. Simpliciter, simply without any addition. Then we have scienter, being aware of circumstances, the knowledge of which is necessary to make one liable as applied to the keeper of a vicious dog, which means that no more reasonable cause to apprehend the might commit the injury complained of. Sine qua non, an indispensable condition. Situs is position, situation, or location. So you can remember this by situation. Suo moto is on his own motion. That is, for example, the court may suo moto pass the order. The court may suo moto issue the notice. So in that case, it means that court, without the plaintiff approaching, suo moto will take an action. Stare decisis precedent, literally let the decision stand. Sine die, without a day being appointed. Trovo preparatories, it talks about preparatory records. Yes. Tortum is civil wrong actionable without contract. So this is nothing but the law of torts that we saw. Uberime fide, of utmost good faith. So when we were saying bona fide, it's good faith. But when we are saying utmost good faith, it means uberium fide. Ubi jus ibi remedium. When there is a right, there is a remedy. So this is something that we had seen as a part of excuse me, Article 13 of the Constitution also, that if the Constitution provides for right, then that also provides for corrective measures or a remedy in case the right is not being practiced or exercised. Ultra vires beyond the scope or power of authority. Ut lite pendente nihil innovator. Nothing new to be introduced during litigation. So before the litigation starts, you can present all your cases, but nothing new has to be introduced during litigation. Usufructuary, one who has the use and reaps the property of the profits of the property, but not ownership. So this is someone who is not the owner of the property, but are enjoying the benefits that are arising out of that particular property. Ut res majus valeat quam pueret. The word of a statute must consider so as to give a sensible or a reasonable meaning to them. Vis major, again, this is very important. Vis major is nothing but the act of God. Vigilante busset, non dormitibus, jara subjument. The law helps those who are vigilant and not those who are slumber or lazy. So like we were saying, firstly, ignorance of law is no excuse. And if you are vigilant, if you practice utmost caution when it comes to law, then in that case, the law will protect you. But if you are slumber or lazy, the law is not going to protect you. Next, we have vice versa, the order being reversed and other way around. Voluntary non-fit injuria, damages suffered by consent gives no cause of action. So this is similar to the scientist voluntary that we saw earlier. So scientist voluntary non-fit, in that case, you are well aware of the situation. And in this case, you have just consented to the procedure without knowing what the damages are. So far we understood some common legal terminologies that are used and that are taught as a part of the CS course. So the next part of chapter 5 is legal reasoning, wherein you would apply the laws that you know for the facts that are there in case and answer the legal questions related to it. So as a part of this, there are around 24 to 25 cases outlined in the module, which we will be reading and understanding and applying whatever we have learned so far to solve the questions. So legal reasoning is a method that a person uses to apply law to facts in order to answer legal questions. Good legal reasoning requires logical argument. In legal reasoning, legal principles have to be applied to the given factual situations to arrive at the most reasonable conclusion. So what happens is that you cannot give the most perfect answer. You need to understand the facts of the case. You need to remember all the laws that are related to it. And you need to find something that is closest and will help you in reaching the most reasonable conclusion. The meaning of a legal rule and how it should be applied are often subject to multiple interpretations. When the meaning of a legal rule is ambiguous, a person uses legal reasoning to argue for the interpretation that they find most convincing or that is most favorable to him. Derive a conclusion from given statements provided and no deviation from it is allowed. So now, when we talk about questions in legal reasoning, may be asked mainly from the following area. So these are the first 4 chapters that we studied of. So we have Indian Constitution, Indian Contract Act, Law of Torts, and the elements of company law. So let's analyze the first situation. Legal principle. All citizens have the right to freedom of speech and expression under Article 19 of the Constitution of India, and it is a fundamental right. So we saw this in the first chapter that all the citizens have the right to freedom of speech and expression. So now there is a case here wherein Mr. Sinha, a famous English writer and orator, criticized another novelist, Mr. Rahul, stating that the novel of Mr. Rahul is irrational and indecent. His mind is impure. He is a loose character. He should write decent and good novel. So now, can Mr. Rahul be sued for defamation? So now, here, what is the case? Here, there is a case that Mr. Sinha criticized Mr. Rahul. So now can Mr. Sinha, so this is, can Mr. Sinha be sued for defamation? So there are 4 options available here. Let's analyze all the 4 views. He is not liable because he has just expressed his personal views. He is liable to be sued for defamation if his statement was not true or was said in malified intention. He cannot be liable because he has a fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression. And he cannot be sued because both are writer and novelists and both can criticize each other. So if you see here, these 3 options talk about how the person cannot be sued, and this option talks about how he can be sued. So now, analyzing Article 19. So Article 19 has given the right to freedom of speech. But as we all studied and we all know that fundamental rights are not absolute. There can be certain exceptions, certain restrictions, and those have to be reasonable. So in this case, although every citizen of the country has the right to freedom of speech and expression, if what you are expressing, if your views are derogatory of another person, or if it is defaming another person, or it is said with a malified intention, then that person can be sued. So in this case, this is the right answer. That is, he is liable to be sued for defamation if his statement was not true or was said in a malified intention. So here it was said in a malified intention, and hence he can be sued. So although Article 19 guarantees a right to freedom of speech and expression, if you are defaming someone, then there is a liability to be sued. So this way, we understand the legal principle first, study the case in hand, look at all the options and see which is the most reasonable and favorable one. Next, legal principle. Every citizen of India has a fundamental right to carry on any trade or business or profession of his choice, subject to imposition of reasonable restrictions by the state. So again, if you see here, this right, the right to carry on trade, business, profession of his choice is not absolute, which means that there can be certain restrictions in place that can be imposed by the state. Now, there is a situation here. In pursuance of an order passed by the ICSI to prohibit a person from practicing the profession of a CS unless such person has passed the course and holds a certificate of practice from ICSI. So what it is saying, if you want to practice the profession of a CS, you should have a pass certificate, and you should also hold a certificate of practice from the ICSI. Mr. Manoj, an executive program pass student of company secretaryship course, challenges the ban as it violates his right to carry his profession. So if you see, the article outline here says that you have the right to carry on trade and business, but subject to reasonable restriction. So in this case, ICSI has imposed a restriction saying that for pursuing the profession of a company secretary, you should have passed the company secretaryship course. So let's analyze all the options that are available with us. ICSI has a superior right to ban. The ban is justified as the right of Mr. Manoj to carry his profession is not absolute. The ban is not justified as ICSI cannot deprive any person of his right, or none of the above. So since we all know, to practice as a CS, you should have passed the course and you should hold a certificate. The ban is justified. So here it is not the matter of whether ICSI has a superior right or not, but it states that if a person has to be given the profession of a CS, the tag of a CS, then in that case they should have passed the examination, and hence this right is not absolute. That is, it is not to be taken in the literal sense, and there is a reasonable restriction, and the restriction is passing the course. So passing the CS course is the reasonable restriction. Moving on to the next one. A contract is an agreement which the law will enforce. All agreements are contracts if they are made with free consent by parties who are competent to contract for a lawful consideration and a lawful object. So we studied about the essentials of a valid contract. In that, we know the parties should be willing to get into the contract. They should be competent to contract for a lawful consideration and for a lawful object. So let's have a look at the situation in hand here. Mr. Raja offered to buy Mr. Ram's car for rupees 5 lakhs. Okay. So Ram has a car and Mr. Raja said that I will pay 5 lakh rupees for your car. But Mr. Ram refused. Ram did not want to sell the car. Subsequently, Mr. Raja threatened to kill Mr. Ram and Mr. Ram agreed to the sale. So we have our answer right here. There was a threaten to kill. So there is a coercion in place here. So coercion is basically not out of free will. Mr. Ram subsequently resigned from the contract. So what happened? Raja offered Ram that I will buy your car. Ram refused. So Raja threatened to kill Ram and then Ram agreed and later on Ram resigned the contract. Now Raja wants to enforce the contract. Now, will Raja succeed? First question, will Raja succeed because Raja was offering lawful consideration? Will succeed because buying and selling of car is lawful. So we have a lawful consideration, no doubt. The business that they're taking up is also lawful. Will succeed because both the parties have capacity to contract, or will fail because Ram was forced to agree to the contract. So the answer is very obvious. Will fail because there was no free consent. And free consent is something that is extremely important for a contract to be valid. So if you see here, free consent is something that is extremely important whenever we are talking about any given contract. So in this case, Raja will fail because Ram was forced to agree to the contract. And hence, even though Mr. Ram has rescinded the contract, Raja cannot file a suit to enforce the contract. Next, legal principle. A contract is an agreement with which the law will enforce. All agreements are contracts. Again, free consent, competent to contract, lawful consideration, lawful object. Now, Mr. Joy, a young boy of 27 years, without any consideration, agrees to give Miss Julie rupees 10,000. So again, we have our hint right here, without any consideration, agrees to give Miss Julie rupees 10,000. Mr. Joy fails to fulfill his promise. Miss Julie sues Mr. Joy for the amount. Now, Miss Julie will succeed as Mr. Joy made the promise out of his own free will. So again, there was a free will present, no doubt about that. Miss Julie will fail as the agreement is without consideration. Miss Julie will succeed as Mr. Joy has the capacity to make contract. Miss Julie will succeed as the money is not being paid for any illegal object. But if you see here, for a contract, there has to be a lawful consideration in place. And this contract was without any consideration. So Miss Julie is going to fail. So Miss Julie will fail as the agreement is without consideration. Next. So legal principle is that the Constitution of India empowers the President of India to appoint the judge of the High Court and Supreme Court. So High Court and Supreme Court judge can be appointed by whom? By the President of India. Factual situation, there is a deadlock between the Council of Ministers, including Prime Minister of India and the President of India. President of India appointed Mr. Adarsh as the Justice of Supreme Court of India and Mr. Garg as the Judge of Delhi High Court. Now, appointment of Mr. Garg is valid in the eyes of law. Appointment of Mr. Adarsh is valid as per Constitution. Appointment of Mr. Adarsh and Mr. Garg is void ab initio. So here in this case, Mr. Adarsh was appointed by the President and Mr. Garg was appointed by the Prime Minister. So if you see here, the Constitution empowers the President to appoint. So here in this case, Adarsh is appointed by the President as the Supreme Court judge, and hence the appointment of Adarsh is valid as per the Constitution of India. So this is our right answer. Now, a violation of a legal right with or without damage gives rise to a tort. So even though there is no damage, but if it is a violation of legal right, it gives rise to a tort. Now, one example here that we can consider, Mr. Ketan establishes a coaching class for company secretary students of executive program and charges rupees 10,000 per year as tuition fees. So we were just talking about this example a little earlier. Mr. Ketan's neighbor, Mr. Kalia, establishes another coaching class, thereby creating a competition between them. This forces Mr. Ketan to reduce his tuition fees to rupees 7,000 per year. So now let's see. Can Mr. Ketan claim damages from Mr. Kalia for the loss caused to him? So now there is damages, but is there a legal injury? Is there a affecting of a legal right? Yes, he can, as Mr. Kalia has violated his legal right. No, Mr. Ketan has reduced the fees on his own. No, because though there was damage, there was no legal injury. None of the above. So here, there is no violation of legal right because Mr. Kalia has not stopped Mr. Ketan from conducting his business. Mr. Ketan did reduce the fees on his own, but here this could also be the answer, but here the closest answer is this one, because even though there was damage, so instead of 10,000, Mr. Ketan started charging 7,000. So there is a loss of rupees 3,000, but there is no legal injury. That is, he was not asked to stop his business, or Kalia did not violate any of his legal right, and hence this is the answer. That is, there was damage, there was no legal injury, there was no infringement of legal right. Next, coming to the next part. Company means a company incorporated under the Companies Act or any other previous company law. So let's pay emphasis to the fact that it is any other previous company law. Now, the situation here is ABC Limited is incorporated under the old Companies Act, that is the 1956. ABC LLP is incorporated under the LLP Act 2008. ABC & Co is registered under the Partnership Act 1832. And ABC Charitable Trust is established under the Trust Act 1882. So, which of the above entity, as mentioned in the factual situation, is a company? So here, very clearly, it is just ABC Limited, because that is the one which is incorporated under Companies Act. So even though this is a Companies Act, the definition allows Companies Act 2013 or a company under any other previous company law. So only ABC Limited is a company, because this is an LLP, this is a partnership firm, and this is a charitable trust. So none of these are company, only ABC Limited is a company because it is established under the company law itself. Yes. Next. So the next principle that we have here is a master shall be responsible for the wrongful acts of his servants in the course of his employment. So if any servant is working on behalf of the master, then any act that the servant does, the master will be responsible. So now, ABC Limited is an NBFC registered with the RBI to accept deposit from public. Mr. Shyam appointed as the authorized agent by ABC Limited to collect deposit money from several people on a daily basis. So we have ABC Limited and then we have Shyam. Shyam is the agent here and ABC Limited is the principal here. Now, Mr. Shyam collecting deposit from people on daily basis. One day he disappeared. One Miss Shamli, who had been handing over her deposit money to Mr. Shyam, found out that nearly for a month before his disappearance, he was not depositing her money at all. So the agent was not depositing the money. Miss Shamli, when approached the ABC Limited, the NBFC took a stand that Mr. Shyam was not its employee. He is his agent and therefore ABC Limited is not responsible for misconduct. Miss Shamli files a suit against ABC Limited. So very clearly here, the contention of ABC Limited is not right because Shyam was an agent for ABC Limited and the principal is liable for the acts of the agent. So in this case, very clearly ABC Limited is liable, even though Mr. Shyam was the one who was not depositing the amount. Now, the members of both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are eligible to be ministers of the union government. So let's have a look at this. Mr. Ram Singh is a sitting member of the upper house of parliament and as per recommendation of Prime Minister, as per the recommendation of the PM, President appointed Mr. Ram Singh as the Minister for Ministry of Education. So now, whether appointment of Ram Singh as the Minister for Ministry of Education is valid. So here it says President of India cannot appoint, Prime Minister of India cannot recommend, yes or no. So the appointment procedure is the Prime Minister recommends to the President. Prime Minister recommends to the President, who in turn appoints the minister. So as per this, the appointment of Mr. Ram Singh as the Minister for Ministry of Education is valid. So the answer is yes. Yes. So tort is a civil wrong for which the remedy is a common law action for unliquidated damages and which is not exclusively breach of contract or breach of trust or merely equitable obligation. So now, Mr. Sunil has 6 pet dogs which are ferocious and bark a lot. Mr. Surendra is his next door neighbor and feels that he is not able to enjoy his property due to the presence of large number of dogs in the adjacent house. He is contemplating initiating a legal action against Mr. Sunil. So what are the various options available? So Sunil has 6 dogs. Surendra's property is adjacent to Sunil's property, and because of the disturbance, Mr. Surendra is not able to enjoy his property. So now Surendra wants to initiate a legal action against Mr. Sunil. So let's see what are the options. So Mr. Sunil can initiate legal action for breach of contract as there is an implied contract between the neighbors. Initiate action for unliquidated damages under tort because there is no contract. Initiate criminal action against Mr. Sunil because having a large number of ferocious dogs is a criminal act. Not be successful as Mr. Sunil has an unrestricted right to enjoy his personal property and has no duty towards Mr. Surendra. So let's analyze each of the options. First one, initial action for breach of contract. So firstly, there was no contract between Mr. Sunil and Mr. Surendra. So this option is not valid. Initiate action for unliquidated damages under tort. So here there is a damage under tort because there was no contract between the neighbors. So this option seems valid. Initiate criminal action because having large number of dogs is a criminal act. So this is not right. Nowhere in the CRPC, that is the Criminal Procedure Code, having a lot of dogs is considered to be a criminal contempt. Not be successful as Mr. Sunil has an unrestricted right to enjoy his personal property and has no duties towards Mr. Surendra. So if you see in the literal sense, this answer would be correct. But since here there is a chance of unliquidated damages which cannot be counted for, this is the one. So Surendra can initiate legal action for unliquidated damages under torts because there is no contract between the neighbors. Next legal principle is causing damage, however substantial to another person, is not actionable in law unless there is a violation of a legal right of the plaintiff. Mr. Nandan opened a petrol pump next to the earlier existing petrol pump of Mr. Chandan, as a result of which Mr. Chandan suffered huge losses. Now Chandan wants to initiate action against Mr. Nandan. So again, this is similar to the tuition fee example wherein one person established a class nearby and that's why this person has to reduce their fees. In this case, the other person has established opened a petrol pump, and because of this the first person is suffering losses. Again, there is no legal injury, there is no violation of any legal right. Let's see the options. He will succeed because he has suffered losses. Yes, there is damage, no doubt about that. Fail because no legal right of Mr. Chandan was infringed. Succeed because Mr. Nandan was wrong in opening a petrol pump next to an already existing one. This is not a valid option because there has to be fair competition in the market. And succeed because Mr. Chandan is entitled to earn reasonable profit on his investment. So here the answer is this, because no legal right of Mr. Chandan was infringed. Although by Mr. Nandan opening the petrol pump, Chandan has suffered losses, but no legal right of Chandan has been infringed. And hence, if Mr. Chandan wants to initiate an action, he will be failing. Yes. So the next one is the opposite of the earlier one. So in the earlier one, there was a damage, but there was no infringement of legal right. Here, there is infringement of legal right, but there is no harm. Plaintiff can still sue in tort. Now, cattle owned by Mr. Vinay entered the fields of Mr. Vipin and roamed about freely for a considerable time without causing any kind of loss. So here again, without causing any kind of loss means that there are no damages in place. Mr. Vinay did not like Mr. Vipin and thought of initiating legal action against him using this opportunity. Now, Mr. Vinay's cattle went to Mr. Vipin's fields, and now Mr. Vinay wants to initiate legal action. So now he will fail because he did not suffer any monetary loss. He will fail because he did not suffer any infringement of his legal right. He will succeed because his legal right was infringed, and fail because he initiated his legal action because of his dislike for the defendant. So here, even though there has been no damages here, the cattle of Mr. Vinay entered the fields of Mr. Vipin, which is infringement of his right, and there could have been chances for damage itself, and hence the person will succeed because his legal right was infringed. So this way you have to understand what are the various principles that are applicable, understand the case in hand, because every case will have different facts, and depending on that choose the best possible option. Weapons farm, and although the cattle does not cause any sufficient or substantial damage, the legal right is still infringed. Next. Normally, the tortfeasor is liable for his tort, but in some cases, a person may be held liable for the tort committed by another. So this is in the case of a master or servant, employer or employee, the partners, principal and agent. And so these are a few examples that fit this legal principle. Now, factual situation. Mr. Rahul's car was being driven by his driver when it hit a pedestrian, as a result of which the pedestrian suffered heavy injuries. He brought a legal action against Mr. Rahul because the car belonged to him and the driver was employed by him. The legal action of the pedestrian against Mr. Rahul will. So here again, there is a master and servant relation, and any tort committed by the servant during the course of employment, the master will be liable. So here, if you see, Mr. Rahul's car was being driven by the driver. It means that this happened during the course of employment itself. So let's see. So the pedestrian's case against Mr. Rahul will fail because Mr. Rahul had nothing to do with the accident. This is not right because Mr. Rahul was involved, because the servant or the driver is the one who caused the accident. Succeed because responsibility in such cases is imputed on law ground of social policy or expediency. Succeed because a master is always liable for the acts of his servant. Fail because it was the duty of the driver to be careful while driving. So although it was the duty of the driver to be careful while driving, in this case, it will succeed because a master is always liable for the acts of his or a servant. Next. The defendant is liable if he makes a non-natural use of land. So here, in the case of strict liability, we saw that in case of natural use of land, the defendant will not be liable. But in case of non-natural use of land, the defendant will be liable. So let us look at the situation. Mr. Kundan had stored chemicals on his land which escaped and caused damage to the adjacent properties, one of which belonged to Mr. Ankit. So Mr. Ankit will fail because Mr. Kundan had stored chemicals on his own property. Okay, so firstly, we need to understand if storing of chemical is natural use or non-natural use. So very evidently, this is a non-natural use. And if you are making non-natural use of land, you will be liable. So succeed because storing chemicals is a non-natural use of land. So we have the answer right here, but still let's look at the other options. Fail because storing chemicals is a natural use of land. This is wrong. And fail because Mr. Ankit should have taken precautions against the chemicals. No, they will succeed because Mr. Kundan had made non-natural use of land. Next, absolute or strict liability are exceptions to the requirement of mens rea. B, a mill owner employed independent contractors who were apparently competent to construct a reservoir on his land to provide water for his mill. There were old disused mining shafts under the site of the reservoir, which the contractors failed to observe because they were filled with earth. The contractors therefore did not block them. When the water was filled in the reservoir, it burst through the shafts and flooded the plaintiff's coal mine on the adjoining land. It was found that B did not know the shafts and had not been negligent. Even though the independent contractors had been negligible, B will be held liable. B will be held liable suffered by the plaintiff only if B was negligent and not otherwise. This is not the case. Independent contractors would be liable as there is a privity of contract between them. Neither B nor independent contractors would be liable as there was no guilty minded work. So here the answer is the first one. That is, these independent contractors were hired by Mr. B and hence Mr. B will be liable. Next, coming to legal principle. So for the tort committed by a partner in the ordinary course of business, again, we have partner and we have ordinary course of business. All other partners are liable to the same extent as the guilty partner. So let us look at the facts here. So A, B, and C run a chartered accountancy firm in partnership. In order to solicit work from a big bank, one of the three partners bribed the bank's senior manager and induced him to hand over the audit work to their firm. So here, as we understand, one person is the one who is bribing the senior manager. All partners are liable for the tort committed by only one of them. Only the partner who paid the bribe is liable. Whether or not all partners are liable would depend on the fact whether B and C had knowledge of the bribe or not. And liability of B and C would be established only if they had given a written consent of A. So here, as we all know, sometimes individuals are liable for tort that has not been committed by them. And in this case, partners will be liable for the acts of their other partners in the capacity of the partnership firm. So A is the answer. That is, all the partners are liable for the tort committed by any one of them. Next. Legal principle. The state can claim immunity from the tortious liability only in case of sovereign function, otherwise not. So sovereign function is something that is the duty and responsibility of the state. Non-sovereign ones, state cannot claim immunity. Now, Chandra and his father Gopal were lodged in a jail wherein one day bombs were hurled at them by their rivals, causing the death of Gopal and injuring to Chandra. The victims were having previous knowledge of the impending attack, which they conveyed to the authorities, but no additional security was provided. On the contrary, there was gross negligence since there was a great relaxation in the number of policemen who were to guard the jail on that day. Thus, on the grounds of negligence, a suit was filed against the government. So succeed because there was gross negligence on the part of the state. So what is the legal principle here? The state can claim immunity from tortious liability only in cases of sovereign function, otherwise not. Now, fail because maintaining a jail is a part of the sovereign function of the state. Succeed because securing law and order is not a sovereign function of the state. So this is not the right answer because it is a sovereign function. Fail because the state cannot be held responsible in any way if people lose their life because of their personal rivalries. So here maintaining of jail is a sovereign function and hence the suit will fail because maintaining jail is a part of sovereign function of the state and hence the state will get immunity. Next, under Article 12, unless the context otherwise requires, the state includes government and the Parliament of India, government and the legislature of each state, all local authorities within the territory of India or under the control of government of India. Now, the situation here is that Mr. Arvind is employed with ONGC, that is Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. He faces discrimination at work at the hands of the management and thinks that his right to equality is violated. He contemplates moving a writ petition against ONGC, but his colleagues suggest that Mr. Arvind will not succeed because ONGC is not a state. Now, if you remember, as a part of the state, we saw that if the major expenditures are taken up by the state, if the majority of the capital is held by the state, or if majority decisions are taken by the state, then that particular corporation will also classify as a state. So here again, in case of ONGC, majority stake is being held by the government and hence this will classify as a state. So ONGC is a state as per Article 12 of the Constitution. Next, no person shall be convicted of any offense except for violation of a law enforced at the time of commission of the act charged as an offense. So if basically you have committed the offense and during that time that particular act was an offense, only then you will be able to charge a crime, charge against the offense that is being done. Miss Chandni had an altercation with her classmate in her college, and in the heat of the moment, she hurled a racist abuse at her classmate, and her classmate was deeply offended by it. Miss Chandni had later apologized for it. In the next few months, a law was passed which made racist abuse punishable. So, if you are saying this is in the next few months, that is after the dispute between Chandni and her classmate had arisen, which made a racist abuse punishable. Aware of the fact that law of limitation does not apply to criminal acts, she moved an application to the court to initiate criminal action against Ms. Chandni. The classmate's application will fail because racist abuse was not punishable when it was heard. Succeed because law made a racist abuse punishable with imprisonment and it is undeniable that Ms. Chandni had heard the abuse. Succeed because law of limitation does not apply to criminal acts and fail because it was not a serious offense and Ms. Chandni had already apologized for it. So the answer is very apparent. It is the first one, that is fail because racist abuse was not punishable when it was heard. So if after the racist abuse was declared as punishable, after that if Ms. Chandni had passed this comment, then in that case application could be filed. But in this case, this law came into picture only after Ms. Chandni had hurled the comment at her classmate. So that's why this will fail, because when Ms. Chandni had hurled the comment, this was not a law in force. Next, no person shall be subjected to a penalty greater than which might have been inflicted under the law in force at the time of commission of offense. So similarly, the penalty will be maximum as per what the law that time in force had mentioned. A person was accused of cheating, and before he was arrested and committed to trial for it, the law related to cheating was changed and punishment for it was increased to life imprisonment. The person found guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment. He decides to challenge his statement of a life imprisonment. So now, No person shall be subjected to a penalty greater than which might have inflicted under the law at the time of commission of offense. So we need to see at the time of commission of offense. So here, what says a person was accused of cheating and before he was arrested and committed to trial, the law was changed. It is saying before the trial law was changed, not before the commission of the offense. So the updated law is not going to be applicable here because the offense had already been committed. Then the law had changed. So now fail because punishment for cheating was increased to life imprisonment before his trial began. Succeed because the punishment for cheating was not life imprisonment when he committed it. Fail because law does not provide for such leniency to guilty persons. Succeed only if he is able to prove his innocence. So here it is the option B, that is succeed because punishment was for cheating was not life imprisonment when he committed it. So this is very important. What the question is focusing on is that before he was arrested and committed to trial, but he had already committed the crime, and that time life imprisonment was not given as a sentence, and hence if he challenges, he is going to succeed in it. Next. The right of all citizens to practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade, or business is a fundamental right. Now, due to law passed by the government, even a person with good knowledge of law cannot appear in court as a lawyer unless he has a law degree. So this is like a reasonable expectation or a reasonable restriction. So there's a reasonable restriction here from a recognized university and fulfill other mandatory conditions. Due to this, Mr. Dinesh is not able to appear in courts and believes that government is denying him of his fundamental right to practice any profession or any occupation, trade or business. He decides to challenge this as a violation of fundamental rights. So do you think he will succeed? He will not succeed because the constitution does not guarantee an absolute right in terms of freedom to practice any profession. There can be certain reasonable restriction and passing the exam is one of them. So in this case, if the person is challenging the violation of fundamental right, he will not succeed, he will fail. So let's have a look at the option. Succeed because the requirement is to be eligible to appear before the court, deny him the opportunity to earn his livelihood. Succeed because government cannot abridge fundamental rights in any manner. Fail because government is well within its rights to prescribe eligibility and other conditions. Fail because government has the power to abrogate the fundamental rights. So it is option C, because if you are saying there is a trade or occupation that needs to be taken up, then the eligibility and other conditions for the profession can also be set up. Next. Article 14 of the Constitution states that the state shall not deny to any person equality before the law or equal protection of laws within the territory of India. So if you are saying it is not limited to a citizen, it is limited to a person. So now, due to growing menace of terrorism in the country, the government of India decided to have a new substantive criminal law for terrorists from other countries. A foreign terrorist captured by the police and subjected to the new law claimed that his right under Article 14 were violated. His claim will fail because Article 14 is available only to citizens. Fail because rights under article cannot be made available to those who engage in terrorist activity. Succeed because he is entitled to be subjected to the same law as any other offense. And succeed because when he is captured by the Indian authorities, he has acquired all the fundamental rights that are enjoyed by the citizen of India. So here, what does the article read? The article reads that the state shall not deny to any person equality before law or equal protection of the laws within the territory of India. So here, ideally, he should be able to get the same right. But since he was engaged in terrorist activity, he is going to fail. So now this is the option that needs to be selected. That is fail because the rights under the article cannot be made available to people who engage in terrorist activity in India. Next. The state shall not make any law which takes away or abridges the right conferred by Part 3, and if such a law is made, it shall be void to the extent where it curtails the right. So now, right to property was a fundamental right but was abolished by the constitutional amendment. Mr. Gautam decides to challenge the constitutional validity of the amendment. He will succeed because state cannot make any law which takes away the right in Part 3. Fail because law refers in the above statement does not apply to constitutional amendment acts. Succeed because even constitutional amendment cannot take away part 3 rights. Fail because right to property was not conferred by part 3. So here the answer is fail because law referred in above statement does not apply to Constitutional Amendment Act. So Amendment Acts will be something which does not take away the power of the Constitution but supplements the Constitution. Next. All agreements are contracts if they are made by free consent competent to contract for a lawful consideration and a lawful object. So A was planning to sell his property to B, for B was not aware. Since B was interested in the property, he threatened to harm the only child of A if A did not enter into the agreement to sell the property to B. The price at which the agreement to sell was agreed upon was much more than the expectation of A or the prevailing market price of the property. So firstly, we need to observe that there was a threat in place, that is A's child will be harmed if he did not enter into agreement. So do you think there is a free consent? No, there is no free consent. There was coercion. That is, there was a threat in place and hence there was no free consent. Once the agreement was signed, B got to know that A was anyway interested in selling the property to B and at a lower price. A later refused to execute the sale deed and claimed that the contract between parties was not valid. A will fail because there was a valid contract between him and B. There was no valid contract. Succeed because consent of A for the agreement to sell was not a free consent. Fail because in the given facts, even with the free consent, the same transaction would have taken place. Succeed because there is no lawful object in the contract. So it is this, that is succeed because the consent of A was to sell was not of a free consent. Basically, it was out of coercion and hence the contract will not be valid. The next one, a person who is usually of unsound mind but occasionally of sound mind may make a contract when he is of sound mind. So Mr. Jamal is a patient in a lunatic asylum who experiences intervals of sound mind. So it's mostly unsound mind and there will be intervals of sound mind. Jamal entered into a contract during such interval of sound mind. On having suffered losses, he challenged the validity of the contract that he was not only mentally unsound but also lived in the lunatic system. The contract is valid, it is invalid, it is voidable at the option of Jamal or the opposite party. So the contract is valid because it was done during the interval of sound mind. So the act provides that you can enter into a contract with a person of unsound mind if there is a period of sound mind coming into picture. And here in this case, Jamal had entered into the contract during his period of sound mind and hence the contract is valid. So that is it with chapter 5, wherein we saw a few case laws based on the first 4 chapters of the syllabus. So I hope all the questions and all the doubts are clear. If there are any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat box below and we will be happy to address the queries. Thank you so much. Until then, we will see you in the next class. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Legal Aptitude and Logical Reasoning. So in today's class, we will be beginning with the part 2 of this subject, that is with reasoning. And as part of that, the first chapter is logical reasoning. So without further ado, let's begin. So when we talk about logical reasoning, what exactly does it mean? So here by Ludwig Wittgenstein, there is a quote which says that logic takes care of itself. All we have to do is look and see how it does it. So now, logical reasoning or just logic is one of the fundamental skills of effective thinking. So when we are talking about logical reasoning, it is basically giving reasoning to any particular situation and making a derivative out of it. So now, say, for example, it works by raising questions like, if this is true, what else must be true? If this is true, what else is probably true? If this isn't true, what else can't be true? So it will ask you, it will provoke you in asking questions and questioning the logic of the statements that have been made. So in the contemporary perspective, Doyle Allison, in his article, The Importance of Logical Thinking in the Workplace, stated that logical thinkers observe and analyze the phenomena, reactions, and feedback, and then draw conclusion based on that input. So anytime there is a situation, so they will analyze the phenomena, the reaction, the feedback, and out of that they will draw a conclusion. They can justify the strategies, actions, and decisions based on the facts that they gather. These are all inferences. They are connections between a given sentence and some other sentence. So there will be a premise and a conclusion. So there will be a premise and a conclusion, and logical reasoning will draw inferences out of this. So, inferences are the basic building block of logical reasoning, and there are strict rules governing what counts as a valid inference and what doesn't. It's a lot like math, but applied to sentences rather than numbers. So, like we saw in the quote, logical thinkers, they observe and analyze phenomena, reactions, feedback, and then draw conclusion based on the input. So one thing we need to remember here is that logical thinkers, they observe and analyze these three, that is phenomena, reaction, and feedback, and then based on that, they will draw conclusion based on these inputs. So now, there is one example here. So now, first example here that we have is, if there is someone at the door, the dog will bark. So this is a very simple sentence, but we can draw conclusions out of it. So now, assuming this sentence holds true, what is the sentence? If there is someone at the door, the dog will bark. So it means that if the dog didn't bark, there is no one at the door, because we are saying the dog will bark only if there is someone at the door. Now, just because the dog barked doesn't mean there is someone at the door. So now this is one sentence that holds true, but similarly, there could be others also that hold true. So if the dog didn't bark, nobody is there at the door. Now, just because the dog didn't bark doesn't mean nobody is there at the door. So now a few more sentences that are probably true. So we saw one is holds true, and the next part will be probably true, such as the dog can sense, hear, or smell when someone is at the door. That's why it will bark. And the dog belongs to the people who live in the house where the door is located, because the dog is staying outside the house, and it means that it belongs to the people who live inside the house. So next example here is, a sales representative modifies a presentation above a product to highlight its user-friendly qualities after receiving feedback from the customers indicating that ease of use was the primary reason that they had purchased a product. So now there was a product here, and after this, the sales rep has highlighted that in their product presentation. So what we can understand is this product has ease of use, and that is the one quality that is being highlighted in the presentations. Now, coming to understanding how logical history has evolved over a period of time, what was the origin and what is its significance now? So now, the word logical reasoning is made up of two words. So we have logical and reasoning. So let us understand, analyze, and brief out the history of logical reasoning with these two words. So now, coming to logic, logic is a universal part of the human experience. Even agriculture would be impossible without inductive reasoning about weather and sunlight. So if we are saying that the rainy season is not very good for crops, when there is excessive rain that falls, it means that if there is a mediocre amount of rain, then it will be good for crops. If there is less amount of rain, then it will not be very good for crops, because we use this reasoning for, say, weather, sunlight, and construction would be impossible without mathematics and deductive reasoning about what makes a structure sturdy. So even when we're talking about architecture, we need understanding of math and also reasoning in order to analyze what will make any given structure sturdy. Now, logic from the Greek word logos. So this is the word that we need to remember, that is logos, which has a variety of meanings, including word, thought, idea, argument, account, reason, or principle, is the study of reasoning or the study of the principles and criteria of valid inference and demonstration. So when we talk about logic, it is nothing but reasoning, principles, and inference. It attempts to distinguish good reasoning from bad reasoning. Now, formalized logic has appeared in several places with more or less similar results. The Greek philosopher Aristotle is credited with being the first one to develop a formal system of logical reasoning. So again, this is very important. Greek philosopher Aristotle. So he was the one who is credited to develop a formal system of logical reasoning. But there were already people in India and China working on formal logic. But the credit goes to the Greek philosopher Aristotle. Next, coming to history of logic, so snapshots from Veda to the contemporary era. In ancient India, Nasadiya Sukta of the Rigveda contains various logical divisions that were later recast formally as the four circle of Katiskoti, that is A, not A, and not A, not A, and not A. The Nyaya school of Indian philosophical speculation is based on texts such as Nyaya Sutras, of Aksapada Gautama from around 2nd century BC, and it is a methodology of inference based on a system of logic. So what is, according to Rig Veda, it is Nyaya Sutra. So this is a methodology of inferences which involve a combination of induction and deduction by moving from particular to particular via generality that subsequently has been adopted by majority of the other Indian schools. But modern logic descends mainly from the ancient Greek tradition. Both Plato and Aristotle conceived of logic as a study of argument and from a concern with the correctness of the argumentation. Aristotle produced 6 works on logic, known collectively as organon. The first of these, Prior Analytics, being the first explicit work in formal logic. So again, we need to remember Prior Analytics. So what we understood from the history of logic, so in the Rig Veda, there was a mention of logic by way of Nyaya Sutras. And then when it comes to the Greek tradition, we had Plato and Aristotle, both of them. And the first formal work that came out in case of logic was Prior Analytics. Yes. Yes, moving on to the next part. Aristotle espoused 2 principles of great importance in logic. The law of excluded middle, that every statement is either true or false. There is no middle ground. And the law of non-contradiction, confusingly also known as law of contradiction, that no statement is both true and false. So, okay, if we are saying law of excluded middle says that statement has to be either true or false. Law of non-contradiction, one statement cannot be both true and false. It can be either true or false. He is perhaps most famous for introducing syllogism or term logic. And then his followers, known as peripatetics, further refined his work on logic. So the followers of Aristotle are known as peripatetics. Now, in medieval times, Aristotelian logic or dialectics was studied along with grammar and rhetoric as one of the 3 main strands of the trivium, the foundation of a medieval liberal arts education. Now, coming to the Islamic philosophy, it also contributed to the development of modern logic, especially the development of Avicennian logic, which was responsible for the introduction of hypothetical syllogism, temporal logic, modal logic, and inductive logic. So these were the logics that arised out of the Islamic philosophy as an alternative to the Aristotelian logic. So the one that was brought in by Aristotle. In 18th century, Immanuel Kant argued that logic should be conceived as the science of judgment so that valid inferences of logic follow the structural features of judgment, although he still maintained that Aristotle has essentially said everything there was to say about logic as a discipline. So as we all know, when in Rig Veda, it was Nyaya Sutra. In Greek, ancient Greek, it was Plato and Aristotle. The first book was Prior Analytics. Then in Islamic philosophy also, there's a mention of logic, and they have also contributed significantly to shaping the meaning of logic. Then we had Immanuel Kant, who said that logic has to be perceived as a science of judgment. And he also mentioned that Aristotle has covered everything that could be in the field of logic. Next, in 20th century, the work of Gottlob Frege, Alfred North Whitehead, and Bertrand Russell on symbolic logic turned Kant's assertion on its head. This new logic, expounded in their joint work, Principia Mathematica, is much broader scope than Aristotelian logic and even contains classical logic within it, albeit as a minor part. It resembles a mathematical calculus and deals with the relations of symbol to each other. So, Principia Mathematica. So, again, this is a very important term to remember. Now, Aristotle defined logic as new and necessary reasoning. New because it allows us to learn what we not know, and necessary because its conclusions are inescapable. So if there is a statement, then there has to be certain conclusion arising out of it. It asks questions like, what is correct reasoning? What distinguishes a good argument from a bad one? How can we detect a fallacy in reasoning? Indian, Chinese, and Greek systems are all remarkably similar in their rules, which suggests that there may be some mutual influence despite the distance. Traders and traveling scholars may have thought ideas about logical reasoning with them all over the world, allowing for rapid development of new ideas. Now, logic may seem like a stuffy, abstract discipline used only by philosophers and lawyers, but it has a profound influence on history of science and technology as well. So logic, the applicability of logic is not only applicable to like philosopher and lawyer, but also on the other professions such as science and technology. Now, Alan Turing, the inventor of modern computers, who was the inventor of modern computer? Alan Turing was a logician rather than a thinker or an engineer, and his famous Turing machine was a product of his rigorous training in formal logical reasoning. So to summarize it, we saw ancient India, the Nasadiya Sukta of the Rig Vedas, and we also had the Nyaya Sutras as a part of it. Then modern logic descends mainly from the ancient Greek tradition, Plato and Aristotle. So new and necessary reasoning. Then in 18th century came the science of judgment, that is Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant telling that logical reasoning is nothing but a science of judgment. Then we have logic in Islamic philosophy. Then medieval times, Aristotelian logic, and in the 20th century, symbolic logic. So this is the evolvement of logic over a period of time. Yes. So now, what is the need and significance of logic? So logic investigates and classifies the structures of statements and arguments, both through the study of formal systems of inference and through the study of arguments in natural language. So now we first study the systems of inference, and then there is a study of arguments whenever we talk about logic. It deals only with propositions, that is declarative sentences used to make an assertion, as opposed to questions, command, or sentences expressing wishes that are capable of being true or false. So if you see, the main focus of logic is on statements or declarative sentences. So if we are seeing what logic focuses on, it is basically statements or declarative sentences where there is a fixed ground, and not mainly focusing on questions, commands, or sentences which there are wishes. It covers core topics such as study of facilities and paradoxes, as well as specialized analyzing of reasoning using probability and arguments involving causality and argumentation theory. Now, coming to the next part of it, so all this while we were having a look at logic. So now let's understand what reasoning is. So as per Merriam-Webster dictionary, reasoning means the use of reason, especially the drawing of inferences or conclusion through the use of reason. So if you see here, the main aim of logical reasoning both is to draw inferences. Draw inferences is the main focus of both logic as well as reasoning. So here in this case, it is drawing of inferences or conclusion through the use of reason. Now, Reshma S. in her writing on reasoning, meaning, definition and types stated that reasoning is one of the best form of controlled thinking consciously towards the solution of a problem, because you are analyzing the situation, you are giving a reason for the situation to be in a particular way. It is realistic in the sense that the solution is sought always in reference to the reality of the situation. We can solve many problems in our daydreams, dreams, and imaginations, but they are unrealistic solutions. So we are saying whenever reasoning is used, it will be only practical and real solutions that come out of it. Sherman defined reasoning is a process of thinking during which the individual is aware of a problem, identifies, evaluates, and decides upon a solution. Now, reasoning is used not only when we want to solve an immediate problem, but also when we anticipate future problems. So now there are two things. So either there is a problem in hand right now, or you see that there is a problem which might occur in the future, and that's when reasoning comes into picture. Reasoning plays a significant role in one's adjustment to the environment. It not only determines one's cognitive activities, but also influences the behavior and personality. So just a few more definitions of reasoning that are given in our module. So Garrett says that reasoning is a stepwise thinking with a purpose or goal in mind. What could this purpose or goal in mind be? To draw inferences out of it. Next, reasoning is the term applied to highly purposeful, controlled, and selective thinking. This is by Gates. And then Skinner says that reasoning is the word used to describe the mental recognition of cause and effect relationship. So this is a new term that we're learning here, cause and effect. So if there is one particular incident happening, what will be the effect? So what is the cause? What is the effect? It may be prediction of an event from an observed cause or inference of a cause from an observed event. Now, Thus, reasoning is a highly specialized thinking which helps an individual to explore mentally the cause and effect relationship of an event or solution of a problem by adopting some well-organized systematic steps based on previous experience combined with present observation. So basically, you will identify the cause and relationship. You will draw inferences based on two things: so present observation and also previous or past experiences. Yes. Next, coming to the content of logic and logic systems or logical reasoning. So logical systems should have three things. So first one is consistency, which means that none of the theorems of the system should contradict each other. So if they're all standing for one ground, they all should stand for the same thing. So first one, there has to be consistency. Second one, there has to be soundness. That means the system's rule of proof will never allow a false inference from a true premise. That is, your logical reasoning should be deducted in such a way wherein a false inference cannot be made from a true premise. And next one, there has to be completeness. So which means that there are no true sentences in the system that cannot, at least in principle, be proved in the system. So any given logical reasoning has to be consistent, it has to be of a sound nature, and it has to be complete. Now, popular use or culture of logical reasoning. An example. On Sherlock, the great detective Sherlock Holmes had a website called The Art of Deduction, in which he explains his method for solving crimes. So now, again, if you see here, to solve a crime, you need to understand the situation in hand. You need to see the pattern that has been followed before, and according to that, deduce logic and solve the case. However, the website had a wrong name. Nearly all of Sherlock's inferences are inductive rather than deductive. That is, they bring together bits and pieces of evidence to develop a theory about what happened in a particular crime. They're not based on the kind of logical certainty that we saw in section 1, but rather on reasoning about likelihoods and probabilities. It's always logically possible that Sherlock would have had it wrong, even though that rarely seems to happen. So now, what exactly is inductive and deductive reasoning? Let's have a look at that. So now, types of logical reasoning. There are two basic types of logical reasoning. So first one is deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning is the ability to draw some logical conclusion from known statements or evidences. So deductive is based on known statements or evidences. Here, one starts with already known or established generalized statement or principle and applied it to specific cases. So there is something that is already known and that is applied to specific cases. For example, all human beings are mortal, and if you are a human being, therefore you are mortal. So what is happening here when we had a look at deductive reasoning? There is a generalized statement and you are applying it to a specific case. So here, this is the generalized statement. So now, all human beings are mortal. So this is a generalized statement. And this will be the specific statement. So all human beings are mortal. If you are a human being, then you will also be immortal. So this is the specific inference that was drawn out of it. Now, deductive reasoning is based on deduction or deductive logic. It is when conclusion based on the premises must be true. So there has to be a generalized statement which already exists. And based on that, you are drawing an inference or making a reasoning. For example, if it is true that the dog always barks when someone is at the door, and it's true that there is someone at the door, then it must be true that the dog will bark. So if I am saying that if there is someone at the door, the dog will bark, then it is true that whenever someone is at the door, the dog will bark. Of course, the real world is messy and doesn't always conform to the structure of deductive reasoning. There are probably no actual dogs who always bark when someone's at the door. But deductive reasoning is still important in the field of law, engineering, science, where strict truth still holds. All math is deductive. There is another example of deduction which states that an organization may work with the core belief that employees are more productive if they have control over the ways they carry out their responsibility. A manager could demonstrate logical thinking using deductive reasoning by meeting with subordinates, communicating department goals, and structuring a brainstorming session to decide methods for reaching those objectives. So even in an organization, deductive reasoning becomes very, very important. Coming to the next part of it, inductive reasoning. So it is a specialized thinking aimed at the discovery or construction of a generalized principle. So if you saw in case of deductive reasoning, the principle existed or the statement existed. And in inductive reasoning, the principle is being discovered. Now, so by making use of particular cases, special examples, and identifying elements of relations. For example, Mohan is mortal, Radha is mortal, Kareem is mortal, therefore all human beings are mortal. So you are making this reasoning, you are giving birth to this concept of all human beings are mortal by way of inductive reasoning. Now, inductive reasoning is based on inductive logic. That is, inductive logic is when conclusion based on the premises is probably the answer are less definitive than they are in deductive reasoning. Because in case of deductive reasoning, the principle is already established. In case of inductive reasoning, you are establishing the principle. Induction is our only way of predicting what will happen in the future. That is, we look at the things the way they are and the way they have been in the past, and we make an educated guess about what will probably happen. But all predictions are based on probability, not certainty. For example, it's extremely probable that the sun will rise tomorrow morning, but it's not certain since there are all sorts of catastrophes that could happen in between now and then. So although we know that the sun will set tomorrow morning, that is something that we cannot surely say because there are a lot of other factors also involved. So again, two types of logical reasoning. We saw deductive reasoning, inductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning is there was already a generalized principle in place and you are making reasoning out of that. Inductive reasoning is you are discovering the generalized principle and applying that to certain cases. Yes. So logical reasoning versus critical thinking. So logic is one of the main pillars of critical thinking, and there's no question that critical thinking would be impossible without some understanding of basic logical reasoning. However, there are many other skills involved in critical thinking. So critical thinking is the broader topic here. Logical reasoning is a part of critical thinking. So now what are the other elements in critical thinking? First one is empathy, or the ability to imagine what someone else is feeling or experiencing. So when we say you have to put yourself in someone else's shoes to understand their situation, that is empathy. This is a crucial skill for critical thinking since it allows you to broaden your perspective and reflect on your actions and beliefs. Empathy also makes you a better student of philosophy because it enables you to put yourself in the author's shoes and understand the argument from within. Next one is analogy. Analogy or noticing similarities and thinking them through. So analogy is basically there will be situations, you are analyzing those situations. Analogies allow us to draw conclusions about, for example, the similarity between our time and some moment in history and thus try to make better decisions in the future. Again, this is very close to inductive logic. Creativity. No. Critical thinking is all about innovative problem solving and coming up with new ideas. So it's heavily dependent on creativity. So now we are talking about critical thinking here. So what are the elements of critical thinking? So we have empathy, then we have analogy, creativity, and logical reasoning. So these are all the pillars of critical thinking. Now, logic assists in establishing correlation between two variables, that is independent and depending variables pertaining to corporate activity. For instance, through Carl Pearson's correlation coefficient and coefficient on determination of correlation, CSR and goodwill may be observed. So if I am saying that the company has spent so much amount on CSR, then out of that goodwill may arise. And this is a logical reasoning. That is, if the company's goodwill has increased, then you can infer that because the company has focused on spending on CSR expenditure, the goodwill has increased. Now, what is the significance of logical reasoning for company secretaries? So why is it that we as CS students need to understand logical reasoning? From the perspective of logic leads to conclusion by correlating different facts and statements. So you are correlating facts and statement. This correlation is done through arguments. As company secretaries, one has to resolve various issues in the day-to-day affair and also ensure compliances and governance in the true letter and spirit. So this requires professional to argue or to support in favor of some conclusion with the help of certain facts. So there can be multiple scenarios, but as a company secretary, it is the responsibility to have reasoning to what you are supporting and why you are supporting. A company secretary does all these things throughout his life in imparting his professional excellence. Therefore, logical reasoning is becoming more important day by day in the entrance test of professional as well as academic bodies. Now, just a guide to all the CSEET students. So logic only ensures a valid conclusion. This conclusion may or may not be consistent with our usual experience, but the questions based on logic are to be solved as per the information provided without using one's own conscience. So you have to strictly stick to the question that is given. Therefore, conclusions should follow directly from the statements and no deviation from it is allowed. So if there is a question in hand that the sun may rise tomorrow. So although you know that the sun is going to rise tomorrow, your answer should be based on whatever is given in the question and not what you know outside of the question. So questions on logical reasoning are of different types. You may be asked to derive an inference or a conclusion from given statements. Sometimes you have to consider a statement and decide from given assumptions which one is more implicit and which one is not. You have to weigh the pros and cons because it could be that in a given question, two arguments are both applicable, but you need to see which one has a better applicability. And you will have to decide whether the argument is a strong argument or a weak argument. Next, what are the contents? So considering the vision and mission of the institute along with the aims and objects of CSET under the perspective of global requirement, the content of logical reasoning are divided under three heads: logical reasoning, verbal reasoning, and non-verbal reasoning. So these we will be studying as chapter 6, 7, and 8 of this particular subject. These heads are well facilitated with various topics. So these are the list of topics that form a part of each of the reasoning. So logical, verbal, as well as non-verbal reasoning. So now let's begin with the first topic that we have under logical reasoning, that is clocks and calendars. So the first concept that we have as a part of logical reasoning is clock concepts. So let us look at a few facts when it comes to clocks. Now, the dial of the clock is circular in shape and was divided into 60 equal minute spaces because there are 60 minutes in an hour. 60-minute spaces traces an angle of 360. Therefore, 1 minute traverses an angle of 60. In 1 hour, minute hand traverses 60 minute space or 3600, and the hour hand traverses 5 minute space or 300. So we know the minute hand moves in every minute and the hour hand moves in every 5 minutes. Then hands of the clock are perpendicular in 15 spaces apart. So it means that every quarter, so if this is a clock, then every quarter this is perpendicular. So every 15 minutes it will become perpendicular. The hands of the clock are in straight line and opposite to each other in 30 minutes space apart. So if there is a clock and if the hands are opposite to each other, it means that there is 30 minutes apart. The hands of the clock are in straight line when they coincide or opposite to each other. Again, so this either it could be opposite to each other or the hands could be together. Like say, for example, in the case of 12 o'clock, the hands will be together. The hands are perpendicular to each other for 22 times in 12 hours and 44 minutes a day. So in 12 hours and 44 minutes, the hands of the clock are parallel how many times? 22 times. The hands of the clock are opposite to each other for 11 times in 12 hours and 22 times in a day. So opposite to each other is 11 times. They coincide for each other 11 times. The hands of the clock are 44 times in a straight line per day. So again, these are certain facts that we need to remember. So let's quickly summarize it. Hands of the clock perpendicular each other how many times? 22 times, but in a span of 12 hours and 44 minutes. Opposite to each other 11 times in 12 hours and 22 minutes. Coinciding 11 times in 12 hours and 22 minutes. Then straight line, it is 44 times. The minute hand gain 55 minutes over the hour hand per hour because minute hand will change only every 5 minutes. Hence, x minute space to be gained by minute hand over the hour hand can be calculated as x 60 divided by 55 or x 12 divided by 11 because the minute hand gains 55 minutes over hand per hour. Now, there's an example here. So at what time between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, the hands of the clock are opposite to each other. Now, 34, that is 6:11 past 2 o'clock. 43, 7, 11 past 2 o'clock, 56, that is 8, 11 past 2 o'clock, and 64, 9, 11 past 2 o'clock. So here there will be questions like this. At solution at 2 o'clock, the minute hand will be at 12 as shown. So let's understand this here. The minutes hand to coincide with the hour hand, it should trace at least first 10 minute spaces. And then the hands of the clocks should be opposite to each other. The minutes hand should trace 30 minute spaces. That is totally initial 10 plus this 30. So 40 minute spaces. Now, what did we know? That minute hand gains 55 minute spaces over hour hand in 1 hour. So 55 minute spaces more than the hour hand. So minute hand has 55 minute spaces more than the hour hand. So now what we understood is there is 40 here over hour hand in 60 divided by 55. We saw there was a 12 divided by 11 approach here, or 60 divided by 55 approach here. So in this case, it will be 40 into 60 divided by 55. So again, after multiplying and getting, we will get this answer as 43, 7 by 11. Hence, the hand of the clock will be minutes opposite to each other at 43, 7 by 11 past 2 o'clock. Therefore, the correct option is 2. So in this way, we need to understand what the clock concept tells us and how do you draw inferences out of it. Now, when the clock is too fast and too slow, if a clock or watch indicates 6 hours 10 minutes when the correct time is 6. So correct time is 6, but it is actually indicating 6:10. It means it is 10 minutes too fast. If it indicates 6:40 when the correct time is 7. So it is actually 7, but it is indicating 6:40. It means that it is 20 minutes slow. Now, let us have an example based on this concept. For example, my watch, which gains uniformly, is 2 minutes. I have to attend a show at noon on Sunday, and it is 4 minutes 48 seconds fast at 2 p.m. on the following Sunday. Find out when was it correct. So, from Sunday noon to the following Sunday at 2 p.m., there are 7 days, 2 hours. So 7 days consist of 168 hours. That is nothing but 24 into 7. And so Sunday noon is nothing but 12 o'clock. Following Sunday 2 p.m. So we have 12 to 12 from this Sunday, which is 168 plus 2. So there is 170 hours. Now, the watch gains 2 plus 4 by 5 minutes in 170 hours. So if you see here, watch gains uniformly, that is 2 minutes. So now here we take the first one, that is 2, and is 4 minutes 48 seconds fast at 2 p.m. on the following Sunday. 4 minutes and 48 seconds. So why are we saying 4 by 5? Because it is 48 by 60. So if you cancel this out, so it will become 4 by 5. 6 4s are and 6 5s are. So 445 in 170 hours. So firstly, 2 minutes earlier and then 4 minutes 48 seconds at 2 p.m. Therefore, the watch gains is 2 minutes is 2 divided by 6, 4 by 5 multiplied by 170 hours. So 2, which is divided by 6, 4 by 5 multiplied by 170 hours. So the answer is 50 hours. So 50 hours is nothing but 24 into 2, that is 48 plus 2. So now, therefore, 2 days, 2 hours from Sunday noon, that is 2 p.m. on Tuesday. Just like how we have the clock concept, we also have the calendar concept. So the time in which the Earth travels around the sun is a solar year and is equal to 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes and 47.5 seconds. So we have 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes and 47.5 seconds. So as we all know, there is a concept of leap year, that is all of this remaining gets added up at the end of the 4th year. And that's why there is an extra day added to the 4th year when it becomes 366. So now, the year is 365.2422 days approximately. The common year consists of 365 days. The difference between a common year and solar year is therefore 0.2 2422 on a day, we consider it by adding a whole day to the every fourth year. So again, every fourth year, there are 366 days. So this is nothing but leap years. And this day is inserted at the end of February. And the difference between 4 common years and 4 solar year is 0.969 of a day. Therefore, we add a whole day to the fourth of every fourth year. We add too much by 0.0312 of a day. To take account of this, we omit the extra day 3 times every 400 years. So even after adding a day to 365, this much keeps remaining. And to account for this, what happens is every 400 years, we omit extra day 3 times. So 3 days are excluded in total for every 4 years. The thing is to ensure that each season may fall at the same time of the year in all years. In course of time, without these corrections, we should have winter in July and summer in January also. With the very small variation, the present division of the years, those given in BC 46 by Julius Caesar, the omission of the extra day 3 times in 400 year is called the Gregorian correction. So what is the extra day? So that is the 0.0312. So when we are talking about this extra day, it is 0.0312 day that gets neglected. So this is removed 3 times every 400 years, and this is known as the Gregorian correction. This correction was adopted at once in 1582 in Roman Catholic countries, but not in England until 1752. The Gregorian mode of reckoning is called the new style, the former the old style. The new style has not been adopted in Russia, so that they are now 13 days behind us. For example, when we call October 26th, they call October 13th. They have Christmas on the 7th day of January, and we have on the 25th December of every year. So in an ordinary year, there are 365 days, that is 52 weeks plus 1 day. So it is nothing but 52 into 7. So this is 1 carried 364 plus 1 day. So there are exactly 52 weeks and there is 1 day that comes extra. Therefore, an ordinary year contains 1 odd day. Why odd day? Because it is not included in any of the weeks. Now, a leap year contains 2 odd days because it will become 364 plus 2 days. So leap year will contain 2 odd days. 100 years is 76 ordinary years plus 24 leap years, because leap years come once in every 4 years. So then there are 76 odd days here and 48 odd days here, because here there is 1 odd day every ordinary year and there are 2 odd days every leap year. So 124 odd days, that is nothing but 17 weeks plus 5 days. So in a span of 100 years, there are 5 odd days because these are all counted under weeks. So now 200 years contain 3 odd days. 300 years contain 1 odd day, because as the years go forward, the days will be converted into weeks. So whatever is the remaining number of days will be counted as an odd day. Now, since there are 5 odd days in 100 years, there will be 20 odd days in 400 years. But every 4th century is a leap year, correct? Therefore, 400 years contain 21 days. That is the extra day. Here, 400 years contain no odd days. So now, as 1st January 1 AD was Monday, 1 most counts days from Sunday. So as we all know, our week starts from Sunday itself. That is, Sunday is for 0 odd day, Monday is for 1 odd day, Tuesday is 2 odd days, so on. Last day of the century cannot be either Tuesday, Thursday, or Saturday. It has to be an odd day itself. The first day of the century must be a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, or Saturday. So these are certain important things that we have to remember as a part of logical reasoning. Now, coming to examples under the calendar, we can clarify the concept of calendars with the following examples. How many times does 29th day of the month occur in 400 years? So now, in 400 years, there are 97 leap years. Hence, in 400 consecutive years, February has 29th days 97 times, because there are 97 leap years. And the remaining 11 months have the 29th day 400 into 11, or 4,400 times. So what happens is, we have 400 years. So what is the question asking us? How many times does the 29th day of the month occur in 400 consecutive years? Now, out of 400, 97 is leap year. So in February, it occurs 97 times, the 29th day, all right? And in the remaining 11 months, they have the 29th day 400 times, because 400 times the month will come. So 400 times every month into the number of months. So that is 4,400 times. So if you see here, why is February only 97? Because there are 97 leap years and 29 comes out only in the leap years. And in case of others, since there are 400 years, 29th will come 400 times in a year every month. So 400 into the number of months. So why 11 instead of 12? Because February is already accounted for in the morning. Therefore, it will be a sum total of this, that is 4,400 plus 97. So this is how many times the date 29 will come in 400 years. So why have we bifurcated? Because in case of February, it will only be in leap years, and in 400 times there are 97 leap years that follow. Now, given that the day on 10th November 1981. So one thing that we have to remember for the previous question is, in 400 years, leap year comes 97 times. So this will form a premise for solution of the question. Now, there's a similar premise here also. Given that on 10th November 1981 is a Tuesday, what was the day on 10th November 1581? So if you see, this is 400 years back. So now there is a concept that after every 400 years, that same day comes. So 10th November, 400 years apart will occur on the same day. So that's why 10th November 1981, if it was a Tuesday, then 10th November 1581 will also be a Tuesday. Similarly, the next one, so 10th November 2021 also would have been a Tuesday, because every 400 years, the day repeats itself. That is, the same date falls on the same day. So again, 400 years, the day repeats itself. So the same day comes. So the same day comes. So thus, if 10th November 1981 was a Tuesday, before 400 years, it will also be Tuesday. After 400 years also, it will be Tuesday. So now we will be focusing on certain important formulas and equations when it comes to the clocks and calendar concepts. So first one is minute spaces. So minute spaces basically is the face or dial of a watch is a circle whose circumference is divided into 60 equal parts called minute spaces. So there are 60 minute spaces in a given clock, because the circumference, the clock is divided into 60 equal spaces, and these spaces are known as minute spaces. Hour hand and minute hand. A clock has two hands. The smaller one is the hour hand or the short hand, while the larger one is the minute or the long hand. So as we all know, the small hand. So say for example, we just draw a clock. So if we are saying 3 o'clock, then the hour hand will be pointed towards 3 and the minute hand will be pointed towards 12. So the hour hand is the shorter hand and the longer hand is the minute hand or the larger hand. Now, in 60 minutes, the minute hand gains 55 minutes on the hour hand. So it basically means that in a span of 60 minutes, now, as we all know, so minute hands moves 5 minute spaces every hour. So if you see here, all right. So now if we are taking the span of 1 hour or 60 minutes, yes. So minute hand. So from 3 o'clock, it will move to 4 o'clock, and that will be 5 minute spaces in 60 minutes. So basically, our hand moves 5 minute spaces in 60 minutes. And now when we talk about the minute hand, so in the next 60 minutes, it would have done a complete circle. So in that case, minute hand moves 60 minute spaces in 60 minutes. That is, so each of this is a 5 minute space. All right. So our hand will move 5 minute spaces in 1 hour, and the minute hand will move 60 minute spaces in 1 hour. So in that case, this has moved 5 minute spaces. This had moved 60 minute spaces. It means that it is 55 more than that. So that is what this line means. In 60 minutes, the minute hand gains 55 minutes on the hour hand, because our hand travels 5 minute spaces in 1 hour and minute hand travels 60 minute space in 1 hour. So minute hand travels 55 more minute spaces than the hour hand in one single hour. in every hour, both the hands coincide once. That is, they both will be on the same line. So in that case, the angle will be 0. That is, there will be no space between the two of them, and hence the angle will be 0. Yes. Now, the hands are in the same straight line when they coincide or are opposite to each other. So let's take the example of 6 o'clock. So in case of 6 o'clock, the hours will be in the same straight line. So if you see here, this angle is going to be 180 degree. So the angle is going to be 180 degrees. So basically the full clock is a 360-degree angle. And when they are in the same straight line, that's half the clock. That will be 180 degrees. When the two hands are at right angles, they are at 15-minute spaces apart. So again, say for example, we had the case of 3 o'clock. So here 3 o'clock, if you see, this is a 90-degree angle. So it means that they are 15-minute spaces apart. So at 15-minute spaces apart, the angle will be 90 degree. Next, when the hands are in opposite directions, they are 30-minute spaces apart. So this is basically opposite directions, what we were talking about. So the angle will be 180 degree and the minute spaces will be 30-minute spaces apart. Now, angle traced by the hour hand in 12 hours is 360 degrees. So basically it says that the hour hand, this hour hand travels 360 degree in a span of 12 hours. So say, for example, we are talking about 3 o'clock. So it will be 3 o'clock again in 12 hours. So in a span of 22 or 24 hours, that is one day, it will be 3 o'clock twice. So it basically means that in a span of 12 hours, it will complete the entire circle. This is by which? By the hour hand. Hour hand in 12 hours, 360 degrees. So basically, hour hand goes full circle in 12 hours. Angle traced by minute hand in 60 minutes is 360 degrees. So to understand here, hour hand takes 12 hours to complete a 360-degree circle and minute hand takes 60 minutes to complete a 360-degree circle. So these are all very important to remember, especially from solving the equations point of view. We'll also be understanding a few equations going forward. Now, if a watch or a clock indicates 8:15 when the correct time is actually 8, it is said to be 15 minutes too fast. So actually time is 8, but it is indicating 8:15. It means that the time is 15 minutes fast. On the other hand, if it indicates 7:45 when the correct time is 8, it means that it is 15 minutes too slow. So basically actual time was versus what the clock is showing. So if the clock is showing something ahead of the actual time, it will be faster. And if it is showing something prior to the actual time, it means it is slower. Now, when we talk about odd days, so we are supposed to find the day of a week on a given date. For this, we use the concept of odd days. In a given period, the number of days more than the complete weeks are called as odd days. So basically, complete weeks are, weeks basically consist of 7 days. So if we are talking about 7 days, now let's take a month, for example. Let's take the month of January. Yes, so in the month of January, we have 31 days. So now in 31 days, how many days will be complete? So we have 7 plus 7, 14, plus 7, 21, plus 7, 28, plus 3. So here, 4 weeks are complete. All right. 4 weeks or 28 days are complete. In addition to that, we have 3 days. So 3 days are the odd days in January. So whenever we have a question with respect to odd days, we need to understand that in addition to the complete week, what are the remaining number of days? Now, if we take the example of February in a non-leap year, then in that case, there will not be any odd days because that consists only of 28 days. In case of February in a leap year, it will be 28 plus 1, 29. So 1 odd day. So odd day is basically the extra days in addition to the complete weeks that form a part of the month or any given time period. Next. Leap year. Every year divisible by 4 is a leap year if it is not a century. So the basic criteria for a leap year is it should be divisible by 4. Century is also divisible by 4, but century will not be a leap year. So say, for example, if you are saying the year 1900, then that is not going to be a leap year. So every 100th year is not a leap year. Now, every 4th century is a leap year and no other century is a leap year. So again, firstly, leap year should be divisible by 4. We need to understand that no century is a leap year except 4th century. So 4th century will be a leap year. So if we are starting from say year 0, 100 will not be leap year, 200 will not be, 300 will not be, 400 will be a leap year because that is the 4th century. So only no century except every 4th century is a leap year. Next, ordinary year, the year which is not a leap year is an ordinary year. This basically has 365 days. Now, counting of odd days. So now one ordinary year has 365 days. That is 52 weeks into 7 days. So 52 into 7 is nothing but 364 plus 1 day. So one ordinary year has one odd day. Now one leap year will have how many odd days? 2 odd days because it will be 364 plus 2, 366. Now, one leap year is 366 days. So one leap year has 2 odd days, correct? Now, 100 years has 76 ordinary years and 24 leap years. So 76 ordinary years means 76 years consisting of 365 days and 24 years consisting of 366 days. So now in ordinary years, how many are the odd days we just saw? One odd day. So 76 into 1 odd day, and leap year has how many odd days? 24 into 2 odd days. So it is basically 76 plus 48, that is nothing but 124. Now 124 we have to divide it by 7. So now if we divide 124 by 7, we have 7, 7, 49. So we have 5 days remaining. So in 100 years, 5 days are odd days because out of 124, we can remove 17 weeks and set it aside. So 5 days will be the odd days. So this is again something very important to remember, that in 100 years, we have 5 odd days. So now, yes, to summarize, these are some facts that we need to remember. So number of odd days in 100 years is 5. In 200 years, it will be 5 multiplied by 2. So 5 multiplied by 2 is 10. Out of that, if we remove 7, because that will become a week, so then it will become 3. In 300 years, 5 into 3, so we have 15. So out of 15, we have 14. 14 plus 1. So 14 will become 2 weeks and 1 is the remainder. So 1 odd day. And in 400 years, it will become 5 into 4, 20 and plus 1 for the extra day. So in that case, it will be 21. So 21 is 3 weeks. So there will be no odd year. So this is how we have to calculate. We have to understand the concept of odd days. So now, in 100 days, 5 odd, 100 years, 5 odd days, 200 years, 3 odd days, 300 years, 2 odd days, and 400 years, no odd day at all. Next. Similarly, each of 800, 1200, 1600 has 0 odd days. Now, day of the week related to odd days, assuming that 180 January 1st is a Sunday. So, according to days, we have the numbers that are assigned to them. So, starting with 0, Sunday will be 0, and moving forward, last day, Saturday will be 6. So, now, let us have a look at a few questions when it comes to the clock and calendar concept. Now, what is the angle between two hands of a clock when the time shown by the clock is 6:30 p.m.? So now to determine the angle, there is a formula that we have. So Q, basically angle is 11 by 2 of the minutes minus 30 into the hours. So 11 by 2. So this is a very important formula for this entire concept of clock and calendar. So when it comes to clock, to determine the angle between the two hands. So which are the two hands? The hour hand and the minute hand. 11 by 2 minutes minus 30 hours. So 11 by 2 minutes minus 30 hours. So now in this question, what are the minutes? So the clock is 6:30 p.m. So 11 by 2 into 30, because 30 are the minutes, minus 30 into 6. So if you see here, 2 ones are 2 15s are. So we have 165 minus 30 into 6, 18. So the remainder is 15. So the angle is going to be 15 degrees. So let's see which is the answer. So here they've said answer is option D, 150. It is actually 15 and not 150. So then we can select option D. At what time between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock will the minute hand and the hour hand are on the same straight line but facing opposite directions? So we were saying if it is a same straight line, it basically means that the angle is 180 degrees. So we have Q as 180 degrees, 11 by 2. So minutes is what we need to determine, correct? minus 30 into hour. So if it is between 3 and 4 o'clock, the hour hand is going to be on 3. So in that case, we have to determine the answer here. So we have 180 is equal to 11 minutes by 2 minus 90. Then we have 180 plus 90 is equal to 11m by 2. 180 plus 90 is nothing but 270. Then this will be shifted here. So 270 into 2 is equal to 11m. So m is equal to 270 into 2. 540 divided by 11. So 540 divided by 11 gives us this answer. That is 49 1 by 11. So it basically means that 49 1 by 11 is the minutes. So at 3 hours, that is 3 o'clock, 49 minutes, 1 by 11, they will be at equally opposite directions. That is the minute hand, the hour hand will be at equally opposite directions. Now, by how many degrees does the minute hand move in the same time in which the hour hand moves by 280 degrees? So here we need to understand in what time. So basically how much time minute hand moves and how much time the hour hand moves. So let's understand this here. So the next question here, by how many degrees does the minute hand move in the same time in which the hour hand moves by 280 degrees? So here, first let's understand the time taken by each of the hour. So let's get it at a common ground. So common ground will be the entire circle, that is 360 degrees. So when we talk about the hour hand, so for hour hand to complete a 360-degree turn, it takes 12 hours. So every 12 hours, the hour hand will complete one circle. And when we talk about the minute hand for 360 degrees, it takes 60 minutes. All right. So now, in which the hour hand. So what we need to understand here is that, so now let's convert this to a common syllable. So now in case of hour hand, so in 60 minutes, how much will the hour hand actually move? So in case of 60 minutes, how much will the hour hand actually move? So if you see here, 60 minutes is nothing but 1 hour. So if we have to say, so if our hand is taking 360 for 12 hours, in 12 hours, then in 1 hour, it will be how much? So it will basically be hour hand for 1 hour, it will be 360 divided by 12, or that is nothing but 30 degrees. So in 1 hour, the hour hand is going to move 30 degrees. In 1 hour, the hour hand is going to move 30 degrees. So this is what we understood. So for 360 degree, hour hand takes 12 hours, minute hand takes 60 minutes. So how much does hour hand take in 1 hour? It will take 360 divided by 12, 30 degrees. Now, what we need to understand, so if our hand is moving by 280, okay, if it is moving by 280, now what did we understand? In 1 hour it moves 30. So for how much it will move in 280? So for 280, the hour hand will basically move 28 by 3. So in 280, this thing, it will move by 28 by 3. And now they are asking us, if our hand moves in this pace, then what will be the pace at which the minute hand will move? So now what we have understood so far is in 1 hour, all right? In 1 hour, our hand moves 30 degrees. Now we need it to move for 280 degrees. So it will basically be 280 by 30 or nothing but 28 by 3. Okay, and now we need to understand the minute hand. So multiply this by 360 because minute hand moves 360 degrees in 60 minutes. So in this case, we will be able to understand. So this, it will give us 120, sorry, 28, 280 divided by 3 into 360. So giving, so by multiplying this here, we will get the answer as, so actually this is an error. So this is 3360. So once we multiply, it will give us 3360. So the minute the hour hand moves by 280 spaces, then in that case, the minute hand is going to move 3360 spaces. So this is how we need to understand. So here what we did is first we got a common ground, that is for 360-degree, how much does our hand take and how much does a minute hand take. And then in that case, if our hand is moving by 280 degrees, how much will minute hand move? So minute hand will move 3360 minute spaces. In the same time, the hour hand is going to move 280 spaces. Now, at what time between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, both the hour hand and minute hand will coincide with each other. So basically, if they are coinciding, what did we learn? We learned that the angle is 0. So 11 by 2m minus 30h. So again, it is between 3 and 4. So 0 is equal to 11 by 2m. We need to determine the m minus 30 into 3. So 0 is equal to 11 by 2m minus 90. So if we shift 90 this side, 90 is equal to 11m by 2. Then we have again 180 is equal to 11m. So once we divide this, we will get 16/4 by 11. So at 3 hours, that is 3 o'clock, 16 minutes, 4 and a half, 16, 4 by 11 minutes, the two hands will coincide with each other. So then here the answer is option B. Now, how many degrees will the minute hand move in the same time in which the second hand will move? 4,800. So again, this is similar to the one that we just saw. So second hand to move 360 degrees, it takes 1 minute or 60 seconds. And minute hand. Minute hand to move 360 degree, it takes 1 hour or 60 minutes. Now, what are we understanding? So, if the second hand is moving for 4,800. So, now first let's convert this second hand into the same unit as the minute hand. So, in that case, second hand in 1 hour. In 1 hour, how much is it going to move? So, we can either do second hand into 1 hour or minutes hand in 1 minute. So what we understand here is in 1 hour, it will, that is in 60 minutes, it completes 360 degrees. So for 1 minute, how much does it complete? So 360 divided by 60. So in 1 minute, the minute hand covers 6 degrees per minute. Now, we need to understand if second hand is taking 60 seconds to cover 1 minute, then for 4,800, it is going to take how much? So what we need to understand is second hand, if it is taking 60 seconds to cover 1 minute, that is 360 degrees, then to cover 4,800, how many minutes it is going to take? So basically, you have to divide 4,800 divided by 360. So 4,800 divided by 360. So this will give us 13.33 minutes. Now 13.33 minutes, and now to get this into the minute calculation, we need to multiply it by 6. Why? Because second hand is taking 13.33 minutes to get to 4,800. So how much will minutes hand take, given that it takes 6 degrees per minute? So we have how many for per minute? It is 6 degrees. Then for 13.33 minutes, how many degrees it is going to be? So it is basically 13.33 into 6. That is nothing but rounding it off, we will get 80. So this is how we will be able to understand. So here, they've given a simple calculation saying 480 by 60 by is equal to 80, and 80 will be the answer. But the reason we took it up in detail is to understand the logic as to how did we get 480 divided by 60. That is nothing but 80. So this is what we do. So first we analyze and get a common ground. So what was the common ground here? Converting everything into minutes. That is per minute, how much will the second hand move and how much will the minute hand move? So we know that second hand will move 360 degrees every minute, and in case of minute hand, it is going to move 6 degrees every minute. So if second hand is taking 13.33 minutes to cover 4,800, then how much will the minute hand take? The minute hand will cover 80 degrees. So this is how we need to make an analysis between both of the equations that are given to us. Now, How many years have 29 days in February from 2001 to 2100? So firstly, how many years will this be? 100 years. So as we all know, we were also studying earlier. So 100 years will have 76 ordinary years and 24 leap years. So ideally, it should have been 25 leap years, but we know that every century is not a leap year except the 4th century. So we are going to ignore the 100th year. So the last leap year is going to be the year ending with 96. So in that case, there will be 24 leap years, and that is the number of years that will have 29 days in February. Now, 2012 January 1st is Sunday. Then which day is Independence Day of the same year? So in this case, what are we going to do? Firstly, we will analyze all the days. So here we have an explanation that is given to us. So January. So first, we will ignore the first one because we don't have to consider that. So January remaining days are 30. February remaining days are 29. March 31. April. So we have January, February, March, April, May, June, July and August. So now August, why are we taking only 15 days? Because we want the Indian Independence Day, that is 15th of August. So this is giving us a total of 227. Now 227 divided by 7. So let's divide that. 227 divided by 7. So we have 17. 17 twos are 14. So we have 3 days in reminder. So now 3 days in reminder, this will be the odd days. So odd days from Sunday. So let's ignore Sunday because if you see here, we have already ignored the Sunday here. So it will be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So 15th August is going to be Wednesday. So this is how we need to calculate any given date whenever we have a particular date given to us. Now, which year has the same calendar as 1700 or a 1700? So now let's have a look at the explanation. So 1700, 1701, 1702, 1703, 1704, 1705. Now, all of these will have one odd days because they are ordinary years. So ordinary years have 365 days, which means one odd day. This is a leap year. This is an ordinary year. So now let's see the number of odd days. We have 1 here, 1 here, 1, 2 here, 1 here. So now how much does this add up to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you see here, a week is completed here. So after 1705, in the next year, 1706, the week will start in the same manner that a week has started in the case of 1700. So basically what we have to understand is for 2 years to have the same starting date, the odd day should be 0. Basically, there should be no gap between the weeks. So in this case, if we start with 1700 and if we count the odd days, so what did we learn earlier? Ordinary year will have 1 odd day and leap year will have 2 odd days. So given that calculation, we have 1 odd days until 1703. In 1704, we have 2 odd days. 1705, we have 1 odd day. So in 1705, we have the 7th odd day that is completing. So all of these combined together, we have 7 odd days, which is nothing but 1 week. So then the next year will start afresh in the same manner 1700 has started. So 1706 will have the same year, same calendar as 1700. And by same calendar, we mean that if 1st January, say for example, starts on Monday in the year 1700, then even in the year 1706, the 1st of January will start on a Sunday. Next. If Arun's birthday is on May 25th, which is a Monday, and his sister's birthday is on July 13th, which day of the week is his sister's birthday? So in the same manner, like we saw the previous questions, let's analyze it in the same manner. So now May 25th is a Monday. So now days from May 25th to July 13th. So in May, after 25th, we have 6 days that are remaining. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 6 days. So we always ignore the day that we are counting it from. We start from the next day. We also saw in the 1st January example. In January, we have taken only 30 days and not 31 because we are ignoring the 1st of January. So in May, we have 6 days that are remaining. June has a total of 30 days and July has 13 days. Why? Because the birthday is on July 13th. So if you see here, it is 49. Is 49 divisible by 7? Yes, it is perfectly divisible. That is 7 weeks. It means that there is no difference between May 25th and July 13th. And that means that July 13th will be the same day that is May 25th. And May 25th is a Monday. And hence July 13th is also going to be a Monday. Next. March 1st is Wednesday. Which month of the same year starts with the same day? So now for us to understand if in given any year, so if we want to understand which year starts with the same day, which month starts with the same day, there has to be no odd days in between. So basically 1 week has to be completed. So now let's see in case of March 1st. So if March 1st is Wednesday, which month of the same year starts with the same day? So now let us always, so we always need to understand this in the sense of odd days. So in March, there are 31 days, which means 28 plus 3. So 28 is 4 weeks and 3 additional days. So we have 3 odd days. April has 30 days, so that's why 2 odd days. May has 31 days, 3 odd days. June has 30 days, 2 odd days. July has 31 days, 3 odd days. August has 31 days, 3 odd days. September has 30 days, 2 odd days. October has 31 days, 3 odd days. So now here we need to add up and see where is it we are getting a multiple of 7. So why are we looking at a multiple of 7? That will constitute a week and there will be 0 odd days, and then that month will have the same starting day as March. So now we have 3 plus 2, 5. 5 plus 3, 8. 8 plus 3, 10. 10 plus 8 plus 2, sorry, 10. 10 plus 3, 13. 13 plus 3, 16. 16 plus 2, 18. 18 plus 3, 21. So if you see here, 21 is something. Out of all of these numbers, the first number that is divisible by 7 is 21, which means that 3 weeks will be completed. So the next month onwards will be the same manner in which March of the year is started. So basically, October is complete. So until October, we have odd days. Then from November, we are not going to have odd days. So that is why November will start with the same day in the same manner that March has started. So November 1st is going to be a Wednesday. So this way, to quickly summarize both clock and calendar concepts. So when we are having a look at the clock concept mainly focuses on the minute spaces and the angles between the two hands. And when we talk about the calendar concept, most of the equations and formula will be based on your odd days. So use the concept of odd days and understand how many odd days each month has, each year has, every 100th year has beforehand itself, so that at the time of solving the question, it all comes handy to you. So coming to the next topic, so far we were learning the clock and calendar concept. So the next concept is the cause and effect reasoning. So in this type of reasoning, each question contains 2 statements and the students have to find out the relationship between the 2 statements. Here the students have to test whether the statements are related to each other or not. Read them and choose the best option that describes the relationship. So there is not going to be a perfect option, but you need to choose the best out of whatever is given. These types of problems judge the reasoning and analytical power of the students. Therefore, candidates are advised to read the statement very well to arrive at a particular conclusion. So now, everybody should work hard. The only way to achieve success is to work hard. So now, statement 1 is the reason and statement 2 is the response. Statement 2 is the reason and statement 1 is the response. Both the statements are not dependent. Both the statements are the respondent of not dependent reasons, and both 1 and 2 are response of some common reasons. So if you see here, firstly, they are telling us to work hard. And secondly, they are saying if you need to achieve success, then you need to work hard. So work hard is the primary sentence here, and depending on that, you can achieve success. So the answer is option A, that is statement 1 is the reason. So that is, if you work hard, only then you will achieve success, and hence statement 2 is the response. So the correct answer is option A. So here in the statement 1, it talks about a generic statement. Working hard can be taken as a reason, but to describe it as a reason, there should be some response. So a reason will be valid only if there is a response. So response is shown in statement 2, that tells that through hard work, one can achieve success. Hence, it shows that statement 1 is the reason and statement 2 is the response. Now, coming to types of statements. So type 1 is these kinds of statements are about those cases where there will be a direct reason and response type of statement will be present in the question. So there will be a direct response and reason. The last example goes under this category. Now let's discuss another problem of the same kind. Apple has vitamin D that helps in boosting immunity. Doctor advised to eat an apple every day. So why is the doctor, what is the reason that the doctor is advising to eat apple? Because apple has vitamin D. So option 2, the statement 2 is a response of statement 1. So now statement 1 is the reason and statement 2 is the response. Statement 2 is the reason and 1 is the response. Both are not dependent reasons and they are not a response of dependent reason. So here both the statements 1 and 2 are response of some common reasons. Here, we can clearly see that the reason is statement 2. This is a reason to describe this response, which is statement 1, that tells the necessity of consuming an apple every day. So here, what the suggested solution says is that the reason doctor advised to eat an apple every day is because apple has a vitamin D that helps in boosting immunity. So this is the reason and this is a response. So answer is statement B. Now, under type 2, here we will discuss about those cases in which both statement will be the response of some common reason. So there will be one reason and there will be two statements arising out of that. So now, there has been a curfew in the city and 24 hours police patrolling is going on in the city. So if you understand, there is there would have been something that was happening because of which there is a curfew and because of which the police is also going across patrolling in the city. So statement 1 is the reason and statement 2 is the response. So is there a patrolling because there is a curfew? No, there is a curfew because something has happened and there is a patrolling because something has happened. Statement 2 is the reason and statement 1 is the response. Both the statements are the not dependent reasons. Both the statements are response of not dependent reasons and both the statements are response of some common reasons. Answer is option E, because there has been some incident that has happened because of which there is a curfew in the city and also patrolling is going on. Clearly, both the statements are directive towards a common reason. To simply thought, we can assume for some reason like a religious right can be a reason for this situation. Sometimes two statements are response of some non-dependent reasons. Let's try to analyze this. There has been a curfew in the city and doctors advise to eat an apple every day. So again, there is no relationship here. So they are not related at all to each other. So they are a response of something, but are they dependent reasons? No, they are not dependent reasons. One is reason, two is response, no. Two is reason, one is response, no. Both statements are on non-dependent reasons. Both statements are responses of non-dependent reasons. So either they could be non-dependent reasons or they could be responses of non-dependent reasons, and both are response of some common. So this cannot be because there is no common premise, and these are not reasons. So hence they are responses of non-dependent reasons. So now, types of causes. There can be different causes in the following categories. So there can be an immediate cause. So this is the cause that occurred the most recently. Consider the example of snowfall. Water is heated by the sun and it evaporates into the atmosphere. Once in the atmosphere, it cools down to a very low temperature and precipitates as snow. So there are a few causes that have led to snowfall. Most important being that the raindrops freeze in the low temperature. So if you see here, this is immediate. This is a circle that is continuously happening. The second one is principal cause. This is a main cause responsible for an event. The immediate cause may or may not be the principal cause. And then we have the independent cause, wherein this is the cause that is independent of the events. In other words, the effect and the cause may not have a direct relationship or any relationship at all. Immediate is the recurrence is almost immediate. Principal is there is a main cause. Independent is there could be no relation between the cause and the reason. So what are the possibility in cause and effect reasoning? The question on cause and effect reasoning are mainly decide on the candidate's ability to analyze a pair of given statements. Now, what are the 5 possibility? The fact that first statement is the effect that is mentioned in the second statement. That is, second statement expresses the cause that leads to the condition mentioned in the first. The contents of the first statement form the direct cause of the result. Both the statements express generalized results that may not be backed by a specific cause. Both the statements are independent, completely related to independent causes. The effects in which both the statements are given may be caused or triggered by a third unmentioned event, which may thus be called the common cause of the given events. So this could be the curfew and the patrolling example, wherein there was some one event, and as a result of this, the curfew and the patrolling of the police was happening, and that event is usually unmentioned. So it is a third unmentioned event. Next. Now, in each of the following questions, two statements numbered 1 and 2 are given. There may be a cause and effect relationship between both. These two statements may be the effect of the same or independent causes. These statements may be independent causes without having any relationship. Read both the statement in each question and mark your answer accordingly. So now give answer A if statement 1 is cause and statement 2 is effect. B if statement 2 is the cause and 1 is the effect. C, if both are independent causes. D is if both are effects of independent causes, and E is if they are effects of some common cause. Now, so say for example, the local traders associations urged all its members to close down their shops for a day to protest against the government's new tax policy. So now, and many shopkeepers decided to close down their shops for the day and gave a day off to their employees. So if you see here, there is one thing that is happening, that is there is a protest, and because of which the shopkeepers have closed their shops. So if you see here, this is the cause and this is the effect. That is because there is a protest, the shopkeepers have closed their shops. So in this case, the association's decision to go for a bandh on a massive scale to protest against the government new policy would have instigated the shopkeepers to keep their shops closed. Thus, one mentions the direct cause of the effect in two. Hence, the answer is A. Next. So again, here there are a few sample questions given. So answer will be A if one is the cause and two is the effect. B if two is the cause and one is the effect. C if both the statements are independent causes. D if they are responses to independent causes. And E if they are responses to some common cause. Now, the price of vegetables have been increased considerably during summer. There is a tremendous increase in the temperature during the summer, thereby damaging crops. So if you see here, why is price of vegetables increasing? Because of the heat during in summer. So if you see here, and what exactly is summer? It is nothing but increase in temperature. So you could see that this is the cause. There is an increase in temperature because of which there is summer, and because of this the price of vegetables have been increased. So it is answer B, wherein this is the cause and this is the effect. So to read the solution, clearly damage to crops due to high temperature may have resulted in a short supply of vegetables, and hence there is an increase in their prices. So coming to the next question. So police resorted to lathi to disperse the unlawful gathering of large number of people. The citizens forum called a general strike in protest against the police atrocities. So here it is very clear that the first one is the cause, that is police resorted to Rathi, and for that the citizens have called a general strike. It means that option A is satisfied, that is this is the cause, that is police using lathi is the cause, and this is the effect wherein the citizens forum has called a general strike. Next. So the answer is answer A. Clearly, okay, yeah. It is the aim of the city's civic authority to get air pollution reduced by 20%. The number of asthma cases in the city is constantly increasing. So if you see here, there is a problem statement here saying the asthma cases are increasing, and due to which the city's civic authority wants to get the air pollution reduced by 20%, which means that this is the cause and this is the effect. So the option is answer B. So if you see, let's just revisit the options once. Option one, first one is the cause, second one is the effect. Second one is the cause, first one is the effect. Both are independent causes, both are effects of independent cause, or both are effects of some common cause. So let's have a look at the next question. Now, the police authority has recently caught a group of housebreakers. The citizens group in the locality have started night vigil in the area. So here there is a no direct relationship between the two, but it looks like it is connected. So what would have happened is there would have been some attempt for a theft, and because of this the police has caught a group of housebreakers, and the citizens have also started night vigil in the area, which means that the answer is E, that is both are effect of a common cause. So both are effect of a common cause. So both the statements are clearly backed by a common cause, which is clearly an increase in the number of thefts in the locality. So hence the answer is option E. The university authority has instructed all colleges under its jurisdiction to ban use of phones. Majority of the teachers of the college signed a joint petition to the university complaining the disturbances caused by cell phone ringtones inside the classroom. So what has happened here? The teachers are being disturbed by the cell phone calls, and because of this, the university has banned the use. So this is the cause and this is the effect. And hence it is option B, that is the answer. Clearly, the universe decision came as a sequel to the complaint received by it from the college teachers against the use of mobile phone in the college premises. Coming to the next one. The government has recently fixed the fees for professional courses offered by unaided institutions, which are much lower than the fees charged last year. The parents of aspiring students launched a severe agitation last year protesting against the high fees. So it is very clear that there was a protest for high fees, and that's why the government has reduced the fees, which are much lesser than the larger year. So this is the cause. The protest was the cause, and the effect is reduction in the price. So answer B. The parents' protest against high fees being charged by the institutional led to the government to intervene and fix the fees at a more affordable level. Large number of people living in low-lying areas have been evacuated during the last days to safer places. The government has rushed in relief supply to the people living in the area. So although these two are not directly connected to each other, it seems that there is something that has happened because of which people have been evacuated, and government has also given relief supply. So this is option E, wherein these are effects of a common cause. So evacuating low-lying areas and rushing in relief is affected clearly that floods have occurred in the area or any natural calamity. So answer is option E. The performance of most of the students in the final exam of class 10th was excellent. Many teachers of the school left the school and joined private school. So here what has happened is the performance of government school students is good, and here they are saying that many teachers of the government school left the school and joined private school. So although these both are related to school, they are not directly related to each other, because first one talks about government school, second one talks about teachers leaving and joining private school. So these are effect of something, but they are effect of independent causes. So here let's have a look at this. The students of government schools performing well in examination and teachers of government school leaving their jobs are two separate situations that must have been triggered by independent clauses. So that's why the answer is option D. Majority of citizens in the locality belong to higher income group. The sales in the supermarket are comparatively much higher than in other locality. So why is the sale higher? Because the majority of citizens belong to a higher income group. So what we can infer from here is that the sales could be higher because this is from a much higher income group. So comparatively higher sales in a particular locality are indicating of the high paying capacity of the residents of that particular society. So here it could the answer is answer B. There is a considerable reduction in the number of people affected by waterborne disease in City A. The government has opened 4 new civil hospitals in City A in the beginning of the year. So again, these two are completely unrelated, and they also don't seem like effect of any cause. So that's why this is option C or option 3, wherein these are independent causes and they do not have any effect. So again, so now here it says that number of people affected by waterborne disease have reduced, and second one, government has opened up 4 hospitals. So although this is related to the health, these are unrelated to each other, and hence it is option C, which are depict sufficient and self-sufficient and independent events. So now, next one is the topic of coding and decoding. So when we come to coding, coding is a system of signals. This is a method of transmitting information in the form of codes or signals without it being known by a third person. So now the person who transmits the code or signal is called the sender, and the person who receives it is called the receiver. It is apparent with the name itself. Transmitted codes or signals are decoded on the other side by the receiver. This is known as decoding. So the sender sends across a code to the receiver, then the receiver will decode it. In questions on coding and decoding, a word is coded in a particular way and candidates are asked to code the other word in the same way. The coding and decoding tests are set up to judge the candidate's ability to decipher the rule that has been followed to code a particular word or message and break the code. Now, here there is one thing that we need to remember is the order of the English alphabet. So what we can do at the beginning of the exam, we could have this order written on one side. We can write it on the side. So every time we want to refer, we can quickly come back and refer to it. So forward order, and this is the backward order, and these are all the letters. So now observe the alphabets or numbers given in the code keenly. Find the sequence it follows, whether it is ascending or descending. Detect the rule in which these numbers follow and fill the appropriate letter, number, word in the blank given. So say for example, letter coding. So alphabets in a word are replaced by other alphabets according to a specific rule to know. So the common rule should be detected first. Some examples are given below. Z, Y, X, W are coded as A, B, C, D. So if you see here, it is going in the reverse order. So from last, which is backward position. So if you see here in forward position, Z is 26, Y is 25, X is 24, W, it is A, B, C, D, which means in the forward position. So similarly, S, T, U, V. So S, T, U, V, we have to look at the opposite. So first we saw Z, Y, X, W. So Z, Y, X, W were 26, 25, 24, 23. So what is S, T, U, V? 19, 20, 21, 22. So we need to see 19, 20, 21, 20. So it's HGFE. So answer is HGFE because we are looking at 19, 20, 21, 22 and not 22 to 19, but we are actually going from 19 to 22. So HGFE is the answer. Now, BCD is decoded as DEF. So in this case, true is decoded as. So if you see here, after B, after two spaces, there is D. After C, two spaces, there is E. And after D, two spaces, there is F. So true will be true. So after T, what are two spaces? V. After R, what are two spaces? T. After U, what are two spaces? W. And after E, what are two spaces? G. So this will be the answer. VTWG. So VTWG is our answer. Now, Hyderabad is coded as this, then Chennai is coded as. So if you see H has become I, Y has become X, D has become E has become D, R has become S, A has become Z. So one is going forward and one is going backward. So if you see one forward, one backward. So firstly, H became I means +1, Y became X is -1. So Chennai C will become D, H will become the -1. So G, E will become F, N will become the -1, M. Then again there is M which will become O, A will become Z and I will become J. So this is the code that is the answer. So D, G, F, M, O, Z, J. So here this is the answer. Now, number coding. In each alphabets or words assigned to the numeric values, we should observe the given letters and assigned values and use the same rule to find the value of a given code. So some example are apple is coded as 25563. Rang is coded as 7148. Then purple is coded as what? So in this case, if you see A is 2, P is 5, L is 6, E is 3, R is 7, U is 1, N is 4, and G is 8. So now we want purple. So purple, P is 5, U is 1, R is 7, P is again 5, L is 6, and E is 3. So this is the code. So we just need to understand from the examples that are given and accordingly form the code. So 51563 is the code. In a language A is coded as 1, B is coded as 2. So if you see, it is in the actual order only. Then FACE is coded as. So F is A, B, C, D, E, F. Sixth word. A is the first word, C is the third letter, and E is the fifth letter. So it will be 5. So 6135. Now, push is coded as 1, 2, 3, 4. Rough is coded as 65274. Then soup. So this is the initial example of apple and purple that we saw. So S is 3. O is nothing but 5. U is 2. And P is 1. So the answer is 3521. So we need to understand the sequence in which the numbers have been set and accordingly decoded. Next, substitution. In this section, an object names are substituted with different object names. We should carefully trace the substitution and answer the given question. Some examples are given below. Book is pencil, pencil is mirror, and mirror is book. Then what is useful to write on a paper? So now if you see here, book is nothing but pencil, pencil is nothing but mirror, and mirror is nothing but book. Now what do we want to know? What is useful to write on a paper? So we usually write using pen or pencil. So what is pencil? Actually, it is coded as mirror. So answer will be mirror. So instead of directly saying pencil, we are saying mirror because pencil is coded as mirror. Man is coded as women, Woman is coded as girl, girl as boy, and boy is worker. Then 6 years female is known as. 6 years female. Female is nothing but a girl. So in that case, girl is also a boy. So the answer is a boy. So if we would have said probably a 25-year-old female, then that would have become woman and the answer would have been girl. But here it is a 6 years female, which means it is a small girl and a girl is coded as a boy and hence the answer is a boy. Now, red is blue, blue is white, white is yellow, yellow is orange, orange is pink. Then what is the color of the sky? So now color of the sky usually is blue. But what is blue coded as? It is coded as white. So the answer is white. Now, in a certain code, computer is written as RFU, VQ, and PC. So now, what is the code that is given here? So now, let us analyze this. So if you see here, COMPUTER is written as RFU, VQ, and PC. So in this case, we need to have a look at the alphabets. So in this case, let's have a look at the solution. The letter of the words are written in reverse order, and except the first and the last letter, all letters are moving one step forward. So if you see here, except the first and the last letter, so these two have been reversed, right? So instead of C and R, it has become R and C. So this will be, consistent or in the same manner as it was there earlier. Now, O has become P. M has become N, P has become Q, U has become V, T has become U, and E has become F. So in a reverse order, it is going. So in this case, M and E will be exchanged. So it will be E and M. So instead of E, it will become F here. Then instead of D, it will become E. Sorry, instead of D, it will become E. Yes, instead of I, it will become J. Instead of C, it will become D. Instead of I, again J. And instead of M, it will become M. So the answer here is, sorry, this will become O because there is a N here. So the answer here is option D, that is EOJDJEFM. So if you see here, first and last letter were reversed as it is, and the rest were used in the next letter. So the next letter of O was written here, P, next letter of M. So it was going in the reverse order. So this is how we need to decode it. Now, in a code language, A is written as B, B is written as C, C is written as D. So basically, it is a +1 that is happening. Then how will smart be written? So after S comes T, after M comes N, after A comes B, after R is S, and after T is U. So which one is the option? Answer is option C. Now, in a certain code, ripple is written as this and life is written as this. How is pillar written in that code? So for pillar, what is P here? P is 3. So we have 3. What is I? I is 1. So even if you see in the life, I is 1. L is 8. So if you see here, L is 8. Then what is E? E is the last one, that is 2. Here also it is 2. And R is the first one, which is 6. So the answer is this. 318826. One second. In a certain word, flower is coded as 36, sunflower is coded as 81. Then how do we code follow? So now we have flower that is coded as 36. Then we have sunflower which is coded as 81. Then how to code follows? So if you see here, flower has 6 letters. So 6 square is 36. Sunflower has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 letters, that is 9 square is 81. Similarly, what is the word that we are looking at? Follows. So FOLLOWS. This is 7 letters. So 7 square is nothing but 49. So the answer is 49. So this way we may have to get an inference between both words as well as letters. So this is 6 square actually. 6 square is 92, 9 square is 81, and 7 square is 79. Here. Yes. In a certain code, il be P means roses are blue, seek he means red flowers, P mit he means flowers are vegetables. How is red written in that code? So if you see here, red is nothing but il be P. So let's write this down. Il be P is roses are blue. Then next is seek he. Seek he means red flowers. So our answer is right here. That is, how is red written in that code? So red is written as sick. So sick is the answer. In a certain code language, Dugo Hu Mulzo stands for work is very hard. This is for bingo is very smart. So even if you, let's look at the question directly. Which of the following word stands for bingo? So here, let us see what are the different words. So Dugo Hulmok is work is very hard. Pure Dugo Baki is bingo is very smart. Nana Bulldog is cake is hard. And Mulgiku is smart and hard. So which of the following words stands for bingo? So if you see, it is the first word that is. So let us have a look at the code sentence. From second code and its center, neither by is repeated nor bingo. So in this case, this is work very hard. This is bingo is very smart. This is cake is hard and mulgi ku is smart and hard. So actually the option answer for bingo is hui. So there is no option at all. So answer actually is hui. So this should be the answer ideally. It is not any of the above. Now, if rain is called water, water is called air, air is called cloud, cloud is called sky, sky is called sea, and it is called road. Where do aeroplanes fly? So we know aeroplanes fly in the sky, but what is sky called? It is called sea. So sea will be the answer. Now, if orange is called lemon, lemon is flower, flower is fish, fish is tail and tail is pen, then what is rose? Then in that case, what suits rose the best here? So now orange is lemon. This is not related to a rose. Lemon is called flower. Flower is called fish. So rose is a flower. So hence rose will be called as a fish. So the answer is option D. In a certain code language, this means shirt is clean. This means clean and neat. So if you see here, there will be certain words which have certain characters assigned. And A means a neat boy. So in this case, what is the code for and in that language? So now this is shirt is clean, this is clean and neat, and this is a neat boy. So if you see here, this hash stands for clean and at stands for neat and D stands for and. So what is and? D is nothing but and. And how did we decide this? Here, having a look at this. So D is nothing but and. The code for the and is nothing but D. So we just have to see the placement of the characters and understand it accordingly. Okay, next. If A stands for plus, B stands for minus, C stands for X, what is the value of, okay. So now our answer is 10, C is what? X. So 10 into 4, A. What is A? A is plus 4 into C. Again, C is X, 4 into C, B 6, B is minus into 6. So we have 40 plus 16 minus 6. So we have 40 plus 10. So the answer is 50. So 50, option B is the answer in this case. So this is with respect to coding and decoding that form a part of the chapter. Next, topic 5 is deriving conclusion from passages. So in this section of logical deduction, the question consists of a brief passage, usually a report containing certain data regarding some social or economic problem, followed by certain inferences based on it. The candidate is required to analyze the content or data of the passage and grasp the desirable facts from it. So there will be a passage that will be given, and based on that, we need to decide our answers. Then he has to consider each of the given inferences in the context of the given passage, decide upon its degree of truth or falsity, and then choose the best alternative provided accordingly. So now let us understand how do we solve this. So read the following passage and examine each inference given below in the context of this passage. So mark your answer if A, if the inference is definitely true, Probably true, data is inaccurate, inference is definitely probably false and definitely false. So now, here, example 1. The WHO has called for improved surveillance to combat dengue and says that the outbreak can be controlled in 2 weeks if all necessary steps are taken to stop the mosquitoes from breeding and break the transmission cycle. Dengue is already the most widespread mosquito-borne disease among humans. In the past 15 years, outbreak in South and Southeast Asia have been rapidly rising, mostly due to the falling environmental and public health standards during urbanization. So WHO reports state that severe forms of disease such as hemorrhagic fever and shock syndrome are putting 2.5 million people at risk worldwide each year. Importantly, 95% of DCF cases are among children less than 15 years. Therefore, the disease has major impacts on public health and future generations. So now, what is it that out of all of these 5 given cases, which is the one which is the most prominent? Yes. So here, there are 5 options that are given here. If a rate of urbanization in South Asia is controlled, outbreaks of all diseases could be reduced. So here, what it is saying is that if the urbanization is controlled, then the outbreak can be reduced. So what is it that the paragraph is saying? Now, there has to be improved surveillance to combat dengue, and they are saying that the dengue is the most common mosquito-borne disease among Asia, and then the outbreak have been increased rapidly due to falling environmental and public health standards during urbanization. So if you are saying, here is our answer for the first question, outbreak is increasing due to urbanization. So if rate of urbanization is controlled, outbreak of the diseases are reduced. So this is true. But is it probably true or definitely true? This is probably true, because it is not necessary that if urbanization is reduced, the outbreak will also be reduced. So this statement is probably true. So if you see here, there is a conclusion here which states that it is mentioned in the passage that outbreaks in South and Southeast Asia have been rapidly rising, mostly due to falling environmental and public health standards. Hence, this is probably true. World Health Organization has not collected data of outbreak of dengue in the past. So actually it has collected data. So this statement is neither true nor false, and hence it data is inadequate. Now, there was no outbreak of dengue in the European countries in the recent past. So now there is actually no mention of European countries in the passage at all. They're just focusing on Asian and South Asian countries. Hence, even in this, the data is inadequate. Over the last decade, South Asian countries have not successfully stepped up the mechanism to combat dengue. So this is not true, because what happens is we have mentioned that they are taking necessary steps. So World Health Organization has called for improved surveillance so that the dengue outbreak can be controlled in 2 weeks. So this it is mentioned in the passage that cases of outbreak are rapidly increasing. This means that adequate steps have not been taken. It has to be taken. So here, WHO has called for surveillance, but have the countries taken the action? The countries have not taken the action, and hence this answer is definitely true. DSS type dengue seems mostly to be affecting the adults. So here, actually, the data is inadequate because we do not know. They have mentioned about DHF cases and mentioned that this is for kids, but they're not talking about DSS, and hence the data is inadequate. So it is not like we need to have the most perfect answer to the questions, but based on what is provided for in the paragraph, we need to answer it accordingly. Now, so there are a certain sample questions here which we will go through. So now let's read the following passage and examine each inference given below in the context of this passage. Again, definitely true, probably true, inadequate, probably false, definitely false. So now, procurement of wheat is in full swing in the northwestern states of India. By June end, public agencies are likely to end up with food grain stock of about 40 to 42 million tons. So procurement is in full swing, and they've also given the ton how much procurement will be done, the highest ever witnessed in the history of this country. This stock should be more than sufficient to ensure that the country's food security is not endangered, even if India faces 2 consecutive droughts. But strangely enough, while the granaries overflow, there is still widespread hunger in the country, even without a drought. The estimates of poverty are being debated, but broadly, 1/3 of India seems to remain underfed. And this coexistence of grain surpluses with the a large scale hunger, and it should make any serious policymaker think and examine the existing policy mix with a view to ensure faster economic and reduction in poverty. So although there is a lot of procurement happening, still 1/3 of India remains unfed, and with so much surpluses, how is it that hunger still exists in the country? So now there are various statements that is given to us based on this particular paragraph. So let's analyze them. So now the policymakers in India are unaware of prevalent hunger. So it's not like they're completely unaware, but the statement is also not false, because in spite of having a surplus, they're still unaware. So this statement could be probably true. So the option is answer B. So that is probably true. This statement could be probably true. So how is it? The statement policymakers in India are unaware of prevalent hunger. While the granaries overflow, there is still widespread hunger in the country, indicates a lackening on the part of the policy makers. That is, the policy makers are not making strategic use of the grains that are available. Hence, it is quite probable that they are unaware of the prevalent hunger. Thus, the given inference is probably true. Next. India always maintains food grain stocks to withstand 2 consecutive droughts. So now it is mentioned in the passage that current food grain stock is highest ever witnessed. This is quite probable that the stocks are not always maintained. So here, at the face of it, we will feel like this is probably true or definitely true. But in the given question, we need to pay attention to the fact that here, currently this stock, so this time what stock is being stored is more than sufficient for 2 consecutive droughts. But does that mean all the time it is sufficient? Not necessarily. So this could not be probably true, or it could be probably false. So it is mentioned in the passage that current food grain stock is the highest ever witnessed by the country. Thus, it is quite probable that such stocks are not always maintained. Hence, the given inference is probably false. Why so? Because we are talking about current food grain stock, and the question is asking about always, whether always this is the scenario or not. Next, the distribution of food grains to the masses has remained a problem area for India. Obviously, because here it is saying that northwestern region, the procurement is very high, but still there remains to be poverty. So this is definitely true. So now, the phrase coexistence of grain surpluses with large-scale hunger in the passage clearly implies the given fact. Hence, the inference is definitely true. Now, India's food grain stock has been satisfactory over the past few years. So, what we are talking about is the current situation, how the current situation is, how it is over the stock. But over the past few years, we don't have enough data to even figure this out. So, in this case, nothing about the previous year's food grain stock of the country has been mentioned, only the current situation. Therefore, the data is inadequate. Now, more than 30% of India do not even get 2 meals per day. So if you see here, 1/3, there's a mention of 1/3. 1/3 of India seems to be remain unfed. So 30% is nothing but almost equal to 1/3. And hence this inference is definitely true, because there is a mention of this in the passage. The policy of India needs to be revamped to reduce the extent of poverty in the country. So this is definitely true, because we understand that even with surplus, how is the 1/3 of the country remaining unfed? So this is definitely true. Next. India at present is one of the countries in the world to have sufficient food for people. Now, let us have a look at the paragraphs and see if there is anything of this sort that is mentioned. So the first one, it talks about, let's see this, there is this line that is marked here. This stock should be more than sufficient to ensure that the country's food security is not endangered. And even with the grains overflow, the drought will not affect them, even if there are 2 consecutive droughts. So this says that India at present is one of the countries to have sufficient food. So which is true, because firstly it is talking about the current situation, and secondly it is saying that it has sufficient food for people, because this food is stored in such a way that 2 consecutive droughts also nothing will happen. So this is definitely true. This stock should be more than sufficient to ensure that the country's food security is not endangered. This clearly supports the given inference. Hence, the given inference is definitely true. Next. So let's have a look at another question. Now, direction for question number 8 to 10. Now, Economic liberalization and globalization have put pressures on Indian industry, particular on the service sector, to offer quality product and services at low cost with high speed. Organizations have to compete with unequal partners from abroad. It is well recognized that developing countries are India are already behind other technology countries same in many areas, although some of them, particularly India, boast of huge scientific and technical manpower. In addition to this, if an entrepreneur or industrialist has to spend a lot of his time, money, and energy in unpredictable services and in negotiating with the local bureaucracy, it can have significant dampening effect on the business. So now, official formalities are less cumbersome in all countries except India. So let's have a look at this. So now, what we are talking about is how economic and liberalization have put pressure on Indian industry. That is, you have to compete with sellers from abroad, and developing countries like India are behind technologically, something that they are focusing on. And they're also talking about how entrepreneurs are supposed to spend a lot of time on unpredictable services. So now the first question is, official formalities are less cumbersome in almost all countries. So in the entire paragraph, there is no mention of official formalities, and hence the answer will be option C, because there is not enough data available. Next, India is present to some extent at par with developing countries in terms of technological development. So we clearly saw that India is backward. So here it mentions that developing countries like India are already behind other countries technologically in many areas, although some of them, particularly India, boast huge scientific and technical manpower. So, and the first phrase, if you have a look at the first phrase, you will be like, this sentence is definitely true, that definitely false, that India is at par with the developed countries. But the catch is in the next part of the sentence. In most of the cases, it is technologically behind, but some of the cases there is huge scientific and technical manpower. So this case is this statement is probably false. So now, because India is nowhere at par with the developed countries for technological development. It is mentioned in the passage that though India boasts a huge technical manpower, yet it lacks other countries in technology. So since India is a developing country, it still lacks in technology, and thus it is quite probable that India is in no way at par with the developing countries, and hence the statement is probably false. Next, foreign companies are more equipped than domestic companies to provide quality services in a good time. Here again, the answer is definitely true, because if you see in the paragraph. So let's go back to the paragraph. Economic liberalization and globalization have put services for Indian industry, particularly on service sector, to offer quality products. Organizations have to compete with unequal partners from abroad. It means that India is still developing and the partners are unequal, which means that they are more developed than India. So if we are talking about foreign companies being more equipped, then the answer is definitely true. Yes. The next topic is a drawing of inferences. So inference is a statement about the unknown made on the basis of the known. So there will be some factors which will be known, based on which we will make a statement on something that is unknown. So now inferences are evidence-based guesses. That is, they are the conclusion a reader draws about the unsaid based on what is actually said. So there is something that will be actually said, and there will be something that is unsaid. So based on something that is actually said, you will draw conclusion on what is unsaid. Inferences drawn while reading are much like inferences drawn in everyday life. So if your best friend comes in from a blind date and looks utterly miserable, you would probably infer that the date was not a success. So there was a known fact that he is going on a blind date, and then there is a fact that he looks miserable. So you are drawing an inference that the date was not a success. Drawing inferences while you read requires exactly the same willingness to look at the evidence and come to a conclusion that has not been expressed in words. Only in reading, the evidence for your inference consists solely of words rather than actual events, expressions, or gestures. To pull meaning from the page, readers need to draw all kinds of inferences. They need to infer the main ideas, figure out how the sentences and paragraphs relate, connect supporting details to the main ideas. So first one, they'll have to pick up the main ideas, and then also the supporting ideas. the main ideas, the ideas supporting the main ideas, and then understand the function of allusions, that is references to people and events that are used to make a point, and determine how visual aids contribute to the author's message. This is just a partial or an indicative list. While it's commonly assumed that writers supply every word readers need to construct meaning, nothing could be further from the truth. Readers almost always help create the text they read. Those readers who do not draw inferences to fill in the gaps are likely to miss or misunderstand the meaning intended by the author. So there could be chances wherein the author has not specifically mentioned everything in the text. So in that case, it is the reader's responsibility to draw the inference, because if he does not do so, then there are chances that there will be some gap in understanding. So now, for an illustration of how important inferences are to communication between the reader and writer, read the following sentence. After reading that Paris Hilton told an interviewer how the beauty of her hit song, Stars Are Blind, made her want to cry, I couldn't help off thinking of a quotation from Mark Twain. Man is the only animal that blushes or needs to. To understand that sentence, readers need to draw at least 3 essential inferences. So now, first one is that how Paris Hilton and her song Stars Are Blind made her want to cry. And second one, Mark Twain, where he says that man is the only animal that blushes or needs to blush. So there are 3 inferences. First one, the author thinks that the song is just awful. Second one, Mark Twain thought that only humans blushed because they were the only ones who did things they needed to be ashamed of. Or the author makes a connection between Hilton and Twain because she thinks Paris Hilton is one of those humans who should blush from shame. So they have connected these two and the author has written. Note as well how the author expects reader to infer that from the antecedent for the pronoun her is Paris Hilton. So we are assuming that, we are inferring that her is nothing but Paris Hilton. Linking pronouns to antecedents is one of the most common kind of inferences the readers are expected to draw on a consistent basis. Now, what do you need to know about inferences? So there are logical and illogical inferences. So both logical as well as illogical inferences are there. So inferences that fit the rest of the text and inferences that don't. Make sure your inference has the right fit by relying on the author's word more than your own words or feelings or opinions, because author is the person who has written the text. So you need to rely more on what they have provided to you. To give you an obvious example, if the writer uses glowing language to describe the presidency of Bill Clinton, but never states an opinion of the Clintons year in office, you probably shouldn't infer that the writer is a Clinton critic just because you yourself thought Bill Clinton was a terrible president. So in this case, what happens is that here they are describing the presidency of Bill Clinton, but they are not saying how he has passed, how he has passed so many years in the office. So you have to solely infer from what the writer has provided to you and not what is your opinion. So first one, think of inferring implied ideas as two-step process moving from part to whole. So your first step is to understand what each sentence contributes to your knowledge of the topic. Next, ask yourself what are the sentences that combine as a group to suggest. The answer to that question is the implied main idea of the paragraph. So now, firstly, what each sentence suggests, and then you have to move on to what the group suggests. So first, you have to focus on what the sentence suggests, and then you have to focus on what the group suggests. Now, if you draw an inference about the main idea, check to see if your inference is contradicted by any statements in the paragraph. Now, there is a main idea and there will be collateral ideas. Now, based on the main idea, if you have drawn any inference, you also need to understand and make sure that it is not contradicting with any other sentences that are mentioned in the paragraph. That if it is, you have probably drawn an illogical inference, one that does not follow from the information given. With particularly difficult readings, see if you can actually identify the language or statements that led you to the main idea you inferred. This kind of close reading is a great inference check. It also gives you practice doing the kind of thoughtful reading that guarantees a remembering. So it is, you have to focus on the main idea, and once you have inferred what the main idea suggests, then based on that, you need to make sure that it is not contradicting any collateral idea as well. So next, transitions such as consequently, next, in summary, definitely help readers make connection between sentences and paragraphs. So it will give you a bifurcation as to where one paragraph ends and where another paragraph starts. Transitions are the considerate author's way of saying this is a connection you need to make between what you just read and what is coming up. So what would have happened? So consequently, so what will happen? It will give you a pause that until here, this is what the story held. Upcoming is so and so. So it will help you pause and make a connection between what you have already read versus what is coming up. So now, however, transitions are not as commonly used as readers might like. It's often the reader's job to supply sentence and paragraph connections. In other words, it is the reader's job to draw the right inference. If a sentence doesn't open with a transition, and a good many won't, make sure you know how the sentence you are reading connects to the ideas that came before. So every time there won't be a clear indication or a demarcation saying this is where there is a transition. Sometimes it will be implied. That is, while reading, you need to understand the same. Pay especially close attention to sentence openers. That's where you will often get the clues you need to infer relationship between sentences and paragraphs. So every sentence opener, so this could also be a sentence opener, consecutively, next, and in summary. So you need to understand which are the sentence openers, and then you will be able to infer between the sentences and the paragraphs. Next. Be on the lookout for key allusions or idioms, expressions that might seem completely out of place to those just learning the language, but which will make sense to those grew up hearing this expression. Example, she loved her job. The money was the icing on the cake. So icing on the cake here doesn't have to be in the literal sense. It means that in addition to loving her job, she's also getting paid for it. So hence the money is the icing on the cake. Allusions and idioms often suggest meanings that are central to the author's message. For instance, if the writer says that the shotgun marriage between the unions and the management dissolved once the war was over. So you can infer that union and management are working together because they were forced to by necessity. However, the writer doesn't say anything about being either side or forced by necessity. Instead, she uses an idiom and expects reader to draw the correct inference. Next, if the text includes visual aids, but neither the title nor the caption tells you how to relate to the author meanings, take time to figure out the relationship between the text and the graphics. So you should take time to figure out. Inferring relationship between the author's words and visual aids will deepen your overall understanding of the point or the points being made. You will also have two ways, one verbal and one visual, to anchor information. So it is known that any information that we store in the form of a visual memory stays longer with us than the textual memory. So in that case, verbal as well as visual, both information will be captured, and which will help in like long-term memory. To get you started thinking about inferences, here are a few warm-up exercises. If you sail through these, you can find more of the online practice for reading. So now let us have a look at let us have a look at all the examples that have been given here. Now, each item in this exercise describes a famous person. It is your job to infer the name of the person described. So now, a small town lawyer from Illinois, tall and lanky with an Adam's apple that could have never gone down in the Guinness Book of Records had it existed in the 19th century. Nevertheless, he changed the face of American history, steering it through a civil war that left both sides bloody. Who knows what more he could have done had an assassin bullet not cut him down. So now he had a big Adam's apple and he steered the nation through a civil war. So these are the two things. So here we have the answer as Abraham Lincoln. So why is that he steered through the country wall? Explanation. Lots of people have big Adam walls, but America has had only one civil war and Abraham Lincoln formed a part of it. So that's why we are focusing on Abraham Lincoln. So now, if you see here, the clues are Adam's apple, and he changed the face of American history, steering it through a civil war that left both the sides bloody. So here, civil war is the key here because America has had only one civil war. And the person who was there throughout it all was none other than Abraham Lincoln. So this is how you infer. So based on the facts that are given, you draw an inference and make a conclusion. So the first one is Abraham Lincoln. Yes. So now, glittering and shaking to the strains of Proud Mary. So for us to be able to infer and analyze this, we need to know these personalities. We need to have a background on them. Only then we will be able to understand. So now, glittering and shaking to the strains of Proud Mary, this lady ruled the stage in the 60s. So first one is that there is a presence of a stage. This is one thing. So she should be some sort of a performer. But Ike ruled the roost until she walked out the door. It took her almost a decade to get back on the top, but she still remains one of pop's great divas. So she is in the pop industry. She looks like she is a singer. Closing in on 60, she can still belt out rock and roll with singers half her age. So again, there is a clear indication that she is a singer. And Simply the Best just may qualify as her own personal theme song. So now, the person described here is, we have a space here. In drawing the appropriate inference, which information is more useful? So now she ruled the stage, but Ike ruled the roost, and she was a popular singer in the 60s. So these are the two main lines from which we need to draw inference. So again, the answer is Tina Turner. So she was a famous pop singer and she ruled the stage. Here, this clue is very, very important. That is, there were many popular women singer in the 60s, but only one was linked to a domineering husband named Ike, and that was none other than Tina Turner. So this way, firstly, we need to have a knowledge of what this person is, and depending on the facts of the cases, we need to draw an inference out of it. So next, so there's a second exercise. So the first one was to guess the name of the famous person. Let us look at the second one. Directions. For each situation, draw what you think is an appropriate inference. So now, you have just gotten a pit bull puppy from an animal shelter. He's lovable but nervous. If you raise him your voice for any reason, he cowers and trembles. If you scold him, he hides. When you got him from the shelter, he had a slight limp and a deep scratch across his nose. So in this case, what happens is that if you see here, this particular pit bull puppy was picked up from an animal shelter and he is lovable. So there is an indication that he is lovable, but the subsequent sentences indicate that he is very sensitive. So if you see here, if you raise your voice for any reason, he cowers and trembles. If you scold him, he hides. And when you got him from the shelter, he had a slight limp and a deep scratch. So there are two things that we can infer from for here. Firstly, the dog is a little scared because it is moving to a new house. That could be one inference. The second one is he was injured. He was injured earlier to you picking it up because he had a slight lip and a deep scratch. Or it could also be that he was probably hit by someone and that's why he is scared and he also has a limp and a scratch on his nose. So inferences is something that is not, universally applicable. It depends on your understanding of the scenario. We also have another one wherein you are a high school student sitting in a class when a substitute teacher walks in and announces that your regular teacher is ill. Everyone in the class, including you, erupts in applause because obviously the teacher is not coming. The substitute raps his knuckle on the desk for order, but the students ignore him and talk louder. So what is going to happen in this case? So let us see the cases. There is a substitute teacher because original teacher, the actual teacher is not well. And here everybody gets excited and the substitute teacher tries to get the class in order, but the students ignore him. So what could be the inference here? The inference could be that the students are probably going to make use of this free hour that they have got, and they're also probably going to take advantage of the fact that their regular teacher is not here. So there are two inferences given to us based on these two cases. So for the first case of the puppy, the inference is that the puppy may well have been abused by its former owner. So like I was saying, there was some harm caused to the puppy because of which it is scared and also has a slight limp. Next. For the student and the substitute teacher, the students are going to take advantage of the substitute teacher because they are here. There is an indication that they are not paying attention to what the substitute teacher is saying. Next. Each item in this exercise introduces a topic. 6 specific statements about the topic follow. Read them carefully and then choose the most appropriate inference. Now, here the topic is Shakespeare in the 19th century America. And now here there are specific statements about the 19th century America. In the early 19th century, Shakespeare was the most widely performed playwright in both North and Southeast America. In the first half of 19th century, English and American actors could always earn money by performing Shakespeare in towns both big and small. American audiences were famous for their participation in performances of Shakespeare's play. They hurled eggs and tomatoes at the villains and cheered and whistled for the heroes. By the end of the 19th century, theatre owners claimed that the most ordinary people couldn't understand Shakespeare and they were refusing to stage his plays. In the early 1800s, theatre goers in big cities could often choose between three different productions of Macbeth or Romeo and Juliet. And by the end of the 19th century, it was it was hard to find one production of Shakespeare play, let alone several. So here what happened is there could be two things. So earlier in the initial 19th century, Shakespeare was so popular and that actors considered, acting in Shakespeare's play so that they know that they are doing well in their career. And then after that, it got so, people got so involved that whenever the hero would come, they would applause and applaud. And whenever the villain come, they would hurl egg and tomatoes. But then if you say, towards the end, owners claimed that the ordinary people could not understand, and hence it was difficult to find a single play of Shakespeare being projected. So now, here there are a few inferences that early American audiences embraced Shakespeare's play enthusiastically because they wanted to prove that they were as clever and sophisticated as their former British rulers. So this is on a deeper level. The inference has been drawn that this could be a replication of the control that their earlier British rulers had, and they wanted to prove that they can also do something. And second one is that the role of Shakespeare in America changed dramatically as the 19th century drew to a close. So like we saw, it was hard to find a production of Shakespeare's play, let alone several. Next, the medics in World War II. So now, during training for combat, the medics were often despised because most of them had refused to take up arms. The medics had their own barracks and were separated from combat soldiers who referred to them as pill pushers and laughed at their medical drills. In actual combat, it was often the medics who meant the difference between life and death for soldiers wounded in battle. They were the ones who braved gunfire to carry wounded soldiers to the hospital. So here we are talking about medics whose responsibility is to take care of soldiers who are wounded in battle and to ensure that they have reached the hospital. In many divisions, soldiers who had lived through combat took up collections in order to provide bonuses. Interviewing veterans of World War II, author Stephen Ambrose consistently heard from men who believed they owed their lives to some member of the medical corps. So here, not only the soldiers who have fought on the field, but also the ones taking care behind the field should deserve some credit. Now, the combat experience profoundly changed the way soldiers felt about the medical corps because earlier they used to laugh at them and now they have understood their importance. Despite their bravery in the Battle of World War II, medics never really received the respect that was due to them because everybody focuses more on the soldiers that are there out on the field rather than the ones doing all the work while the other soldiers are out on the field. Next. Read each paragraph, then choose the inference that would effectively sum up the main idea. So when World War II broke out in Europe in 1939, the United States was the only major power without a propaganda agency. Most important, despite prodding from England and France, the US had no plans to create one. During World War I, a government-based group known as the Committee for Public Information. So there is a Committee for Public Information that had successfully stirred up the public feeling against German Americans because Germany was at war with America. As a result, many innocent German American citizens had been insulted, beaten, and even lynched. In addition to a good portion of the American public still believed that United States had been tricked into entering World War I because of British propaganda. Distrustful of propaganda in general, there was little widespread support for a government agency dispensing it when the Second World War broke out. So here what we understood is that because of what happened during World War I, the America was suspicious of propaganda and not inclined to support its use when World War II first erupted. Aware of how German government was making propaganda to spread hate and violence, the American public was reluctant to make use of it at the beginning of the World War II. So this way, we need to analyze the situation in hand first and then accordingly decide if this is something that could be inferred from here. So let's go to the next exercise, that is read each paragraph, then choose the inference that could effectively sum up the main idea. So when World War II broke out in Europe in 1939, the United States was the only major power without a propaganda agency. More important, despite prodding from England and France, the US had no plans to create one, that is, create a propaganda agency. So during World War I, a government-based group known as the Committee for Public Information had successfully stirred up public feeling against German Americans because America was at war with Germany. As a result, many innocent German American citizens had been insulted, beaten, even lynched. In addition, a good portion of the American public still believed that States had tricked into entering the World War I because of the British propaganda. Distrustful of the propaganda in general, there was little widespread support for a government agency dispensing it when the Second World War broke out. So what could be the inferences here? So let's have a look at that. Because of what happened during World War I, the American public was suspicious of propaganda and not inclined to support its use when World War II was first erupted. And secondly, aware of how the German government was using propaganda to spread hate and violence, the American public was reluctant to make use of it at the beginning of the World War III. So here what has happened is there is an entire discussion on how US was without a propaganda agency and how later it moved to, and the rivalry between US and Germany as well. And as a result of this, what is it that the public at large was thinking? So this is what is being inferred from this example in hand. So this way, what we can do, firstly, we need to analyze the facts in case, go through them again, and based on that, at the first thought, what is the inference that we are having, we need to understand. So one thing that we can understand is that inferences cannot be the same for everybody because there will be certain missing gaps, information, and everybody perceives it in their own perception and in their own way. So inferences they are not hard-coded in a way wherein they have to be the same across all or they have to be universally the same. They could be different depending on the reader and the person who is inferring it. So next one. At his death in 1971, trumpeter Louis Armstrong was much loved as a celebrity. Yet, as a musician, he no longer commanded wide respect among the general public. So, as a celebrity, he was being celebrated, but as a musician, he was not very popular. To most people, he was the man with the toothy smile who made occasional appearances in television and movies, usually singing what had become his signature songs. Hello, Dolly, and It's a Wonderful World. Jazz enthusiasts, however, had another take on passing of Louis Armstrong's. So to them, he was the New Orleans-born musician who had, along with Bix Beiderbecke, introduced the solo to jazz. To them, he was the New Orleans-born musician. So what we are seeing first, there was a celebrity versus a musician popularity. And on the other hand, for jazz, he was the New Orleans-born musician who had, along with Bix Beiderbecke, introduced the solo to jazz. With records like Struttin' with Some Barbecue, I Am Not Rough, and Potato Head Blues, Louis became the first great jazz influence. At music critic Terry Teachout has written, Louis Armstrong was the player other players copied. So he was sort of a pioneer whom the other players copied. Still, at his death, few really knew what Louis had accomplished. In his honor, radio and television broadcasts played Hello Dolly, not West End Blues, in his 1928 recording that starts off with what may be the most famous horn solo in jazz. So now what we are understanding here, how jazz enthusiasts have a look at Louis and how the general public perceives Louis. So what can be the inference? A hero to the much of the jazz community, Louis Armstrong was forgotten by the general public at the time he died. So for the jazz community, he was a hero, but for general public, he was something who was forgotten. At his death, Louis Armstrong was a beloved celebrity whose spectacular achievements had been forgotten by all but devoted jazz fans. So if you see here, his personality as a celebrity was more appreciated than the musician by the general public. So at the death, the general public did not actually remember Louis Armstrong, but it was only the jazz enthusiasts who actually appreciated him. Next. In the movies, England's King Richard I, he of the Lion Heart and Robin Hood fame, is a hero of spotless reputation. In Hollywood's many versions of the Robin Hood story, for example, Robin worships good King Richard and would willingly die for him. So Robin worships Richard and would willingly die for him. History, however, offers a different slant on Richard's supposed goodness. In 1189, the Pope called for yet another crusade to take back the Holy Land of Jerusalem from the Muslim rule. Intent on the following the Pope's order, Richard combined forces with King Philip II of France. Together, they managed to take the town of Acre, a port on which now is Israel's northwestern coast. Attempting to blackmail the Muslim ruler Saladin into giving up sacred lands, Richard took 2,500 civilians hostage, many of them women and children. When Saladin refused, Richard promptly slaughtered every last one of the hostages. So here there is a case of the land wherein it is being divided between two people, that is whether it will be the King Richard or whether it will be the King Saladin. So based on this, Israel's people were taken in hostage, and in the end, when Saladin refused, Richard slaughtered every one of the hostages. So Richard the Lionhearted was not as pure of heart as the movies suggest. So what they're saying is, in movies he was shown, like if you see in the initial part of it, he was the Lionheart and the Robin Hood fame. He is a hero of spotless reputation. But if you see what actually happened in a real life, then in that case, he is not as reputed as he is in the movies. Next one. When Bonnie Parker met Clyde Barrow, she was 20 years old. Although she had been a rebellious child and a teenager, she had never broken a law in her life. The worst thing she had done, in her mother's opinion, was run off and get married to a shiftless womanizer who humiliated and neglected her. When Clyde came along, Bonnie was ripe for attention of a man who seemed to think she was both important and attractive. As long as he didn't desert her, Bonnie didn't care much about Clyde's 2-year jail sentence. In jail, at least she knew where he was and she could write him daily letters about how much she loved him. Bonnie, however, got nervous when she heard that Clyde was planning a jailbreak. So to bind him more tightly. So Bonnie and Clyde here are a couple, and Bonnie is the girl and Clyde is the one who is in jail currently. To bind him more tightly to her, she smuggled him a gun and helped him escape. After he got caught and was sent back to prison, Bonnie was even more determined to wait for the man she called her one true love. Upon his release from jail, Bonnie took Clyde home to meet her folks and announced she was going to Houston, Texas to get a new job. The next time her mother heard from her, Bonnie Parker was sitting in jail and had formally started her career as one half of the most famous bandit duo in history. So if you see here, what has happened here is Bonnie got married to Clyde, and in the love for Clyde, to keep him more abound towards her, she also moved towards the crime scene. So we can see towards the end that she was also actually sitting in jail towards the end of it, and one half of the most famous bandit duo in history. So Bonnie and Clyde are a very famous bandit duo, and because of her love for Clyde, Bonnie also became an accomplice to a major crimes. Her romantic attachment to Clyde Barrow led Bonnie Parker into a life of crime. So they became a bandit duo. So this is what we understand from inferences. So coming to the next topic of this chapter, that is number test. So in this, we will be given a series of numbers based on which we need to identify the next number that comes as a part of the series. So let's look at this. So directions to solve. In each series, look for the degree and direction of change between the numbers. In other words, do the numbers increase or decrease and by how much? So look at this series. So we have 2, 1, half, 1/4. What number should come next? So here, when we are seeing 2 to 1, it could either be 2 divided by 2 or 2 minus 1. And then if we are saying 2 minus 1, then 1 minus 1 should have been 0. So that is not the logic we are supposed to be using here. It will become 2 divided by 2. So 2 divided by 2 is 1. 1 divided by 2, or basically half of 1 is half. Half of half is quarter, and half of quarter is 1 by 8. So basically 1 into half is half. Then half into half is 1 by 4. And 1 by 4 into half is 1 by 8. So our answer is option B, 1 by 8. Now, look at this series: 7, 10, 8, 11, 9, 12. So let's analyze here. So 7 plus 3 is 10. 10 minus 2 is 8. Then 8 plus 3 is 11. 11 minus 2 is 9. 9 plus 3 is 12. So 12 minus 2 will be 10. So this is basically first 3 is added and then 2 is subtracted. So the answer is 10. Yes. Look at this series. 36, 34, 30, 28, 24. So again, first we are subtracting 2, then we are subtracting 4. Then we are subtracting 2, then we are subtracting 4. So then we will be subtracting 2. So what is the answer? The answer is 22. Yes. So now look at this series. So we have 22, 21, 23, 22, 24, 23. So first we have -1, then we have +2. Then again we have -1, +2, -1, +2. So 23 plus 2, 25 will be the next number in the series. So basically we need to see firstly if the numbers are increasing or decreasing. If it is increasing, is it addition or multiplication? And if it is decreasing, is it subtraction or division? So this is how we need to analyze any given number series. Next, look at these series 53, 53, 40, 40, 27, 27. So now 53, 53, there is no change. It's the same number. 53 to 40, there is a -13 change. 40, 40, same number. Then 40 minus 13, we have 27. So answer will be 27 minus 13, 14. So next two numbers will be 14 and 14. So option B is our answer. Next, look at this series 21, 9, 21, 11, 21, 13, 21. So if you see 21 is constant, so what is it that we have to see? We have to see these numbers that are changing. So if you see this is 9 plus 2, 11, 11 plus 2, 13. So 13 plus 2, our answer will be 15. So 15 will be the next number in the series. So 21 remains constant and the numbers in between increase by 2. That is gets added by 2 every time. Next, look at this series. 58, 52, 46, 40, 34. So let's see here. 58 minus 6 is 52. 52 minus 6 is 46. 46 minus 6 is 40. 40 minus 6 is 34. 34 minus 6 will be 28. So option B is our answer. That is 28. Next, look at this series. 3, 4, 7, 8, 11, 12. So first we are adding +1, correct? Then 4 plus 3, 7. Then 7 plus 1, 8. 8 plus 3, 11. 11 plus 1, 12. So next will be 12 plus 3. So the answer will be 15. So it is not going to be like the same series is being followed. It's not like if +1 is there, it is there throughout. It might be every alternate one. So we just need to analyze. So before we look for the answer, we have to analyze the given series, seeing in this series, what is it that is happening. Next, look at this series. 8, 22, 8, 28, 8. So again, 8 remains constant. The only thing that is changing is 22 and 28. So 22 plus 6 is 28. Then 28 plus 6. So 28 plus 6 will be our next number. That is 34. Now look at this series. 31, 29, 24, 22, 17. So let's understand this. So 31 minus 2 is 29. 29 minus 5 is 24. 24 minus 2 is 22. 22 minus 5 is 17. So 17 minus 2. 15 will be our next number in the series. So this way, number series, these are very important because firstly, they're easy to score. And secondly, the answers will be only in case of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So these are the only 4 possibilities that will be there in a number series. So the analysis becomes much easier. Next topic is sequence and series. So now number series is important for various competitive exams. In this category of questions, a series of various numbers is given with a blank. We are supposed to find out a pattern between every number and its predecessor and find out the answer using the same logic. So in a similar manner, how we saw the number test, in the same manner, we have sequence and series. So now, for the purpose of better understanding, we classify them into the following categories. So first one, series with a constant difference, that is the difference between two numbers is the same. Series with an increasing difference, decreasing, square or cube, combination of different operation, miscellaneous. So let's have a look at each of the type of series that have been mentioned here. Next, the best way of approaching number series questions is to observe the difference between various terms. So firstly, the difference. If we see a constant difference, then it's a constant difference series. If we see a difference is increasing or decreasing, then it is series type 2 or 3. But if there is no such increase or decrease, then try dividing the second term with the first, third with the second. So basically, if it is a division series if it is a multiplication series. And if none of these seem to work, then you can try writing each term as a product of two factors and try to see if there is any pattern. If not, you can also look at square or cube series as well. So if the difference is increasing and decreasing in some fixed manner, then it is a type of a combination of series. So now let us have a look at each of the type of series. So series with a constant difference. Now, two consecutive numbers have the same difference with them. So constant difference is nothing but the same difference. So here, let's see, we have 1, 5, 9, 13. So this is basically plus 4. 1 plus 4 is 5. 5 plus 4 is 9. 9 plus 4 is 13. So next number will be 13 plus 4. That is nothing but 17. So 17 will be. So if you see here, the difference is constant. That is plus 4 is being added every single time. Next, series with an increasing difference. So in this type of series, the difference between two consecutive terms keeps increasing. So in this, the difference was same. What was the difference? It was 4. In this case, the difference is increasing. So now we have 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 2, 4, 4 plus 3, 7, 7 plus 4, 11, 11 plus 5, 16. So then we will have to do 16 plus what will be the next number? 6. 16 plus 6, 22. So 22 will be our answer. So if you see here, there is an increasing difference because the difference is in terms of plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, plus 4, plus 5, and plus 6. Next up is series with a decreasing difference. In this type of series, the difference between two consecutive terms keeps decreasing as we move forward in a series. So let us try to use this with some modification. So now we have 16, 11, 7, 4, 2. So now again, so there is decreasing. So 16 minus 5 is 11. 11 minus 4 is 7. 7 minus 3 is 4. 4 minus 2 is 2. Then 2 minus 1 will be 1. So 1 will be our next number in the series. So it was a similar manner of the previous question. In previous question, we has an increasing difference and now we have a decreasing difference. Next will be squares or cube series. So now here, let us have a look at the sum of the possibilities. So we have 1, 9, 25, 49. So 1 is 1 square, 9 is 3 square, 25 is 5 square, 49 is 7 square. So naturally, we are looking at all the odd numbers. There are no even numbers. So the next one will be 9 square, which is nothing but 81. So 81 is going to be our answer. Next, let us look at another number. So now we have 1, 1, 2, 4, 3, 9, 4. So now what is it? So first we have 1 and 1 square. Then we have 2 and 2 square, 3 and 3 square, and then 4 and 4 square. What is 4 square? 4 square is 16. So 16 will be our answer. So this is not 4 into 2, it is 4 square. Now, so one suggestion that we would have here is the initial 10 numbers, at least if we have the squares and cubes of that listed already before the exam. That is, while we begin the exam, maybe we could list this down at one place. So anytime a series question comes in, we can have a look at that and immediately draw inferences. So say, for example, we have here 9, 28, 126. So now, first question was for squares. So this question is going to be for cubes. So now we have 2. 2 cube is 8. Then we have 3. 3 cube is 27. Then we have 4. 4 cube is 64. And then we have 5. 5 cube is 125. We have 1. 1 cube is 1. So now if you see here, we have 9, 28-126. So isn't it 9, 28-126? So if you see here, it is nothing but the cubes plus 1. So 8 plus 1 is 9, 27 plus 1 is 28. This is blank. 125 plus 1 is 126. So naturally 64 plus 1, 65 will be the answer. So it is basically 4 cube plus 1. So 64 plus 1, the answer is 65. So it is not necessary that directly we will get the number in the series, but maybe the cube plus 1, the cube minus 2. So we need to understand. So the minute we have a look at this, we should understand that these are the cubes. These are the numbers closest to the cubes of the first 5 numbers. Next is combination of different operations. So this kind of series has more than one type of arithmetic operations which have been performed, or it can also have 2 different series to form a single series. This kind of series is the most asked and the most important amongst all the types of series we have discussed so far. So now, Consider this series. So we have 1, 3, 6, 2, 6, 9, 3, 9. So now let's analyze this. So the first term 1 is multiplied by 3 to get the second term. The second term and so 3 has been added to the second term to get the third term. The next term is 2, which is 1 more than the first term. So if you see here, let's write this way. 1, 3, 6, 2, 6, 9, 3, 9. So first, this could either be plus 2 or into 3. So first, let's write into 3. Then we have plus 3. Then this, what they are saying is that this is 1 plus 2. So this is adding the third previous term. And then again, the same thing continues. So 2 into 3, 6 plus 3, then 2 plus 1 is 3. So this is how we are going. So first we will be into 3, then it will be plus 3. So then 9 plus 3 will become 12. And naturally the next number will be 3 plus 1, that is 4. So this series continues as 12 and then we have 4. So first we multiplied this by 3, added 3, added 1. Multiplied by 3, added 3, added 1. Multiplied by 3, added 3, added 1. So this is how within the same series, we have multiple methods that are used. So we have multiplication also going on and addition also going on. Next, 6, 10, 7, 11, 8, 12. So if you see here, we have 6 plus 4, 10. 10 minus 3, 7. Then 7 plus 4, 11. 11 minus 3, 8. 8 plus 4, 12. 12 minus 3, 9. So 9 will be our next number in the series. And lastly, we have miscellaneous series. So some series do not come under any of the above mentioned categories, but are very important. So the series of prime numbers and any related operations. So say for example, we have 9, 25, 49 and 121. So if you see here, 9 is nothing but 3 square. 25 is 5 square, 49 is 7 square, 121 is 11 square. So first, when we have a look at these three numbers, we can say that maybe these are odd numbers. But if it was a series of the square of the odd numbers, then 9 should have been there. So 9 is missing. So it means that these are all prime numbers. 9 is not a prime number. So what is the next prime number after 11? The next prime number is 13. So 13 square is nothing but 169. So the next number in the series is going to be 169. So that is the reason it is advised for us to be thorough with the squares and the cubes of the first 10 numbers. Yes. So coming to the next part of it. So what we saw so far was with respect to your numbers and number series, and within the number series, what are the various types. So now this is a different topic, that is statements and assumptions. So now logical reasoning is an integral part of the competitive exams. It is designed to measure a person's ability to draw logical conclusions based on statements or arguments and to identify the strengths and weaknesses of those arguments. Now it is important to keep in mind that the statements and assumptions in logical reasoning might defy your expectations rooted in the real world. So basically, if you are saying that basically, when it comes to logical reasoning, we need not apply any practicality or the actual real life scenario to it. We just need to have a look at the statements or sentences that are given and draw inferences from that. So basically, it is just focusing on the data that we have in hand. So now, for instance, eating a lot makes you lose weight. Now, Rahul has lost weight. Rahul eats a lot. So now, we know that eating a lot actually does not lead to losing weight. But in case of logical reasoning, we need to go by this and our assumptions should be based on the statements that are given, not on actual practicality or real life scenario. So now this goes against the knowledge that eating a lot leads to obesity, but within the limits of logical reasoning, this is a valid argument because this is the argument that we have. Eating a lot makes you lose weight. So if we hold this argument as true, then in that case, Rahul has lost weight. Why? Because Rahul eats a lot. So in this case, it is going to hold good irrespective of whether or not in real life, eating a lot will help you lose weight or not. Next. Statements, premises, assumptions, conclusions are some of the terms associated with logical reasoning, and you will be tested on this in all of these competitive exams. So now, first thing, what is a statement? So in logic, a statement is either a meaningful declarative sentence that is either true or false, or that which is true or false declarative sentence asserts. So basically, statement is something that is declared already. So statement is something that is declared. So now, Socrates is a mortal. Delhi is the capital of India. So here we are just declaring, if we are saying Delhi is the capital of India, we are not assuming, we are saying that Delhi is the capital of India. So statement is different from a sentence. So sentence is one form of a statement, whereas there may be several forms of formulating the same statement. For instance, all men are mortal, every man is mortal are two different sentences from the same statement. So sentence basically focuses on the formation. So sentence focuses on the formation or the grammar part of it. And then we have statement, which focuses on the essence. So statement focuses on the point. So a sentence is one type of a statement. So now when we are talking about assumption, the next part of it, what exactly is an assumption? An assumption is an unstated premise that supports the conclusion. Both premise and assumption are unquestionable facts, but assumption, unlike premise, is not explicitly stated and needs to be deciphered. So assumption is something that we derive from any given sentence. So it is something that needs to be deciphered, something that we are assuming. Assumption is something that is taken for granted in the context of a statement. For instance, all kids are happy when they get new gadgets. Vicky will be thrilled when he gets the new mobile phone. So now in this assumption is that Vicky is a kid. Why? Because we are saying that all kids are happy when they get new gadgets and Vicky is also going to be happy. So it is assumed that Vicky is also a kid. So without this assumption, the argument will make no sense. So if we see in the case of a statement is something that is already declared, that has reached a conclusion. Assumption is something we derive to reach to a conclusion. Yes. So next is statement and assumptions. So questions with statements and assumptions are common in the logical reasoning of entrance exams. Most questions include a statement followed by further statements which have to be tested for whether they are implied in the given sentence or not. For instance, a big retail store was attacked by the vegetable vendors in Amritsar. So now there are two assumptions. The store has affected the livelihood of local vegetable vendors. The store is built in thickly populated areas. And now consider the statement and decide which of the given assumption is implicit. So now let's analyze the situation here. A big retail store was attacked by whom? By vegetable vendors in Amritsar. Now, there are two assumptions here. Why was the store attacked? Was the store has affected the livelihood of local vegetable vendors? Yes, this could be. And that is why maybe the vegetable vendors got furious and attacked. So this could be a valid assumption. The store is built in thickly populated areas. So if you have a look at the statement, there is no mention of the area in which the store is located. It just says that it was a big retail store and it was attacked by vegetable vendors. So the first assumption is implicit that the vegetable vendors would have attacked the store because they have affected the livelihood of theirs. Yes. So the answer to this will be the first assumption because the store is affecting the vendors and this causes the attack. The assumption 2 is irrelevant because nothing is mentioned regarding the location of the store. Next statement. Please switch off the mobile phones while you are in the theater. A notice outside a theater. Now, every viewer who enters the theater keeps mobile phones. Now, switched on mobile phones might distract the performer. So that is the reason you are saying, please switch off the mobile phones. Why? Because my mobile phones might distract the performer. So in this, assumption 2 is implied by the given statement. Next, statement and assumptions are crucial concept to understand thoroughly for doing well in the logical reasoning section. So now, let's have a few look at a few rules when it comes to assumptions. So assumption is always indefinite and positive. That is, it is not definite. So when we are talking about a statement is definite because it is declared. There is already a conclusion out of that which is established. However, Yes, so statement is definite and assumption is indefinite. Some to a large extent, many such will exist in the assumption. Some words like only, each, any, every, all, question indicating the word, answer indicating the words, definitely, but certainly exist in the assumption that assumption will always be explicit. Some words like some, to large extent, many, much exist in that the assumption will be implicit or true. So these words help us understand that the assumption might be true or implicit. Then, any assumption that is conveying the message of advertisement, notice, appeal, that the assumption will always be implicit. Any assumption that is talking about social welfare, government policy, again, this assumption is always going to be true. If any assumption is talking about past and future, the assumption will always be false. If any assumption showing words like suggestion, order, request, it will always be implicit. So these are a few rules that we just need to understand when we are understanding statements and assumptions. So now, first statement that we have here, everybody loves reading adventure stories. So now, assumptions can be adventure stories are the only reading material. Nobody loves reading any other material. So from one statement, we can draw two assumptions. Next statement, if you want to study accounts, join Institute Y, A is advised to B. So what is the assumption here? That firstly, if A is saying join Institute Y, it means that Institute Y is better than any other institute. So Institute Y provides good accounts education, and B listens to A's advice, and that is why A is advising B. Next, the college administration has instructed all the students to stop using cell phone within the college premises. So now the assumption is the student may stop using cell phone or the student may continue to use the cell phone. So this is the statement that the college admin has asked. But what are you going to assume? Whether the students are going to use the cell phone or they're not going to use the cell phone. Now, read the notice before entering the club. So the assumption here will be that people are literate, that you know that anybody who's coming to the club are literate and will be able to read the notice. And club is not for blind persons. So this is not something that that is implied here. It means that people are literate and will be able to read the notice before entering the club. Next. ABC is the only magazine that provides good notes on reasoning and mathematics. So assumption, it will have some effect on those who read. People always wait for latest note on reasoning and mathematics. Next, if you are a classical singer, we have a challenging job for you. So we need a classical singer and we're assuming that you are a classical singer and that's why we are offering you the job. Like a madman, I decided to follow him. So yeah, assumption can be either I am a madman or I am not a madman. So I am a madman holds true here because I am saying that like a madman, I decided to follow him. Now, all the workers are hereby instructed to reach the factory by 8:30 a.m. So some of the workers will not arrive at the factory in time and worker will follow the strict warning in the notice. That is, once the statement has been issued, once the notice has been issued, the workers are going to follow the time. And lastly, you can't solve syllogism question without constructing a Venn diagram. Difficult question of syllogism needs Venn diagram solving, a teacher tells the students. So firstly, the students are not intelligent and the problem cannot be solved. So if you see here, in all the cases, statements are something definite, but assumptions can be indefinite. You could draw various other assumptions also from this given statement. So in addition to saying the students are not intelligent and the problem cannot be solved, we can say that a Venn diagram is necessary to solve a syllogism question. So these are any additional assumptions that can form as a part of any given statement. So this is it with statements and assumptions. So one primary difference here to understand is that statement is something that is declared and definite, and assumption is something that is going to be indefinite. Statement is something that is already decided, and assumption is something that needs to be deciphered or needs to be concluded from. So thank you so much for being a part of this class. I will see you in the next part. So now let us have a look at a few questions from the statement and assumptions point of view. So what are the directions to solve these questions? In each question below is given a statement followed by two assumptions numbered 1 and 2. So you have to consider the statement and the following assumptions and decide which of the assumptions is implicit in the statement, which is applicable. So first one, A will be if only one assumption is implicit. B is if assumption 2 is implicit. C if either one of them is implicit. D if both of them are not implicit. And E if both of them are implicit. So let's have a look at the first statement. You are hereby appointed as a programmer with a probation period of 1 year and your performance will be reviewed at the end of the period for confirmation. So here this is a line in an appointment. So what is it? There's a probation period of 1 year and your performance will be reviewed at the end of the period for confirmation of the job. So here there are two assumptions that are given here. So assumption 1 and assumption 2. The performance of an individual generally is not known at the time of the appointment letter, which is right, and that is why they are on a probation period. Secondly, generally an individual tries to prove his worth in the probation period, which is also right, because depending on the performance of the person in the probation period, their appointment or continuation of their employment in the company will be determined. So in this case, both are implicit and hence we will have option E. That is both 1 and 2 are implicit. So what is the explanation? So performance of the individual has to be tested over a span of time as the statement mentions. So one is implicit. Now statement 2 mentions that the individual's worth shall be reviewed during probation before confirmation. So 2 is also implicit, and that's why our answer is option E. Now, it is desirable to put the child in the school at the age of 5 or so. So what are the two assumptions here? So the first one is at that age, the child reaches appropriate level of development, which is right. That is why they specifically put the child at around 5 years of age. So assumption 1 is implicit. The schools do not admit children after 6 years of age. So this is not something that is valid because schools do admit children after 6 years of age. So in this case, only first option is implicit, and hence our answer will be option A. That is, since the statement talks of putting the child in the school at the age of 5, it means that the child is mentally prepared for the same at this age. So 1 is implicit, but nothing about admission after 6 years of age is mentioned in the statement, and hence 2 is not implicit, and our answer is option 1. Next statement. In order to bring about punctuality in our office, we must provide conveyance allowance to our employees in charge of a company, tells the personnel manager. So now conveyance allowance will not help in bringing punctuality. This is exactly opposite of what the sentence is mentioning. The sentence mentions that to promote punctuality and to make sure there is punctuality, we must provide conveyance allowance. So this is wrong because it defeats the purpose of the statement. Discipline and reward should always go hand in hand. So if you want to bring about discipline, then in that case, you also need to give them a reward. So for punctuality, you will have to reward them with a conveyance allowance. So only option 2 is implicit. That is, assumption goes against the statement, so it is not implicit. The allowance will serve as a reward to the employees and shall provoke them to come on time. So 2 is implicit. Next. Unemployment allowance should be given to all unemployed Indian youth above 18 years of age. So there are unemployed youth in India who need monetary support. This is right, and that is why they are talking about unemployment allowance. So this is correct. The government has sufficient funds to provide allowance to all unemployed youth. So in this statement, it is said that unemployment allowance should be given. But whether or not the government has funds or not is something that is not mentioned. It is not adequate. So this is not implicit. So in this case, only assumption 1 is implicit. So that is 1 directly flows from the statement, so it is implicit. Also, the statement is a suggestion and does not tell about a government policy. It is just a suggestion and it is nowhere saying that the government will actually allocate unemployment fund. Next statement. If you trouble me, I will slap you. A mother warns her child. So with the warning, the child may stop troubling her. Yes, that is the reason the warning was given. All children are basically naughty. So here, there is no generalization here. And then even though the mother says that if you trouble me, I will slap you, it does not mean that it is applicable to all. So here in this case, only option A is implicit. Assumption 1 is implicit. So the mother warns her child with the expectation that he would stop troubling her. So 1 is implicit. The general nature of children cannot be derived from the statement because this is just the conversation between one mother and the child. Next, the state government has decided to appoint 4,000 primary school teachers during the next financial year. So now what are the assumptions? There are enough schools in the state to accommodate 4,000 additional primary school teachers? Yes. Because only if there are enough schools will the state decide to appoint 4,000 additional teachers. The eligible candidates may not be interested to apply as the government may not finally appoint such a large number. So this is something that is not defined in the statement and can also not be a valid assumption because here it just talks about the decision of the state to appoint 4,000 teachers. Whether or not the school teachers are interested in applying or not is not mentioned here. So in this case, only assumption 1 is implicit, and the explanation is that such decisions as given in the statement are only taking after the existing vacancy into consideration. So 1 is implicit while 2 isn't. Next statement. A warning in a train compartment saying to stop train, pull chain, penalty for improper use ₹500. So here some people misuse the alarm chain. So that is why there is a penalty provision of ₹500 that is given. On certain occasions, people may want to stop a running train. So that is exactly why this provision is given. So for this part, 1 of the sentence is applicable, that is to stop a train, pull the chain. And since some people might misuse it, there's also a ₹500 penalty. So in this case, both are implicit, that is both assumptions are right. So clearly the penalty is imposed to prevent the people from misusing the alarm chain. This means that some people do misuse it, and that's why option 1 is implicit. The alarm chain is provided to stop the running train in times of urgency. The 2 is also implicit. Next, coming to the next statement, if it is easy to become an engineer, I do not want to become an engineer. So an individual aspires to be a professional, not necessarily because he is saying, I do not want to be an engineer. Secondly, one desires to achieve a thing which is hard earned. So here, since there are two assumptions, the first one, an individual aspires to be a professional. So this is something that is not clear of the statement. One desires to achieve a thing which is hard earned. This is what it is saying. So the statement says that if it is easy to become an engineer, then I do not want to become an engineer, which means that he would have wanted to become an engineer if it was hard earned. So in this case, only option 2 is implicit. That is clearly nothing mentioned about the professional nature of the job. So it is not implicit. The statement hints that one rejects a thing that is easy to achieve. So 2 is implicit. Next. This concession in rail fares for the journey to hill station has been cancelled because it is not needed for the people who can spend their holidays there. So railway should give concessions only to needy persons. Yes, because what they are hinting at is that if persons can spend their holidays in hill stations, then they should also be able to afford the train tickets. So in that case, railway should give concession only to needy persons. This is implicit. Railway should not encourage people to spend their holidays at hill stations. So this is not with an aim to discourage the people, but it is rather to give the concession to those people who are actually in need of it. So only assumption 1 is implicit. Next, the statement mentions that concessions should not be given to people who can afford to spend holidays in hill stations. This means that they should be given only to needy persons. So 1 is implicit, but 2 does not follow from the statement and hence is not implicit. Next, the bridge was built at the cost of rupees 128 crore and even civil bus service is not utilizing it. What a pity it is to see it grossly underutilized. A citizen's view on a new flyover linking east and west side of a suburb. So a bridge is built where a whopping amount of 128 crore is spent and the buses are also not utilizing it. So this is what a citizen has commented. So what are the assumptions? The building of such bridges does not serve any public objective. This is not what is being said. It is said that in spite of building it, nobody is using it. But it is not saying that it is not useful. There has to be some accountability and utility of money spent on public projects. So this one is correct because if you are spending 128 crore, then measures are also to be put in place to ensure that it is actually used. So in this case, only assumption 2 is implicit. That is, the statement expresses grave concern over a newly built flyover not being utilized by the public. This implies that such projects need to be taken up only after working out their utility and that the huge expenditure incurred on building such structures is worthwhile only if it is proved useful to the public. Thus, it is only 2 is implicit. That is, there has to be some accountability on the utility of the money spent. So yes, we are done with chapter 6 of logical reasoning, wherein we saw various set of questions. So we saw clock and calendar concepts. Firstly, we understood the meaning of logic. We understood the meaning of reasoning. We understood the rationale behind including it in the CSEET course. And then we also saw various types of questions that could come in examination. So clock based, calendar based, numeric based, situation based. We saw quite a few concepts. So the key here is to practice these questions, and especially in numericals, we need to understand the pattern that is there. So it would be helpful if the students could remember the squares of the numbers, the cubes of the numbers. So the minute we look at the question, we are able to derive an inference from that and also understand the sequence and identify the type of series. So thank you so much for being a part of this class. We will come back with the next chapter, that is chapter 7 and then chapter 8, and then we will be good to close legal aptitude. Thank you so much. Hi all, welcome back to another class of legal aptitude and logical reasoning of CSEET. So in today's class, we will be understanding chapter 7, that is verbal reasoning. So as a part of chapter 6, we had a look at logical reasoning, wherein we understood the various types of questions that can be asked in the exam. So today's chapter also consists of reasoning, but the focus is more towards verbal reasoning, that is use of language and use of words. So without further ado, let's begin. Now, To introduce, reasoning means the action of thinking about something in a logical and a sensible way. We were also understanding this in chapter 6. In our day-to-day work, we apply the reasoning and try to work with logical sense. The general mental ability of a person can be well tested with the approach of verbal and non-verbal reasoning developed in the mind. In short, the mental ability is depicted through this technique. We begin with the word analogy. So now what exactly is analogy? Analogy means agreement or similarity. Analog is the process of reasoning from parallel cases. In simple way, we can say that analogy means correspondence or relationship. So basically, you are analyzing the data in hand and you are forming a relationship or a correspondence out of it. Now, following are the things that are to be noticed. So first one is measurements and instruments. So when we say temperature, we immediately think of thermometer. So temperature is a way of measuring things and thermometer is the instrument through which we measure the temperature of a body. When it comes to blood pressure, we immediately think of the BP measuring machine. So here it is instilled in our mind so many times that we have thought about it, that automatically the minute when we think about the measurement, the instrument comes into our mind. Next up is quantity and unit. If mass is to be measured, we automatically say kg or kilograms. However, if time is to be measured, we say minutes, seconds, hours, days, depending on the nature of counting the time. So if you are saying office is for 8 hours, you are mentioning as 8. Or if you say one class lasts for 40 minutes, you are using minutes. So depending on the nature of the counting of time, you will choose the unit of measurement. Next one is selection for a group of individuals. When we say man, it gets associated with crowd. So group of individuals. So individual here is the man and crowd is the group. And when we say singer, it can get associated with chorus. So depending on what individual we have, depending on that, the group will be mentioned. So if we are saying, say, student, for example, so that is an individual. But in case of group, we will say a class of student or a batch of students. Next, male and female. We can have a logical flow as gentleman, lady, son, daughter, etc. Worker and working place. So if we are saying doctor, we know that they are working at a hospital or a clinic. If we are saying manager, it could be a bank or an office. Teacher could be a school or a college. So if you are seeing here, when we are talking about analogy, it was about correspondence or relationships. So how you have related two words to each other. Next, product and raw material. So if we are saying book, the material is paper. Jewelry, we associated with gold or silver. Shoes are with leather, are some of the examples of the link of product and raw materials. So now let us have a look at certain examples. So if Mumbai is in Maharashtra, if Mumbai relates to Maharashtra, Ahmedabad relates to Gujarat. So Ahmedabad is situated in Gujarat. Here, the correct answer is Gujarat, as Ahmedabad is the capital city. Next, if doctor is nurse, then follower is to leader. So in that case, worker does not have a follower, employer does not have a follower, union does not have a follower. However, a leader does have a follower. So here the correct answer is C, that is leader, as the nurse follows the instruction of the doctor and then the follower follows the instruction of the leader. So now questions based on directions. So in the following types of questions, there are certain directions which one can understand. It is expected to choose the correct alternatives. So now moon is a satellite. Then what is Earth? So even without getting to a conclusion, let's look at all the options. So is Earth a solar system? It is a part of it, but it is the solar system? No. Earth is sun? No. Earth is a planet? Yes. Is Earth an asteroid? No. So here, if moon is a satellite, then Earth is a planet. Next, clock shows us the time. Thermometer shows us the temperature. So again, this is the measurement and the instrument measuring it. So the correct answer should be temperature, as thermometer gives the direction of temperature. So here, these are very simple and easy to score questions that come in the examination, wherein we just need to make a logical inference between the relationship between the two words that are given. Next. Questions based on relationship. So each of the following questions consist of two words that have certain relationship to each other, followed by 4 letter head pairs of words. So select that letterhead pair that has the same relationship as the original letterhead pair. So now, Sound is muffled. Muffled basically is that the sound is reduced or it is not as loud as it was before. So sound is muffled. Then in that case, is moisture humid? No. Humid is a type of a moisture. Color is faded. Yes. So if it was say a dark brown, but over a period of time, if some t-shirt was dark brown in color, but over a period of time it has lost its color, then it is said to be faded. This could be answered. Let's have a look at the other options also. Despair is anger. This is just a synonym. Odor is pungent. Again, this is a type of an odor or a synonym to odor. So in this case, this option is correct. So the correct answer is B, because second is the process of gradual disappearance of the first. So if you are saying fade, it means gradual disappearance of the color. Now, knowledge is ignorance. So it means that you are ignoring. So it is basically a opposite of knowledge. So let's have a look at it. Cure is health. Is this opposite of cure? No. Conceal is hide. This is a synonym. Breath as to suffocation. So this suffocation is basically lack of breath. So this is the opposite. This could be an answer. Let us also look at the last option. Construction is war. No. So here, breath as to suffocation is the correct correlation to knowledge is to ignorance. So correct answer is C, as the words in each pairs are antonyms of each other. Next, we have the logical order. So sometimes there can be a logical order of the words or given things. We can understand more from the following question. Arrange the following words in the logical order. So we have elbow, wrist, shoulder, palm, and finger. So now how is it that we are going to arrange this in a logical order? So first we can have, as per this, so correct answer is B, as the logic of the arrangement matches in that order. So we have B, that is finger. So our fingers come first. Then we have the palm. Then we have the wrist. Then we have the elbow. And then we have the shoulder. So this is basically the arrangement of these body parts on our body. So it starts with the finger, then we have the palm, then the wrist, elbow, and finally the shoulder. So if you see here, it is 5, 4, 2, 1, and 3. So this is what the logical order is. So this way we need to understand how these words can be arranged and derive a logical sequence out of it. Next. The mobile manufacturing companies have increased the price of the smartphones. The government has recently increased the duty on the smartphone. So now, what could be the reason? So here, what we can understand from these two sentences is that because the government has increased the duty on the smartphones, the manufacturing company have increased the price. So this is the reason and this is the effect. So this is nothing but the cause and this is the effect. So let's see the options that are available. Statement 2 is the cause and statement 1 is the effect. We have our answer right here, but also let's look at the other options. Statement 1 is cause and 2 is effect. Did government increase the duty because shopkeepers increased their price? No. Both statement 1 and 2 are independent causes. No, they are both related to the price of the smartphones. Both 1 and 2 are effects of independent causes. No, these are related to each other, wherein duty increase is the cause and price increase is the effect. So correct answer is A. Now, choose the sum relationship of the given words. So, bald eagle is America. Then what about wolf? So here, bald eagle is the national bird of America. So wolf is the national animal of which country? Wolf is the national animal of Italy. So this way we need to understand in what sense these two words are put together. Now, appointment is ability. So here, transfer is punishment, business is money, promotion gives us merit, and examination gives us success. So first one is a result of the second thing. So first one, there will be ability. Based on that, there will be appointment that is happening. So our answer is C. That is, if there is merit, there will be promotion. If we look at this, if there is success, there will be examination. No. If there is an examination, there could be a success. If there is business, there will be money coming in. So here, based on ability, there will be an appointment, and based on merit, there will be a promotion. So now, pulp is paper. So what is the relationship between these two? So basically, pulp is used to make paper. Now, rope and ham, rayon and cellulose, thread and needle, yarn and fabric. So what is used to make another? So thread and needle are just two objects used with each other. But if we look at yarn and fabric, so fabric is made out of yarn, just like how paper is made out of pulp. So here we need to have basic understanding of a commonly used English words, based on which we'll easily be able to make references. So now, liquor is a drink. Bread and butter, so these are two food items that are enjoyed together, not related. Tea is a beverage. This could be because liquor is a type of a drink, tea is a type of beverage. Snuff is inhale, so this is just the meaning, and water is sip. So this is how you consume water. So tea is beverage is the right answer, because just as how a liquor is a type of a drink, tea is a type of a beverage. Next one, we have series completion. So in this type of question, the series of numbers are given and we have to choose which is the most logically fitting to the same. So now, completing the given series, which number would replace the question mark in the series? So we have 7, 19. So now, what do you see here? So 7 plus 5 is 12. 12 plus 7 is 19. So naturally, we have to add another odd number to 19. So we have to add the next odd number, that is 9. So 90 plus 9 is equal to 28. So our answer is B. So this is the what we studied in chapter 6. That is, we need to analyze the difference, whether it is an increasing difference. So here there is an increasing difference. So first you added 5, then you added 7, and then you added 9. And finally, we got the fourth number in the series. So we have to have logical flow of understanding of the alphabets to get the answer in the next one. So what will be the next term? So if you see A, B, C is skipped, D, E is skipped. Then C, F, I. So again here B, after B, there is a C that is not there, instead of D is there, and D is not there, instead of that F is there. And then in C, so after C, D, two numbers are skipped here, and again after F, G and H, two numbers are skipped. In case of D, H, L, in case of DHL, so we have E, F, G, three numbers that are skipped, three alphabets that are skipped. In case of H, I, J, K that is skipped, and after L. So here you see it starts with B, C, D. So the next one has to start with E, correct? Now you will skip 4 letters. So basically it will be F, G, H, I. So in this case, you will skip these 4 letters and write the next one, that is J. And after J, you will again skip 4 letters. So first one, it will be K, L, M, N. So after that, what is the word? O. So if you see here, E, J, O is the next sequence, and that is here in option number C. So if you saw here, first one is these first letters are consecutive. So we have B, C, D are consecutive. In this one, we skipped 1. Here, we skipped 2. In this one, we skipped 3. So finally, when we are beginning with E, we will skip 4. So this way we need to understand. So clearly, the first, second, and third letters of each term are respectively moved 1, 2, and 3 steps forwards. So the fourth one will be 4 steps forward. Now, there is the letter series. So again, this will be with the alphabets of the English language. So this type of question consists of series of small letters which follow a certain pattern. However, some letters are missing from the series. These missing letters are given a proper sequence as one of the alternatives. The candidate should choose the proper alternative answer. So now, there is one example here along with a way to proceed with it. So we have AAB dash triple A dash double B A dash. So now there are 3 options available here. So it could be BAA, ABB, BAB, or AAB. So now let's understand with the steps that are given. Now we have, one second. So let's also write down the letters here so that it's easier to understand. So we have AAB dash, AAA dash, BBA. All right. And the various options that are available are BAA, ABB, ABB, BAB, and AAB. So this is the blank, and these are the 4 options that are available to us. So now the first blank should be filled by B. So we have 2 B's followed by 2 A's. Okay, if we are filling this with B. Next, second blank should be filled by either A, so that we have 4 A's followed by 2 B's, or by B, so that we have 3 A's followed by 3 B's. Next, the last space must be filled by A. Thus, we have 2 possible answers. So either you fill a B here. So in this case, so we have 2 A's and 2 B's. Then if you want to have 3 A's and 3 B's, then you need to fill a B here. And the last one should be an A. Or if you want to have like 4 A's followed by 2 B's, then in that it could be B and B. So here, since we don't have this, so now we don't have BBA as an option at all. What we do have is either BAB. So what starts with B? BAA or BAB. But will BAB fit? So it will be 4 A's followed by 2 B's. But in this, what answer we could possibly select is BAA. Because if we are saying, so let's have a look at the complete sentence. So A, B, B, B. So 2 A's and 2 B's. Then we have triple, so 4 times A. Then again, we start with B, B and AA. So this is the only logical sequence. So again, these answers can be subjective depending on the reader's interpretation. But as per the module, this should be the answer. Next, number coding. In these type of questions, either the numerical codes are assigned to the words or alphabetical codes are assigned to the numbers. The candidate should analyze the code with the direction. For example, in a certain language, A is 1, B is 2. So how is BIDDIC coded in 1? So basically, it is just the letter of the alphabet. So if you see here, B is nothing but alphabet 2, I is alphabet 9, D is alphabet 4, I is alphabet 9, and C is alphabet 3. So it is better if we understand the placing of the alphabet in the English language. So if you see here, this is given in option A itself. So 294493. Next, relations puzzles. So in this type, the mutual blood relation or other information of 2 or more persons are mentioned, and information about these 2 is mentioned. So now, A and B are brothers, C and D are sisters. Now, A's son is D's brother. How is B related to C? So now, A's son is D's brother. Okay, so A's son is D's brother. So now D has actually only a sister, C and D. So if A's son is D's brother, it means that A's son is D's cousin. So in that case, how is B related to C? So now A and B are brothers, C and D are sisters. So how is B related to C? There could be a possibility of B being C's uncle, because B is not C's father, because in that case, A's son is D's brother and B is A's brother. Okay, let's have a look at it again if this is getting confusing. So now we have 2 people here, A and B. These are brothers. Okay, and then we have C and D that are sisters. Now, A's son. Okay, A's son is D's brother. So how is C related to B? In this case, A's son is D's brother. It means that he's also C's brother. Then what is B? B will become C's uncle, because B is not C's father, because A is C and D's father, because A's son is D's sister, which means that D's brother, which means that it is also C's brother. So in that case, B will become the uncle of C and D both. So is B the father? No. A is the father. Is B the brother? No. Is C the grandfather? No. And is he the uncle? Yes. So in this example, clearly B is the brother of A. A's son is D's brother. It means that D is the daughter of A. Yes, A is the father of D. Then since C and D are sisters, C is also a daughter of A, which means that A's son is C and D's brother. So B is the uncle of C. Why? Because B is the brother of A and A is the father of C. So in that case, B becomes the uncle. So option D is the correct option that is available here. So the next part of this chapter is the alphabet test. So this is basically the alphabetical order. So generally, this is not tough to understand and it is easy to solve these types of questions. So with enough practice, Yes. So with enough practice, everyone can ace these questions. So like many, the English, we have to find out the English letters between two English alphabet given in the question. And you'll also be able to ask to find out the place of the English letter to the right or the left. So just like how we had the numerical sequences, in the same manner, we'll also have the alphabetical sequences. Now, questions may vary on the arrangement of alphabets. Like in some questions, it may be backward, second half backward, or multiple letter segments which are in changed order. In some questions, one may be asked to find the letters that do not change with the change in their alphabetic arrangement. And in some questions, you will be asked to find the middle letter of the two given English letters. Now, it is important to note that while solving questions of alphabetical order, you need to keep in mind the forward and the backward position of the alphabet along with its number. So now what are various questions that are asked in alphabetical order? So there is not a single type of question that is asked in exams, but rather there are many types of questions. So the first one can be series, problems relating to letter gap, relating to word formation and words in alphabetical order. So now for better understanding, we will provide you with a solved example of each and every type. So there are multiple questions that are available in a module. So let's solve each and every one of them so that we are able to understand. So first one is series of alphabets. So this type of question does not follow any rule, and thus we would advise you to get enough practice so that you can quickly solve these questions. So now, which of the following is fifth to the left of the 11th letter from the left in a forward series of the alphabet? So now what is the 11th series of the alphabet? It is nothing but K. So now fifth of K. So prior to K, so let's say H, I, J, K. So we have G, and then we have F. So fifth from the, which of the following options is fifth to the left of the 11th letter? So from K, which is the left. So here in this case, we need to find the 11th letter from the left. Again, 11th letter is K. Here K is the 11th letter. Now from 11th letter, we need to go 5 letters to the left. So including K, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So G is the correct answer, which is number 2. So here there might be a confusion that F is the correct answer because this is 5 steps from K, but we also need to include K. So hence G will be the correct answer. Next, problems related to the letter gap. So this question is purely based on logic and how quickly you remember the alphabets. So in the word chairs, how many pairs of letters have the same number of letters between them in the word as in the alphabet? So here in between C and A, there is one letter H, and in general alphabets also there is one letter between them, which is B. Correct? So between C and A, there is one letter B. In this case, there is H. Again, while in case of R and S, there are no letters in between, which is the same as an alphabet. So the correct option here is 4. So how is it 4? How many pairs of letters have the same number of letters between them and as in the alphabet? So if you see here, C and A, there is one letter gap, which is B. So 2 are satisfied here. How about H and I? There is no letter gap, but in this case, there is A. So this is not satisfied. And R and S, there is no letter gap, and the same one is applied in this particular example as well. So 2 plus 2. So we have C, A, R, and S. So there are 4 letters in total, wherein the gap is in the same way as it is in the alphabet. So this is what this question implies. Next is problems relating to word formation. So these questions require more practice. It is also important to have a good set of vocabulary. If the name of a game is formed by rearranging the letters word MODBANTIN, then what will be the first and last letter of the name? So here, this is a jumbled word. So first one, we need to figure out which game is this. So we could have like when we talk about sports, the first one that we comes to our mind is all the sports related to ball, like volleyball, football, basketball, but there is no L in this, so it cannot be that. So here actually the answer is badminton. And what will be the first and last letter of the name? So it is B and N, and hence the option 3 is the right answer. The name of the game that will be formed is badminton. So word formation, so basically jumbled words that you need to arrange to get a logical word out of it. Next, words in the alphabetical order. In these type of questions, you need to find which word will come first based on their alphabetical order. So arrange the question based on the initial letter of the word given in the alphabetical order. So now we have F, S, N, A. So we have came that comes first, then fame, then name, and lastly shape. So this is the arrangement. So now let us have a look at the practice questions. How many meaning words can be formed using the first, fourth, seventh, and eighth letter of the word superfluous? So how many meaningful words? So first letter is S, fourth letter is E, seventh letter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 L, and eighth letter is U. S-U-P. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have U. So we need to understand how many words can we actually form out of this. So here the answer is how many meaning words can be formed. So there is only one word that can be formed. So first letter is S. Then we have fourth letter, that is E. Then the seventh letter, 5, 6, 7, that is L. And then we have U that can be formed here. So using these words, we can form just one letter, that is Lewis. So this is the name of a disease, and hence option A is the answer here. Now, how many letters are there in between the seventh letter from the left and the eighth letter from the right in the English alphabet? So now, if we are talking about, so what we have to do in order to understand our all these alphabets based questions, it's always good to write down the alphabets entirely, and also write down the numbers related to that alphabet. So A can be 1, B can be 2, C can be 3, so on and so forth. So now let us understand this quickly. So I'll just write down the alphabet here quickly so that we are able to make an analysis. So if we write this once, then we don't have to write it every time. So letters between the seventh letter from the left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 8 letter from the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So how many letters are there in between that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11. Option D is the answer here. Now, which is the 11th letter to the left of the fourth letter from the right when you write the English alphabets in the backward order? So now we have to write the English alphabets in the backward order. So we have Z, Y, X, W, V, U, T, S, R, Q, P, O, N, M, L, J, K, 1, I, H, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. So 11th letter to the left of the fourth letter from the right. So fourth letter from the right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So fourth letter from the right and 11th letter from the to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this is the answer. Option C is the answer here. So this way we need to make sure that once we have written the alphabet, so that we don't have to write it every single time there's a question related to it. So now, alphanumeric sequence puzzle. In alphanumeric sequence puzzle, a mix-up sentence consisting of some letters, numbers, and symbols are given, followed by some certain questions based on it. So, satisfying certain conditions in the given sequence, it is required to find the elements, numbers, or symbols at a certain given relative position in the sequence. It is the need to determine the element. By converting the hidden part in relation to the position of the elements, it is required to complete a series consisting of terms formed by a combination of the elements. So we need to understand the combination of the elements that is given in the alphanumeric puzzle and accordingly get the next number or the alphabet in the series. By finding the common property which other combinations share as per their position in the given sequence, it is required to find the odd combination from among a given set of a combination of elements. Now, to determine the analogical relationship between a given pair of combination, we need to find a combination which carries the same relationship with another one. So here it is a series which consists of both alphabets and numbers. So in this sequence, we can also add some symbols along with alphabets and numbers. For example, we can make an numeric sequence as follows. So so we have numbers, that is we have numbers, alphabets as well as symbols. So in the above sequence, we can see that there are numbers, alphabets as well as symbols. These types of sequences are called alphanumeric sequence. We can make as many sequences like this and deduce the questions based on sequences. So now what are the important points to remember? Let's have an alphanumeric sequence. So the one that was there above, we just have reproduced it here. Now, questions regarding this chapter. Which element is nth from the left of the sequence? Which element is from the right of the sequence? Which is the this element from the left, from the right of the sequence? So this way, you will be able to get a lot of questions, and it is essential for us to practice all of this. Now, which element is nth from the left of the sequence? To get the answer of the above question, we have to look at the sequence from the left side and have to count the exact number that is asked in the question. Nth from the right side, similarly, just like how you look at the left side, you have to look at the right side here. Which element is mth to the right of the nth from the left of the sequence? So first we have to find out the left, and then from that element, we need to find out the right. Left to the nth of the left element. So first left element, then again the left of that element. Right of the sequence. So from right we have to start, and then for that further right we have to take into place. Which element is mth to the left of the nth of the right of the sequence? So first we pick up from the right hand side, and then we pick up from the left of that right hand side. To get answer for such type of questions, we have to find out the nth element from the right side, and then find out the mth element to the left of that particular element. If it is given that A precedes B, then it means that A is placed before B. Similarly, if it is written that B is preceded by A, it means that A is placed before B. If it is written that B follows A, then it means that B is placed after A. And if it is written that A is followed by B, then B is placed after A. So these 10 types of questions are normally asked in this chapter. Whether it is a type A, type B, type C, or any other type, we just have to look at the question carefully and answer accordingly. So now here are a few sample questions that we can have a look at. So now study the following arrangement carefully and answer the given question below. So this is a alphanumeric arrangement wherein we have alphabets, numbers, as well as symbols. So this is the sequence in place. So now, how many such consonants are there in the above arrangement? So except vowel, whatever letters are there, those are consonants, each of which is immediately preceded by a consonant and immediately followed by a number. So we are talking about the middle ground here, that on the left hand side of it, there has to be a consonant, and on the right hand side of it, there has to be a number. So first they want us to see the consonant. So let's figure out a consonant. R is a consonant. Is it preceded by a consonant? No. T is a consonant. Is it preceded by a consonant? No. A is a vowel, then B is a consonant. Is it preceded by a consonant? No. But it is preceded by a character. Then we have F. F is a consonant. So now, is F preceded by a consonant? Yes, B. And is F succeeded by a number? Yes. So F can be one of them. E is a vowel. W is a consonant, but it is not preceded by another consonant. H is a consonant not preceded by another consonant. I is a vowel. M is a consonant not preceded by another consonant. N is a consonant. It is preceded by a consonant, but on the right hand side, there is a symbol instead of a number. V preceded by a number does not satisfy. G preceded by a number does not satisfy. P. It is preceded by a consonant and succeeded by a number. So here two elements satisfy the answer, that is F and P. So if you see F, it is preceded by B and followed by 1. And if you see P, it is preceded by G and followed by 7. So our answer is 2. That is answer C. So this way we need to analyze what are the various options that are available based on the question that is given. Now, how many such vowels are there in the above arrangement, each of which is immediately preceded by a letter, but immediately not followed by a symbol? So we have to see what is preceded by a letter and what is not followed by the symbol. Okay. So coming back to this, let's understand the concept of the vowels. So the vowel needs to be preceded by a letter, but not followed by a symbol. So it could be followed by a letter or a number, but not a symbol. So now let's see vowels. So first one, A. So what does it require? It requires that preceded by a letter and not followed by symbol. So on the left hand side, there has to be a letter. On the right hand side, there can be a letter or a number, but not a symbol. So if you see on A, is it preceded by a letter? No. So the first condition itself is not satisfied. Then we have E. Is it preceded by a letter? No. Then we have I. Is it preceded by a letter? Yes. But is it succeeded by a symbol? Yes. Then it won't satisfy because it had to be succeeded either by a letter or a number. Then, so the answer is 0 here because none of them satisfy the condition. So here, let us have a look at it. So, okay, there was a O in between. Okay, just a minute, please. So there seems to be certain confusion. So this is actually 0 and it is not O, and hence the correct answer is none here. It is not answer B. Now, which of the following? So how do you identify if it is 0 or O? You can see the manner in which it is printed itself is different. So this is a O. However, if you see this, this is a 0. So we need to be careful while giving our answers. Next. Which of the following is the fourth to the left of the 12th from the left end? So now, which of the following is the fourth to the left of the 12th from the left end? So first we need to understand from the left end. 12th from the left end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it is E. So E is the one. E is the required element, and then from there minus 4. Yes, in this case, from the left end, which is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The left of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the answer is the percentage symbol. Answer is the percentage symbol. So the explanation here given is wrong, but we can follow the concept that we had just followed. Now, 3 of the following 4 are alike in a certain way based on their positive in the above arrangement and so form a group. Which is the one that does not belong to that group? So now there is 406, F% A, @#1 and $H9. So here, according to the question, 406, again, there is a -2 and -2 here. So 1 minute, let us just see here. The answer is D. Because if you see here, in this particular case, so here what we have to do is first understand the positioning of each of these terms in the arrangement. So we have 406. So when we come to 406, so let's see how it is positioned. Yes. So 406. So we have 4 and then we have 6 and then we have 0. So these three letters are here with a gap of 1 letter each. So this is the first one. Second one, F% A. F% A. If you see here, F% A. Again, there is a gap of 1 letter in between. So far this is following a pattern. @#1. #1. Again, there is a gap of 1 letter in between. And then we talk about $H9. $H9. So we have $H and 9. So there is a gap here, but there is no gap here. So $H9 is the correct answer because all of these have at least 1 letter in between, 1 character in between each of them. So $H9 is the correct answer. Now, if all the symbols are eliminated from the above arrangement, then which of the following will be fifth to the right of the 10th element from the right end? So firstly, we need to delete all the symbols. So if we are deleting all the symbols, so we have 6, R, 0, T, 4, 8, B, F, 1, E, W, 9, H, I, M, N, 3, 2, V, 5, G, P, 7, Q. So here, what do we need to understand? What is the question asking us? So we have, if all the symbols are eliminated, then which of the following will be fifth to the right of the 10th element from the right end? So we need to find 10th element from the right end first, and then we need to understand the fifth to the right. But this is nothing but fifth from the right end. So let us understand. So what do they want? 10th from right, and then from this fifth to this, fifth right to this. So in that case, it could just be fifth from the right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is the answer here because this is fifth to the right. So let us see which option it is. It is option B. 5 is the answer. Now, this question is based on the following letter. Study it carefully and answer the question. So this is a very similar one to the one that we had studied earlier. So let's move to the next one. Next, coming to analogy. So analogy means similarity. So in this type of questions, two objects related in some way are given and third object is also given with 4 or 5 alternatives. You have to find out which one of the alternative bears the same relation to the third object as the first and second are related. So curd is to milk, shoe is to what? So if you see curd is derived from milk or made from milk, so what is shoe made out of? Leather, cloth, jute or silver, we all know it is leather. So as curd is made from milk, similarly shoe is made from leather. So calf is piglet and shed is what? So so calf is the, yes. So calf is of piglet, then shed is of what? So calf is the young one of the cow and piglet is the young one of the pig. So here we have a young ones mentioned, calf and pig. So shed is where the pig live. Shed is where the cow lives. So what is where the pig lives? Is it prison? No. Nest? No. Den? No. So it is pig. See. So in this case, first relation talks about their kids and then the next relation talks about where they live. So pigs live in pig seed. Malaria is mosquito. So that is basically malaria is caused due to mosquito. Poison is to death. So is poison caused due to death? No. Cholera is caused due to water? Yes. Cholera is caused due to contaminated water. Rat and plague, medicine and disease. So this is the only feasible option in the given set of options. So if A, B, C is Z, Y, X. So if you see here, these are reversed. So in that case, CBA will be, again just reverse this, X, Y, Z. So it is option A. So example, 4 is to 18, then 6 is to what? So how is 4 related to 18? So we can either have plus 16, then in that case, we could have 6 plus 16, but we don't have the option of 22. So this is not the correct approach. So if you see here, it is closely related to the square of 4. So 4 square plus 2, that is 16 plus 2 is 18. So in a similar manner, we can have 6 square plus 2, that is 36 plus 2, that is 38. So the answer is option B. Next, assertion and reason. This type of reasoning consists of two statements, that is an assertion, that is a statement of fact, and a reason explanation for that particular assertion. You have to determine whether each sentence is correct. If both the statements are correct, you have to determine whether the reason supports the assertion. There will be 4 answer choices for the possible outcomes and you have to select the correct one. See, assertion 1 is that James Watt invented the steam machine. And reason is that it was invented to pump out water from the flooded mines. So both A and R are true, as the R is the correct explanation of A. Both A and R are true, but R is not the correct explanation of A. So when we are saying that James Watt invented the steam engine, we are also saying why the steam engine was invented. It was invented to pump out the water from the flooded mines, which is correct. So here the answer will be A because both are correct explanation. Let us still have a look at the other options. So A is true, but R is false. A is false, but R is true. Both A and R are false. So in this case, answer A is the correct answer. So the next one. So the next assertion and reason are as follows. So first one, increased level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere would melt the polar ice. Increased level of carbon dioxide would increase the temperature. So here, increased level of carbon dioxide would melt the polar ice. That is correct. But how about the reason is that it would increase the temperature. So now carbon dioxide traps the heat in the atmosphere. If the level rises, more heat will be trapped. It would increase the temperature and eventually the polar ice would melt. So both A and R are true and R is the correct explanation of A. How is that so? Because increased level of carbon dioxide would increase the temperature and hence it would melt the polar ice. So we have the first option itself, that is correct. R is not the correct explanation of A. R is false. A is false. Both are false. So both are correct actually and R is the correct explanation of A. Next, assertion. Uranium can undergo a nuclear fusion reaction and uranium has a big unstable nucleus. So what is the correct option here? So here we need to have certain common knowledge about uranium, and that is that it cannot undergo a nuclear fusion reaction. However, it has a big unstable nucleus. Right? So in that case, A is false and R is true. Your assertion is false, but your reason is true. So in that case, it will be option D. That is, A is false, but R is true. So similarly, we have to analyze all the questions that are there in hand and draw a conclusion out of it. Assertion is baking soda helps reduce stomach acidity and it is a powerful natural cleaner. So is that a reason that it will help in reducing stomach acidity? No. So both A and R are true. R is the correct explanation of A. Both A and R are true. So it is a powerful natural cleaner, but is that the reason it helps in reducing stomach acidity? No. So both A and R are true, but this is not the correct explanation. So the answer is B. Now, plants have green leaves and plants contain physotherin, the green pigment. So in this case, we have to understand plants have green leaves, so we know that this is correct, but we need to understand if physotherin is actually the green pigment. So here, if you see in the explanation, the green pigment is known as chlorophyll. However, physotherin is a red pigment. So there is the presence of a pigment, but that is chlorophyll and not physotherin. So in this case, A is true and R is false. So it will be answer C. Next, blood relations. The questions which are asked in this section depend upon relation. So you should have a sound knowledge of blood relation in order to solve these questions. To remember easily, the relation may be divided into two sides. Relation of paternal side, father's father is grandfather, father's mother is grandmother, father's brother is uncle, father's sister is aunt. Children of uncle are cousin, wife of uncle is aunt, children of aunt are cousin, and husband of aunt is also uncle. Now, when it comes to the same relation in the maternal side, so we have a mother's father who is maternal grandfather, mother's mother who is maternal grandmother, mother's brother who is maternal uncle, mother's sister is aunt, children of maternal uncle is cousin, and wife of maternal uncle is maternal aunt. So now, relations from one generation to next. A man pointing to a paragraph says that the lady in the photograph is my nephew's maternal grandmother. My nephew's maternal grandmother. So how is the lady in the photograph related to the man's sister who has no other sister? So now let us understand this with an example here. So we have grandfather, grandmother, maternal grandmother, maternal grandfather. The next generation will be mother, father, uncle, aunt, maternal uncle, maternal aunt. Ourselves, sister, sister-in-law, brother, brother-in-law, son, daughter, nephew, and a niece. So here, what is the question? The lady in the paragraph is my nephew's maternal grandmother. So nephew's maternal grandmother can be someone from this who is a female. So there is one generation. So this will be the mother and father generation and this will be the grandfather generation. So in nephew's this thing, which is the grandmother? Mother can be the grandmother, aunt or maternal aunt. How is the lady in the photograph related to the man's sister who has no other sister? So if you see here, how is she related to the man's sister if she has no other sister? So continuing our understanding here. So now what we understood is nephew's grandmother. So grandmother can be mother, aunt or maternal aunt. But if we pay focus here, there is a maternal grandmother. So nephew's maternal grandmother means nephew's mom's mom. So it means that this nephew is the man's sister's son. So for the man, it is the sister's son. So now what we want to know, how is the lady in the photograph related to the man's sister who has no other sister? So if this person is the man's, so here we have man's sister's son who is the nephew. So we are asking how is this lady related to the man's sister if there is no other sister? So the man and sister, these are the only two siblings. And then there is the nephew here. And then there is the sister's mother here. So how is this person related to the man? She is also the mother of the man. So this is how we need to understand. So again, let's quickly have a look at it. So there is a nephew. And we are talking about the nephew's maternal grandmother, which means mom's mom. Now, how is the lady in the photograph related to the man's sister who has no other sister? So this is the man. his sister. And his sister's son is the nephew. So we are talking about the nephew's maternal grandmother. So if this mom is the mother of the cis, then she will also be the mother of the man. So answer is option A, that is the mother. Coming to the next example, a woman introduces a man. So there is a woman here and there is a man here as the son of the brother of the mother. So there is a brother here and there is the mother. So son of the brother of the mother. So this person is the son. How is the man related to the woman? Clearly the man is the woman's cousin. So here it says option D, which is uncle, but no, mother's brother is the uncle and his son is the cousin. So here answer should be cousin actually, but it is not given in any one of the options. So it should be cousin. Prasanna said, this girl is the wife of the grandson of my mother. Who is Prasanna to the girl? So now there is this person, Prasanna, and there is this girl. So she is the wife of the grandson of my mother. So mother is here. Mother is here, Prasanna's mother. Now the girl is the wife of the grandson of my mother. It means that mother, Prasanna, Prasanna's son. So he is the grandson and this girl is the wife. So who is Prasanna to the girl? So he, Prasanna, becomes the father-in-law. So it is option C here, that is father-in-law. Now, if Arun says Vimal's mother is the only daughter of my mother. So here he is saying that Vimal's mother. So there is a mother and her son's name is Vimal. So Arun says Vimal's mother is the only daughter of my mother. So now we have Vimal. Okay. So Vimal's mother is the only daughter of my mother. Okay. This is Arun's mother. Okay. So Arun's mother has Vimal's mother and Arun. All right. So ideally, how is Arun related to Vimal? So Arun is Vimal's nephew here. So now father, brother, grandfather, none of these. The answer is none of these. Only daughter of Arun's mother, it means that Arun's sister. So Vimal's mother is Arun's sister, correct? So Arun is the brother of Vimal's mother, that is Vimal's maternal uncle. So Vimal is Arun's nephew, and here that option is not available at all. Now, pointing to a man in the photograph, Asha said, his mother's only daughter is my mother. Now, there is a man in the photograph and his mother's only daughter is my mother. So Asha said, so Asha's mom here, this is the man. So his mother's only daughter is my mother. So this means that these two are mother and sisters. How is Asha related to that man? So Asha is the niece of this man. How? Because this man and Asha's mom are brother and sister. So for the man, Asha is the mom's daughter, that is the niece. So Asha is the man's niece. A woman going out with a boy is asked by another woman about the relationship between them. The woman replied, my maternal uncle and the uncle of his maternal uncle is the same. So we have my maternal uncle and his uncle of the maternal uncle is the same. So how is the lady related to the boy? So we have the lady and then we have the boy. So this lady's maternal uncle, which means mom's brother. Okay. And the uncle of his maternal uncle is the same. So mom's brother is nothing but the uncle of his maternal uncle. And his maternal uncle are the same. So if you see here, this lady's mom's brother, that is his lady's maternal uncle and the uncle of his maternal uncle. So there is a maternal uncle of the boy. So let's present this in a better way. Okay. So in this case, what we have currently is we have the lady, all right, and the boy. Okay, so lady and the boy. So this lady's maternal uncle, okay, this lady's maternal uncle and the uncle of his maternal uncle. So he has a maternal uncle and this person is also his uncle. So if you see here, this lady is maternal uncle. So this boy is one generation less than the lady, which means that this lady is this boy's aunt. So if you see here, we have this one maternal uncle, one uncle, say uncle A. So he is the maternal uncle of the lady and he is the uncle of the maternal uncle of the boy. So if you see here, the lady and the maternal uncle of the boy are in the same generation, which means that this boy is this brother's son. So lady's brother's son, and hence it will become aunt and nephew. Now, a man said to a lady, your mother's husband sister is my aunt. So your mother's husband sister is my aunt. So in this case, how is the lady related to the man? So now, the lady's mother and his husband. So that is nothing but the father. So the lady's father's sister is his aunt. So ideally, this is also the lady's aunt, and here he is the aunt is also that of the brother. So it means that the lady and the boy are brother and sister. So how is the lady related to the man? Granddaughter, mother, daughter, sister. It is sister. Now, if X is the brother of the son of Y's son, how is X related to Y? So now X is the brother of the son of Y's son. So now there is son here, then there is another father here, and there is Y here. So son of Y's son. So son of Y's son, and X is their brother. So in this case, how are X and Y related? So again, it means that the father is the same. So it means that Y is the grandfather. So here, son, cousin, grandson, brother. So it is nothing but the grandson. So next is decision making. So when we talk about decision making, it is the process in which an outcome is derived by evaluating and analyzing the given information. The objective of decision making is to reach a specific conclusion from the given data. So now, there are a few directions for the questions. So Krishnapuram's town council has exactly 3 members, Arjun, Karna and Bhima. During 1 week, the council members vote on exactly 3 bills: recreation bill, school bill, tax bill. Each council member votes either for or against each bill. The following is known. Each member of the council vote for at least one bill and one of the bills and against at least one of the bills. So out of 3 bills, one will definitely be for and one will definitely be against. Exactly 2 members of the council vote for the recreation bill. Exactly 1 member of the council vote for the school bill. Exactly 1 member of the council votes for the tax bill. Arjun votes for the recreation bill and against the school bill. Karn votes against the recreation bill and Bhim vote against the tax bill. Now, if the set of members of the council who vote against the school bill are the only ones who vote against the tax bill, then what will the following statements be true? So here we need to analyze the given statement. So now we have the school bill. So first one, we have the recreation bill, school bill and tax bill. So we have 3 bills that are there in place. So now what happens is Arjun votes for the recreation bill and against the school bill. So now I will divide all of these bills into all these 3. So we have Arjun, Karna and Bhima. Arjun, Karna and Bhima. And then we have Arjun, Karna and Bhima. So now let's have a look at the votes. Arjun votes for the school bill, for the recreation bill. So here Arjun votes. So I am bifurcating this so that it is easier to understand. So Arjun votes for the recreation bill and against the school bill. Then Karna votes against the recreation bill and Bhim votes against the tax bill. So these are the ones that are known to us. So now, if the set of members of the council who vote against the school bill, so who has voted against the school bill? It is Arjun. It is Arjun. Arjun has voted against the school bill. Are the only ones who also vote against the tax bill. So in that case, here Arjun has voted against the school bill. Again, they are the ones who vote against the tax bill. Then which one of the following must be true? So here Arjun has voted against the tax bill, and again, same set of who vote against the school bill are the only ones who vote against the tax bill. So again, tax bill, Beam also has voted against tax bill, which means that he has also voted against the school bill. Then in that case, which of the following statement must be true? So now, here the options are as follows. Arjun votes for the tax bill. Under tax bill, Arjun has voted against. So this is wrong. Karn votes for the recreation bill. It is given that he has voted against. This is wrong. Karn votes against the school bill. We do not know about the status of Karn's school bill. Beam votes against the recreation bill. The status is not known. Beam votes against the school bill. So school bill is here and Beam has voted against the school bill. So this way we bifurcate the bills into three parts, and further each of the person's votes against that bill is mapped. Now, if Karn votes for the tax bill, then which of the following statements could be true? So if Karn votes for the tax bill, which of the following? So let's highlight this with a different color. So now, if Karn votes for the tax bill, then which of the statement could be true? Arjun and Karan vote for exactly one bill. So if you see here, Arjun and Karan. So Arjun has voted for only on recreation bill and Karan has voted for only for the tax bill. This could be a correct guess. Karan and Beam each vote exactly for one bill. Karan and Beam each vote exactly for one bill. So if you see here, Karan has already voted for one, which is two, which is wrong. Beam also has voted for two bills. So they are not voting each for one bill. So this option is not viable. Then Arjun votes for exactly two bills. So if you see here, Arjun has voted in all the bills and hence this is also not applicable. Karan votes for the recreation bill. So if you have the recreation bill, Karan has already voted against. So this is also wrong. Beam votes against the recreation bill. Beam's vote is not known at all. So it is the first option that is correct. That is Karan and Arjun both vote exactly one. Both vote for exactly one bill. So this is how we need to analyze all the bills that are there in place. Now, Karan votes for exactly two of three bills. Which of the following statement must be true? So now we will erase this because this was hypothetical in nature. This was just for the second question. So we are not sure of this. All right. So now the question is that if Karan votes exactly for two of the three bills, which of the following statement must be true? So now, well, let's see what are Karan's votes. Karan has voted against the recreation bill and he has not voted on the school bill and he has also not voted on the tax bill. So now, Arjun votes for the tax bill. Is that correct? Did Arjun vote for the tax bill? No, Arjun has voted against the tax bill. Next, Karn votes for the recreation bill. Karn has voted against the recreation bill. Karn votes for the school bill. This is something that is not decided yet because school bill Karn has not voted on. And Karn votes against the tax bill. That is also not known if he has voted for or against the tax bill. And then Beam votes for the school bill. So did Beam vote for the school bill? No. So there is a possibility on these two. That is either Karan could vote for the school bill and Karan could vote against the tax bill. Now what is the requirement? Karan should vote for two bills. So what are the votes of Karan? So Karan has voted only for one bill and that is for the recreation bill. So now if he has to vote for any of the bill, then that will be the correct answer. So let's see where the for option is given. Karan votes for the school bill. So this is the correct answer because if Karan votes against the tax bill, then two of his bills will become against. In this case, at least one of the bill is becoming for. So this is how you need to analyze the various votes that are given by all of these three members. Now, if one of the members of the council votes against exactly the same bills as another member of the council, then which one of the following statement must be true? So it says that if one of the votes of the council votes against exactly the same bill as another member of the council. So you have to basically either vote for two against two particular bills, or vote against one particular bill, or all the three particular bills. So the number of bills is not something that is certain, but what is certain is that you are voting against it. So now Arjun votes for the tax bill. So under tax bill, Arjun has voted against, so this is not applicable. Karna votes for the recreation bill. So Karna votes for the recreation bill. This is also not correct since he has already voted against. Karna votes against the school bill. This is something that is yet to be determined. And then Karna votes against the school bill, and Karna votes for exactly one bill, and Bheem votes for exactly one bill. So Karan has also voted for exactly one bill, and Bheem. So in this case, what is the requirement? If one of the member of the council votes against exactly the same bill as another member of the council, then which of the following must be true? So Bheem should vote for exactly one bill, because Bheem has voted against two of the bills. Then in that case, Karna will also be voting against two of the bills. So here we need to make an analysis between both of the bills that are given. So in that case, Bheem should vote exactly for one bill in order for this condition to be satisfied. So this is how we need to understand what are the various situations that could arise out of the case study that is given to us, and how do we infer assumptions and inferences out of this. Next. So these are again a few sample questions that are given for, a part of reasoning. So this is something that you can go through, and if you have any doubts, you can please let us know. So let's quickly go through these sample questions that are given in the module. So now, the year 2004 was a great year for a top cloth cotton mill, manufacturing towels for the export market, employing more than 2,000 workers. The company had an impressive growth in sales and profits. The chairman felt that employees were entitled to a share in the profits. Okay, so employees were entitled to a share in the profits, and it was proposed that employee mess be air conditioned. So here, what happens in case of paragraphs like this, we need to analyze the points right from the beginning, so we don't have to come back every single time after looking at the question. So, and it was proposed that the employee must be air conditioned. The proposal was discussed in the meeting that was attended by senior officials, marketing director, personal director, finance director. The proposal was based on the fact that the shop floor of the mill often had temperatures in excess of 40 degrees Celsius with a relative humidity of 99%. The air-conditioned mess would represent the management's appreciation of the employees' hard work. So this is what the management feels, that if they air condition the mess, then it is going to be an appreciation of the employees' hard work. Now, at the end of 2005, management reviewed the mill's performance. The profits were higher and the employees' attrition was negligible. The chairman decided that employees deserved additional recognition for their fine work. So since the mess had already been air conditioned, the chairman wanted to know if the employees appreciated this sort of action. So now they had already done one step, that is air conditioning the mess. So now they wanted to know if the employees really liked this. In the course of discussion, the chairman asked the personal director to send a questionnaire to a sample of 50 employees and obtain their reaction to the air-conditioned mess. The management agreed to decide only after obtaining the feedback from the employees. So the personnel director mailed a simple form to 50 employees asking them for the following information. Please state your reaction to the air-conditioned mess. So the reason they are doing is that they've given them one facility and they want to see if that facility is promoting positive morale among the employees. So now, of the 50 forms mailed, 46 were returned. The answers were received as followed. I did not know it was air conditioned. 16 of them said. 8 of them said I never eat there. 6 of them said that if management should spend money, they should pay us more. 8 said I wish the entire mill was air conditioned and not the mess only. 4 said the mess is only for management employees. 2 said that it is okay, and 2 gave other miscellaneous comments. So what we would have expected, we would have expected that the employees are actually happy that the mess is air conditioned. But looking at the responses, it does not look like employees are satisfied with the management's decision, because they feel that this could have been used for a better purpose. So let's see what is the decision making situation best highlights. Managerial short-sightedness in decision making, benevolence in sharing profits among the workers, managerial incompetence in handling a negative feedback, inefficient infrastructure management, or none of the above. So if we are saying inefficient infrastructure management, it is not, because they're actually air conditioning the mess. Incompetence in handling negative feedback. So we have just received the feedback. We don't know how the management responded to it. Managerial benevolence in sharing profit among the workers. This could be one of them, because they wanted to share the profit, but in a way of appreciating them. And then lastly, we have managerial short-sightedness and decision making. So this could be the answer, because yes, they did look at giving back to their employees, but not in a way where the employees were happy. So they did air condition the mess, but as we can see here, the responses are not very positive. They are mostly negative. Next. No. The Society for Education in India has been engaged in running primary schools in different parts of the country since 1950. While attending a conference on employee selection, Mr. J. Mehta, a senior member of the society, learned that a leading school had recently employed a psychologist to perform employment functions, that is, recruitment and selection of teachers. Within 2 months of his return, Mr. J. Mehta contacted a reputed university and employed a graduating psychologist, Mr. Bibek Gupta. Mr. Bibek Gupta was employed by SEI with a single directive that he was to contribute to the selection of teachers. This task had previously been the prerogative of principals of each school. So now, instead of the principals, this appointed psychologist will be engaging in the selection of teachers. Mr. Gupta immediately notified each principal that in the future he was to be notified of the personnel needs, and in return he would recruit, screen and select the teachers. So that was the purpose of appointing Mr. Gupta. At the end of his first year with SEI, Mr. Gupta realizes that his efforts has resulted in failure. During his first few months, he encountered much opposition from several principals who had been managing school for 10 or more years. So what is happening here is that all this while the principals were in charge of the selection, now with Mr. Gupta being appointed, the teachers feel that their power is being lost because they had been managing the school for 10 or more years. They did not believe in newer psychological techniques and preferred selecting people based on their own assessment. Other principals frequently refused to accept the teachers selected by Mr. Gupta. Now, finally, Mr. Gupta began to notice fewer and fewer principals notifying him of vacancies in the schools. So what had happened? Now, Mr. Gupta had said that whenever there is a vacancy, please let me know, and I will do the selection process. So over the period of time, the principals actually stopped notifying Mr. Gupta. Now, realizing that he was not making any effective contribution, he submitted the suggestion to the society members that support cooperation of school principals should be a matter of executive order, or else his resignation should be considered. Because he's like, if I'm being appointed for the purpose of appointing teachers, then that is his job to do, not the principals. So now, here, what are the various... Yes. So firstly, what was the flaw in the decision making of selecting a psychologist that led to the final decision? So now, Mr. Mehta's decision was predominantly driven by the information about another school that had enlisted the services of a psychologist. So if you see here, actually, it was not Mr. Mehta's own decision. It was an influenced decision by looking at another school that had. So what Mr. Mehta should have done, it's not that he shouldn't have appointed a psychologist, but if he was appointing a psychologist, then he should have done the analysis of the pros and cons by himself instead of blindly relying on another school's decision. Now, both the administration of the school and managing teachers have been primary responsible of the principal of the school. So now, we have two statements here that Mr. Mehta's decision was from another school's this thing. And secondly, administration was the primary responsibility of the principal. Now, if both A and R are based on the information given in the passage, then R is the correct explanation of A. So if you see here, both these sentences hold good, that Mr. Mehta was influenced by another school's decision, and that administration was the responsibility of the principal earlier, prior to appointment of Mr. Vivek. But it does not mean that R is the explanation of A. These are two independent sentences. So this cannot be the answer. If both A and R are based on the information given in the passage, but R is not the correct explanation of A. If A is based on information given in the passage, but R is not based on the facts given. R is based on the facts given that administration is the responsibility of the principal. So this also cannot be. If A is not based on information given in the package, isn't A on the information in the passage? Yes, it is. So this will also not hold good. If both A and R are not information given in the passage. No, both of these are derived from the passage, and hence answer B is the option, that these are both derived from the passage, but it does not mean that R is a correct explanation of A. Next. What responsibilities were shouldered by Mr. Bibek in the first year of his employment? So Mr. Bibek had the responsibility of contributing his expertise to recruitment and selection of teachers. So this is correct. The board members wanted to systemize the recruitment and selection of the entire organization. So this is something that is not mentioned actually, that whether the board members wanted, because it was Mr. Mehta's decision. If both A and R are information based on the passage. So A is on information based on the passage, but R is not. So this will not hold good. If both A and R are based on information given in the passage, again, R is not. So this will not be the answer. If A is based on information given in the passage, but R is not. So this could be the answer, because A is that responsibility of Mr. Bibek was to recruit and select teachers, but R is something that is not mentioned in the passage. If A is not based on the information, again, this is wrong, because A is based on the information. And then we have if A and R are not based on information. So again, answer C is the option. That is, A is based on the information given in the passage, but R is not. So answer C will be our option. So this way we need to analyze and stick to the fact that we need to derive our assumptions only from the information that is given in the passage and nothing additional. Now, a famous retail electronic showroom chain has 6 new mobile phones. So we have TVWXYZ, each equipped with at least one of the following 3 options. So digital camera, music player, office document viewer. So now there are 6 mobile phones and there is at least one of the 3 following options in each of the mobile phones. No mobile has any other option. The following condition applies. So V features both a digital camera and an offline document viewer. So now let's make a table here to understand. So now we have 6 phones here. So we have T, V, W, X, Y, and Z. And what are the 3 features that they are talking about? So we have the digital camera, then we have the music player, and then we have the offline document viewer. Now, V features both digital camera and offline document viewer. Yes. So they're saying V features both digital camera and offline document viewer. W has a digital camera and music player. So W has digital camera and music player. W and Y have no options in common. So W and Y have no options in common. Does it mean that Y cannot have a digital camera and music player? So Y cannot have digital camera and music player, because W has, it means that Y will not have. X has more options as compared to W. Okay, so it means that X could have all 3. V and Z exactly have one option in common. So what are the options? It could either be DC or the offline document viewer. T has fewer options when compared to Z. So now, for exactly how many of the 6 mobile phones, it is possible to determine exactly which option each one has. So now to understand which option each one of them has, we need to understand this in detail. So here, in case of V and W, they have given us the exact options that are available. But in case of others, we do not have. So let's look at the solution to be able to understand. Yes. So here is the explanation that is given for this, saying T, V, W, X, Y, Z. So now here, if we are saying that, so now we saw that Y and W cannot have the same option. So Y cannot have your digital camera and your music player. So it means that Y has the offline document viewer. Now X has more options as compared to W. So then in that case, it can mean that X has all the 3 options, because X has more options than W. So now W has 2 options that we know of. W does not have the offline document viewer. So it means that X has all 3 options, correct? Now, V and Z have exactly one option in common, and T has fewer options as compared to Z. So the next part of it is V and Z have exactly one option in common. So now in that case, we know about V and then we have Z as well. So now T may have any of the 3 options, because with respect to T, they have not mentioned anything. So now with the information that we have given, so these are the inferences that we have drawn. Now, Z may have music player and either the digital camera or the offline document viewer. We do not know which one of it is it. Because we are saying that V and Z have exactly one option in common. So it could be this, or it could be the digital camera, or it could be the offline document viewer. So now it is clear from the table that it is possible to determine the options of. So now from the table that we have, so we did solve the table here. So now, for how many of the 6 mobile phones is it possible to determine exactly which option? So from the information that we have received here, this is the table that we have drawn. So we know of V, we know of W, we know of X, and we know of Y. Do we know of T and Z? No. So the features of T and Z are something that we cannot determine. So we can determine the features of the 4 mobile phones, that is V, W, X, and Y. So our answer is going to be 4. Now, which one of the following must be false? Exactly 5 mobile phones have a music player. Exactly 5 mobile phones features a document viewer. Exactly 4 mobile phones feature a music player. So now from this we need to determine. So now in addition to, so here we have not gotten the options of T and Z, but when we were looking at the solution, we saw that Z could have a music player and it could have one of the options common with V. So this one, V and Z have exactly one option in common. So now which one of the following must be false? So let's have a look at the table that is given to us. Now, we have 3 that have digital camera, 3 that have a music player, and 3 that have a offline document viewer. So now it is clear. So first answer is, it is clear from the table that it is possible to determine the options of V, W, X, and Y. Of T and Z, we do not know. Now 3 or 4 mobile phones feature a music player. So here second one is, so this is the digital camera, this is the music player, and this is the offline document viewer. So now music player, we know for sure that 3 have music players. So we know that W, X, and Z, but we do not know of T. So T may or may not have a music player. So in this case, if T has, then it will be 4 mobile phones that have a music player. If T does not have, then it will be 3 mobile phones that have a music player. So our answer will be 3 or 4 mobile phones feature a music player. So in that case, now we know out of 6, 2 mobile phones definitely don't have a music player. So in out of 6, 2 mobile phones don't have a music player. So it means that 4 in total, the maximum that can have music players will be 4, out of which we are sure of 3. So it means 3 has a music player, 4 could have a music player, that is T could have a music player, and 2 definitely don't have a music player. So let's have a look at the options that are given to us. So now, exactly 5 mobile phones feature a music player. No, this cannot be correct because we know that the maximum only 4 can have music player because 2 do not have it at all. Exactly 5 mobile phones feature a document viewer. We are not sure of that. We don't have sufficient information. Exactly 4 mobile phones feature a music player. This is correct because if T has a music player, then this will hold good. Exactly 4 mobile phones feature a digital camera. Exactly 4 mobile phone feature a document viewer. So if you see here, this is the option that we are sure cannot be correct because only maximum of 4 have a music player. So in that case, 5 mobile phones feature a music player will be wrong. So this is our answer. So this way, before we begin to proceed with the questions, based on the information that is given, we need to perform an analysis so that the minute we have the question, we just need to go back to the table, pick the answer and tick it. Next. If Z has no option in common with T, but has at least one option in common with every other mobile phone, then which of the following option must be false? So now, Z has no option in common with T. Now Z has no option in common. So if here in case of Z, we know that Z has a music player. Now it has no option in common with T. So T cannot have a music player, correct? So T cannot have music players. So it means that only 3 has music players, that is W, X, and Z, because we know V and Y don't have music players. And if T and Z cannot have anything in common, then T cannot have a music player. So it means that only 3 mobile phones have a music player. So now, which one of the following must be false? T has digital camera. It could be because we don't know if Z has digital camera or not. Z has document viewer. It could be because only in case of Z, we only know that Z has a music player. Exactly 4 of the 6 mobile phones have a digital camera. Exactly 4 of the 6 mobile phones have a document viewer. Again, this could be true. Exactly 4 of the 6 mobile phones have a music player. No, this cannot be true because looking at the table, we know that only W, X and Z have a music player and T does not have because T and Z cannot have in common. And we also know of V that they do not have a music player. So in that case, only 3 mobile phones have a music player and hence option 4 is going to be false. That is exactly 4 of the 6 mobile phones have music player. This is false. The maximum is just 3. So what we were confused, what we had derived earlier that either 3 or 4 can have a music player. Now the next step we are saying is that Z has nothing in common with T. So in that case, T cannot have a music player. Now, suppose no two mobile phones have exactly same options as one another. In that case, each of the following could be true except exactly 3 of the 6 mobile phones have digital camera, 4 of the 6 have digital camera, 3 of the 6 have document viewer, 4 of the 6 have document viewer, 4 of the 6 have music player. So now what we are saying is none of these will match. So it basically means that T's options cannot match V, W cannot match X, Y cannot match Z. So now let's see which one will hold true. Exactly 3 of the 6 mobile phones have digital camera. So when it comes to digital camera, 3. 3 out of the 6 correct. So this holds true. So this is not the answer. Exactly 4 of the 6 mobile phones have digital camera. Now in that case, Z may or may not have digital camera. So if Z has digital camera, then this will become 4. So this could be true. And since we do not know, let's not, declare that answer as incorrect. So this could be one of the options. Exactly 3 of the 6 mobile phones have a document viewer. Here, in case of a document viewer, again, we do not know about Z, W, and T. So this could also be true. Next, exactly 4 of the 6 mobile phones have document viewer. Exactly 4 of the 6 mobile phones have a music player. So this, now here, let's see that so Z must have music player and office document viewer, while T must have digital camera, because we know that Z and T are exclusive. They don't have any features in common. So only 3 models have music players. Coming to the next part, after assigning different features to the mobiles, it is seen that exactly 4 of the 6 mobiles have a document viewer. So the best answer is option 3. So what is our option 3? Exactly 3 of the 6 mobile phones have a document viewer. So in this case, this is how we need to analyze. So first, we need to chalk out everything that is given to us in the question. And based on that, we need to set our assumptions. And our assumption should be limited to the table that we have drawn. It cannot be outside of the table. So this way, instead of looking at this question as a difficult question or a lengthy question, we need to systematically analyze it, because the minute we have drawn the table, it becomes easier. So now in this case, what we saw, certain information was given to us exactly as the way it is. That is, we did not have to assume anything. But then certain information was given to us in a correlation or a logical manner with another. So this way, we need to analyze the questions, make inferences out of it, and answer questions accordingly. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next class. So coming to the next part of the chapter, we will be understanding a few sample questions on the logical sequence test. So in this type of question, some words are given. You have to arrange these words in a meaningful order. The order may be according to age, size, need, etc. So arrange the following words in a meaningful order. So we have death, marriage, education, birth, and funeral. So as we know, this is on the life cycle of a person. So first one will be birth. Second one will be education, third one will be marriage, then will be death, and then will be funeral. So if you see, this is nothing but option D here. So option D is the correct answer. Arrange the following words in a logical sequence: grass, curd, milk, cow, and butter. So if you see here, these are all the breeding of the animal and how curd, butter can come out of all of this. So first one here, first will be the cow, because cow is the logical sequence. Cow is the originator. What does the cow eat? The cow eats grass. So out of that, there will be milk that will be given, from which curd can be prepared, and simultaneously from which butter can be prepared. So 4, 1, 3 to 5 is option C. So option C is the answer here. Arrange the words below given in a meaningful sequence. So we have word, paragraph, sentence, letter, and phrase. So what is it that comes first? The first one is letters. So first is letters, 4. Then out of letters, word are formed. then we have phrase that is formed, then sentence, and then paragraph. So it should be option D, that is 41532. Arrange the words below in a meaningful sequence. Police, punishment, crime, judge, judgment. So first will be the commission of a crime, obviously. Then the police will arrest the person. Then the judge will pass their judgment. And after that, there will be a punishment. So 31452. So it is option D. Now arrange the words given below in a meaningful sequence. Family, community, member, locality, country. So first there has to be a member who is a part of the family. That family is a part of a community, which is a part of a locality, which is a part of a country. So 31245. So it is option A, that is 31245. Arrange the words below in a meaningful sequence. Poverty, population, death, unemployment, and disease. So again, if you see here, because of a lot of population, there could be unemployment. So 2, there could be unemployment, due to which there might be poverty. So poverty and disease both can be interchanged, but let's stick to poverty. Then there will be disease, and then there will be death. We can also see the other angle. So population, unemployment, disease, poverty, and death. So let's see if both these options are available. So do we have 24153? Yes, it is available under option C. Do we have 24513? That is not available. So option C is the right option. So this way, wherein there are two close answers to the correct statement, let us look at the options and decide whether or not it could be correct. Now, next up is number, ranking, and time sequence test. So as a part of this, one is given a long series of numbers. So the candidate is required to find out how many times a number satisfying the condition that is specified in the question occurs. This includes following time. So date time sequence, number sequence, and ranking sequence. So number test. In this type of questions, generally a set group of series of numerals is given, and the candidate is asked to trace out numerals following certain given conditions. So example, how many such fives are there in the following sequence, each of which is immediately preceded by 3 or 4, but not immediately followed. So we need to have a 5 which is preceded by a 3 to 4, but not succeeded by 8 or 9. So which we should see 5. So is this preceded by 3? Yes. Is it followed by 9? Yes. So this will not be, because it should not be followed by 8 or 9. Then do we have a 5 here? Yes. Is it followed by 3 or 4? No. So this 5 does not satisfy. Do we have a 5 here? Yes. Is it followed by, preceded by 3 or 4? Yes. Is it followed by something that is not 8 or 9? Yes. This is correct. This 5, is it preceded by 3 or 4? No, it does not satisfy. Again, this is the 5. Is it preceded by 3 or 4? Yes, but it is also succeeded by 8, which is not a requirement. 5 preceded by 3 or 4, succeeded by something that is not 8 or 9. Again, 5 preceded by 3 or 4, something that is not 8 or 9, correct. This 5 preceded by 3 or 4, no. This 5 preceded by 3 or 4, no. This 5 preceded by 3 or 4, yes. Followed by something that is not 8 or 9, yes. This 5 preceded by 3 or 4, yes. Followed by something that is not 8 or 9, yes. So if you see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Option D is the answer, that is 5. Now, ranking test. In this type of question, generally the ranks of a person from top and from the bottom are mentioned, and the total number of person is asked. However, sometimes this question is put in the form of a puzzle of interchanging seats by 2 persons. Rohan ranked 7th from the top and 26th from the bottom in the class. How many students are there in the class? So it is just 7 plus 26. So clearly the whole class consists of 6 students who have higher ranks than Rohan. So if you have Rohan is 7th from top and 26th from the bottom. So above Rohan, there are 6 people. Rohan is one of them, and below Rohan, there are 25 people. So the answer is 32. 6 plus 1 plus 25 is equal to 32. So these are the number of people in Rohan's class. So our answer is option B. Next, time sequence test. Satish remembers that his brother's birthday is after 15th but before 18th of February. So after 15th but before 18th. So it could be 16th or 17th of February. Whereas his sister Kajal remembers that her brother's birthday is after 16th but below 19th of February. So in this case, after 16 is 17 and before 19. So here, what is it that both of them are saying? So Satish is saying this, And then Kajal is saying this. So Kajal, what is Kajal saying? After 16th but before 19th. So after 16th but before 19 is 17 or 18. So here Satish is sure about 18th not being, then this will also get cancelled. So the only date that is coinciding is 17th. So 17th February is the birthday of the brother. So option B. Next, syllogism. Syllogism is a form of deductive reasoning where you arrive at a specific conclusion by examining two or more premises or ideas. Syllogism derives from the Greek word syllogismos, meaning conclusion or inference. So again, this is a very important word. Syllogismos is a Greek word which means conclusion or inference. So some syllogisms contain three components: major premise, minor premise, and conclusion. For example, all roses are flowers is a major premise. This is a rose is a minor premise. Therefore, I am holding a flower is a conclusion. Major premise because it is talking about all the roses. Minor premise because it is just talking about that one particular flower. And therefore, I am holding a flower. Now, types of syllogism. The type of syllogism that typically contains these three components is categorical syllogism. However, there are two major kinds of syllogism. We'll discuss each one here plus ethymemes and syllogistic fallacy. Now, categorical syllogism. As we all know, our first example about roses was a categorical syllogism because all three types were involved. That is, if A is a part of C, then B is a part of C logic. Now, let's have a look at some examples. All cars have wheels. I drive a car, therefore my car also has a wheel. So, major premises that all cars have wheels. Then the minor premises I drive a car, and conclusion is that hence my car also has wheels. All insects frighten me. That is an insect, therefore I am frightened. So, this is the major premise, this is the minor premise, and this is the conclusion. So this is how premises and conclusion are determined in syllogism. Coming to conditional syllogism follow and if A is true, then B is true pattern logic. They are often referred to as hypothetical syllogism because the arguments aren't always valid. Sometimes they are merely an accepted truth. So say for example, if Katie is smart, then her parents must be smart. So the first one is that Katie is smart. So that is a major premise. When a parents must be smart, that is something that you have derived from knowing that Katie is smart. So major premise is Katie is smart. Conclusion is Katie's parents are smart. Now, if Richard likes Germany, then he must drive an Audi. Major premise is Richard likes Germany. Conclusion is that he must like all things German, including their cars. Then we have disjunctive syllogism, that is, since A is true, B must be false. So opposite of this. Conditional is A is true, B is true. So if we talk about conditional syllogism, it says that if A is true, then B is also true. Then when we talk about disjunctive syllogism, it means that if A is true, then B must be false. So major premise. So here they don't state if a major or minor premise is correct, but it is understood that one of them is correct. This cake is either red velvet or chocolate. This is a major premise. Minor premise is it is not chocolate. So if it is not chocolate, then it has to be red velvet. So this is a conclusion. On the TV show Outlander, Claire's husband is either dead or alive. He is not alive, which means that he is dead. So one, if you are stating two and in the next premise, you are stating that one of them is false, then you will have to assume the other one to be true. Next, enthymemes. An enthymeme is not one of the major types of syllogism, but it is what is known as a rhetorical syllogism. These are often used in persuasive speeches and arguments. So generally, the speaker will omit a major or a minor premise, assuming it's already accepted by the audience. He couldn't have stolen the jewelry, I know him. So major premises, he couldn't have stolen the jewelry, and the minor premises, I know his character. Her new purse can't be ugly, it's Louis Vuitton. Major premises, it can't be ugly. Why is that so? Because it is Louis Vuitton. In an enthymeme, one premise remains implied. In the above examples, being familiar with someone implies an understanding of them. So in the first case, if you see here, he is saying that the jewelry cannot be stolen because I know him. So he knows him. And second one, we know the brand Louis Vuitton. Syllogistic fallacy. So some syllogism contains false presumptions when you start assuming one of the major or minor premises to be true, even though they are not based in fact. As with disjunctive syllogism and antonyms, you run the risk of making a false presumption. So all crows are black. The bird in my cage is black. Therefore, this bird is a crow. So this is something which is based on a false presumption because not all black birds are crows. So this could be a logic that not all black birds are crows. So, however, all crows are black. This is correct. The bird in my cage is black. But this conclusion cannot be correct. That is, therefore, this bird is a crow. So, again, some syllogism contains false premises. So, again, syllogism fallacy refers where your premises are false or your presumptions are false. The scenery in Ireland is beautiful. I am in Ireland, therefore the scenery must be beautiful. So irrespective of you knowing or not whether the scenery is beautiful, you are concluding that the scenery is beautiful. Of course, not every black bird is a crow, and not all of Ireland is beautiful. When preparing such a speech or writing a paper, we must always make sure we are not making any sweeping generalizations that will cause people to make false presumptions. Next. Rules of syllogism. There are 6 known rules of syllogism. However, they mainly apply to categorical syllogism since that is the only category that requires 3 components: major premise, minor premise, conclusion. Here are 6 rules that will ensure you're making a strong and accurate argument. Rule 1. There must be 3 terms: major premise, minor premise, conclusion, no more, no less. Minor premise must be distributed in at least one other premise, that it should form a part of one of the premise. Any terms distributed in the conclusion must be distributed in the relevant premise. Do not use 2 negative premises. One at least has to be positive. If one of the 2 premises are negative, the conclusion must be negative. So this is very important. And then from 2 universal premises, no conclusion may be drawn. So these are certain syllogism that we have to follow. Now, in each of the following questions, 2 statements are given, and these statements are followed by 2 conclusions numbered 1 and 2. So you have to take the given 2 statements to be true, even if they seem to be a variance from commonly known facts. So now we have to understand both the statements as true, even though it might not be so in real life. So now, let's read the conclusion and then decide which one of the conclusion logically follows from the 2 given statement disregarding commonly known facts. So we should not consider anything that we commonly know outside of these paragraphs that is given to us. So now, some actors are singers, all the singers are dancers. So here, some actors are dancers. Is that something that could be, or no singer is an actor? So now you are saying that some actors are singers and all singers are dancers. So now, some actors are dancers. Does it mean yes? Because some actors are singers and all singers are dancers. It means some actors are dancers. That is correct. No singer is an actor. No, because we are saying that some actors are singers. So we cannot hold this conclusion to be true. So answer is option A. That is some actors are dancers and only conclusion 1 follows. Now, all the harmoniums are instruments. All instruments are flutes. So harmonium are instruments and all instruments are flute. So this is something that we know is actually not practically right, but for the purpose of this, let's understand. So are all flutes instruments? Yes, they form a part of instrument. And then are all harmoniums flute? Yes. So if you see here, all the flutes are instruments. It is not necessary because harmoniums are instruments and all the instruments are flute. So here it could be all the flutes are instruments and all the harmoniums are flute, because harmonium are instrument and all the instruments are flute. So a harmonium could be a flute as well. So let's have a look at this thing. So we have harmonium, we have instrument, and we have flute. So basically all harmoniums are instruments and all the instruments are flutes. So flute could consist something outside of the instrument. So in this case, all flutes are instruments, not necessarily, because there could be something outside of the instrument. And are all harmonium flutes? Yes, because it forms a part of flutes. So second one is the only one that follows, option B. Next. Statement. Some mangoes are yellow and some tixo are mangoes. So some mangoes are green and tixo is a yellow. So what is the answer here? So now we have mango, tixo and yellow, or mango, tixo and yellow. So here what are the correct options? So now some mangoes are yellow and some tixo are mangoes. So some mangoes are yellow and some tixo are mangoes. So if you see here, some mangoes are yellow. So this is where the mangoes are yellow and some mangoes are tixo. So this is where the mangoes are tixo. Or it could be some mangoes are yellow and some mangoes are also tixo and tixo are also yellows. So which one follows? Some mangoes are green. There is no mention of that. And tixo is a yellow. No. Here, tixo could be a part of yellow wherein this slight part could be possible, but then it doesn't mean that all the tixos are yellow. So in this case, both the conclusions are not valid. So therefore, neither one nor two follows. Statement. Some ants are parrots and all parrots are apples. So we know that this cannot be true, but for the purpose of this question, we'll have to assume that it is true. So some ants are parrots and all parrots are apples. Now, all the apples are parrots. This is something that we cannot conclude because we know all parrots are apples, but are all apples parrots? No. Some ants are apples. Yes, because some ants are parrots and all the parrots are apple. Then in that case, some ants can be apples. So it is only the conclusion 2 that follows. Next, some paper are pen and all the pencils are pens. So some paper is pen and all the pencils are pen. All the pencils are a pen. So some pens are pencils. Yes, because not necessarily all pens are pencils. Some pens are pencil, correct. And some pens are also paper, correct. So both these conclusions hold, right? So it is option E. Now, here we have the truth tellers and liars. So these problems will illustrate some of the logical concepts that we have looked at, as well as illustrating some proof techniques that we'll all look in detail a little later. These proofs are written entirely in words. So for the moment, we need not worry about the presentation details. Now, general setup. You're on an island where each inhabitant is a truth teller or a liar. So they either tell the truth or they lie. Truth teller always tell the truth. Liars always lie. You're given certain information about some people, usually in the form of statements they make. You're asked to determine whether each person is a truth teller or a liar. In some cases, it may be possible to determine what everyone is, or the situation may be impossible. Example, you're on an island where each inhabitant is either a truth teller or a truth liar. Truth teller always tell the truth, liars always lie. Calvin and Phoebe are on the island. Phoebe says, if 34 is odd, then I am a truth teller. And Calvin says that Phoebe is a liar. So here, if you see in this problem, there is 34 is odd. So now, let us understand, since 34 is odd is false, because we know that 34 is a even number. So, if false, then the if part of Phoebe's statement is false. Hence, Phoebe's statement is true. Therefore, Phoebe must be a true teller. If they are saying, what is Phoebe saying? If 34 is odd, then I am a truth teller. So the if part of Phoebe's statement is false, which means that Phoebe's other statement is true. If part is false, but the other statement is true. Now Calvin says Phoebe is a liar, and that is false since we just showed that Phoebe is a truth teller. Therefore, Calvin is a liar. Thus, Phoebe is a truth teller and Calvin is a liar. So here what happens is we could also interpret in a way that if 34 is odd, then I am a truth teller. But actually 34 is not odd, it is even. Then in that case, Phoebe becomes the liar. And if Calvin is saying Phoebe is the liar, then Calvin could be the truth teller. So this way we can analyze the situation in both the ways. Now, here there are some general ideas about how you might approach a problem like this. So pick a character in the problem. Let's say you pick leopard. Consider the crew cases. Leopard is a truth teller and leopard is a liar. You can picture here leopard being a truth teller and leopard being a liar. So you can start with either case. Let's suppose you start with leopard is a truth teller. Know that this means that anything he said is true. Reason from this until you get a contradiction. The solution is that there is no conclusion. Now, I'll consider the first of these three cases in more details, but similar ideas hold for the other two cases as well. Thus, suppose leopard is a truth teller, gives a contradiction. Then he can't be a truth teller, so he must be a liar. So if you're saying this person is not a truth teller, then he is obviously a liar. Now, the leopard is a truth teller branch of the tree is finished. Switch to leopard is a liar branch and start the reasoning there. So, if leopard is a liar, gives a contradiction, then both the cases have given the contradiction and the original problem is impossible. Next, if leopard is a liar, gives a solution, then that's the answer to the original problem. So you are moving from leopard being a truth teller to leopard being a liar. Now, if leopard is a liar, gives no conclusion, then you need to take cases another character. Let's say Molly is another character. Then we have the cases Molly is a truth teller and Molly is a liar, and they are the sub cases. So first one, we were talking about leopard being a liar or a truth teller, and based on that, since it was impossible to come to a conclusion, we shifted to another person, that is Molly. Now, you have to continue reasoning with the two branches. Molly is a truth teller, Molly is a liar. If at some point all the branches end in contradictions, then problem is impossible. So here, if all the branches end in contradiction but ends in one solution, then that solution is the answer. So we just need one solution. So if all the other branches are ending in contradiction, then the one solution that we have is the answer here. So if more than one branch ends in the solution, the problem has multiple answers, which is not a problem. If any of the branches end in no conclusion and you have no characters with which you can take cases, then the problem again has multiple answers and not necessarily solution, but it can have multiple answers. So now, it may also be that you should have started reasoning with another character. So example, you are on an island where each inhabitant is a truth teller or a liar. Truth tellers always tell the truth, liars. So Calvin and Phoebe are on the island. So now we are talking about Calvin and Phoebe again. So this is a whole case study that is given. So this is similar to the leopard one. So you may go through this, and if you have any doubts, you can drop them in the comment section below and we'll be happy to answer them. So the same example that we saw when we were talking about leopard and Molly, the same example is given as for Calvin and Phoebe as well. So with this, we have come to the conclusion of chapter 7, that is verbal reasoning, wherein we solved a number of questions, quite a few questions. We went through each one of them. So the key to getting these right in the exam is continuous practice. So you should practice all the sample questions that are given in the module. And if there are any doubts in those questions, please feel free to drop in your questions in the comment section below, and we'll be happy to answer them. Until then, thank you so much. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Legal Aptitude and Logical Reasoning. So in today's class, we will be understanding chapter 8, or the last chapter of this particular subject, that is non-verbal reasoning. So far we saw about a logical reasoning and verbal reasoning, and in this chapter, we will be understanding non-verbal reasoning. So without further ado, let's begin. So the first one that comes into mind is the analytical reasoning. So analytical reasoning is basically qualitative and quantitative reasoning in nature. So people use analytical reasoning to scrutinize the speech, documents, diagrams, charts, and graphs and gather the most relevant information. So those with strong analytical skills will consider how key elements within that information relate to one another and are more likely to notice crucial patterns and details. So reasoning is mainly noticing the patterns and details that are available. Next, analytical reasoning measures a candidate's critical thinking and problem-solving skills. So data may be presented in the form of written passages, graphs, tables, or shapes. And where questions are based on a series of images, they have much in common with inductive reasoning and non-verbal reasoning tests. Written analytical reasoning questions assess many of the same skills as the verbal reasoning tests. So now there are two types of reasoning under analytical reasoning. So we have inductive reasoning, which is the first one, and deductive reasoning, which is the second one. So in case of inductive reasoning, it is to obtain specific information relating to a topic in order to make prediction based on such information. So you will first gather the information, then make the prediction based on such information. So first one, every quiz has been easy, therefore the test will be easy. So you have obtained this information saying every quiz has been easy, and therefore you are inferring that the test will also be easy. The teacher used PowerPoint in the last few classes, therefore the teacher will use PowerPoint tomorrow as well. Every fall there have been hurricanes and the tropic this coming fall. Now, moving on to the next one, so that is deductive reasoning. So, deductive reasoning is slightly different from inductive reasoning. So, in inductive reasoning, you first gather the premises. In deductive reasoning, the premises are already gathered. So, say for example, all students eat pizza. Raman is a student. Therefore, Raman eats pizza. So, you are drawing the inference out of 2 or 3 sentences that or statements that will be given to you. All athletes work out in the gym. Karan is an athlete. So, naturally, Karan also works out in the gym. Study the given information carefully and answer the questions that follow. So now let's understand analytical reasoning with a example. A team of 5 is to be selected. So first we need to understand that a team of 5 needs to be selected amongst 5 boys A, B, C, D and E and 4 girls P, Q, R, S. All right. So now here there are some criteria for the selection. A and S have to be together. T cannot be put with R. D and Q cannot go together. C and E have to be put together and R cannot be put with B. So here instead of us actually analyzing everything and forming groups, what we can instead do is look at the options that are given and see if these options satisfy all the conditions. So now first one in this case, what is the first condition? A and S have to be together. Is that satisfied here? Yes. So A and S are together. P cannot be put with R. So P is there and R is not there, which is fine. D and Q cannot go together. Q is there, D is not there, it is fine. C and E have to be together. So in this case, there is no C, there is no E, so it is fine. R cannot be put with B, so B. So this could be a possible answer, but also let us have a look at the others. Now, A and S have to be together. That is satisfied here. T cannot be put with R. That is also satisfied. D and Q cannot go together. So here we have D and Q together and hence option 2 is not valid. Next, A and S have to be together. So there is S but there is no A. So this option is also invalid. And lastly, we have CESP. That is, if we are saying S, where is the A? A and S have to be together. So this is also not right. So our first option itself is correct. That is A, B, S, P, Q. Now, if R is to be one of the members, then the other members of the team are. So now, if we have to say that R has to be one of the team members mandatorily, then what are the other members of the team? So let us see what conditions are there exactly with R. So R cannot be put with P and B. So R cannot be put with P and B. So first, let's analyze the question like this. So now, R cannot be put with P. So this option is cancelled. QSAD, this can be an option, cannot be put with P. Again, this is cancelled. SACE, this could also be an option. So now, out of B and D, let us see if it satisfies the remaining conditions. So what are the remaining conditions? A and S have to be together, which is satisfied. P cannot be put with R, it is satisfied. D and Q cannot go together. Here, D and Q are going together and hence this. So we have option D that is left. Again, instead of actually directly assuming that it is right, let us see if satisfies all the conditions. A and S have to be together. R cannot be put with P and B. Then further, D and Q cannot go together. C and E have to be together. So C and E are together and R cannot be put with B. So here, this is the correct answer. So now, if 2 of the members are girls and D is one of the members of the team other than D are. So first of all, is D a boy or a girl? So D is a boy. So we have one boy, D, and 2 other girls. So 3 boys in total, excluding D. So we including D. So we have 2 boys and 2 girls that we need to understand and analyze. Now, if 2 members are girls and D is one of the members of the team other than D are. So other than D, there should be 2 girls and 2 boys. So now P, Q, B, C. So firstly, let us understand who are the boys and who are the girls. So A, B, C, D, E are boys and P, Q, R, S are girls. So A, B, C, D, E, and then we have P, Q, R, S. So now we need to see apart from D. So D is cancelled from here. So now, P, Q, B, C. Are there 2 girls here? Yes, there are 2 girls here. This is satisfied. But let us see if it satisfies the other conditions. Now, PQBC. So firstly, A and S have to be together. None of them are here. So this is fine. P cannot be put with R, which is fine. So D will be the one, this thing. Next, D and Q cannot go together. D and Q cannot go together. Hence, this option is invalid. Next, here also, if you see there is Q, again, the option is going to be invalid. So here it satisfies the first condition that A and S has to be together. The second condition is P cannot be put with R and R cannot be put with B. So again, both are satisfied here. D and Q cannot go together and C and E have to be together. So D and Q cannot go together. C and E have to go together. And lastly, we have R cannot be put with B. So this could be a possible answer, but let's still analyze the last option. So P. So if you see the first condition was A and S have to be together, A and S are not together. So this is the wrong answer. So the answer is option C. That is the third option, PSAB, and hence that will be the answer because it satisfies all the conditions. Now, coming to classification. Classification means to assort the items of a given group on the basis of a certain common quality they possess and spot the odd one out. So there we will be getting like a list of 4 to 5 objects or like 4 to 5 names. So we need to segregate and understand which is the odd one out, that is which is not belonging to the group. First one, choose the odd one out. Horse, lion, giraffe, cheetah, panda. So here, option A, horse, since all of these are wild animals and horse is not. Next, choose the odd one out. Here, 1728, 64, 1339, 343, 441. So here the solution is except 441, all are perfect cubes. So these are all perfect cubes. 441 is not. So this is the odd one out. So for this, I would suggest, like we were discussing in chapter number 7, it would be better if we have the basic understanding of a few squares and few cubes. So the minute we look at the question, we'll be able to understand. Now, choose the odd one out. Iron, mercury, copper, zinc, aluminium. So the answer is mercury. And why exactly? Because among all of the above, only mercury is in liquid state at room temperature. The others are not in liquid state. They are all in solid state. Now, 4 of the following 5 are alike in a certain way and also form a group. Which is the one that does not belong to the group? We have badminton, table tennis, lawn tennis, hockey, and rugby. So now if you see here, all of these are played with like a ball along with another equipment. So there will be 2 things that will be used. All right. However, in rugby, it is only the rugby ball that is being used, and hence this is the odd one out. Only sport rugby contains a single thing rugby. All the other things contain 2 things: racket, ball, stick ball, etc. Next. 4 of the following 5 are alike in a certain way and so form a group. Which one is the one that does not belong? So we have Morarji Desai, Lal Bahadur Shastri, R. Venkataraman, Rajiv Gandhi, and P.V. Narasimha Rao. So the answer is Venkataraman because he had been the president while all the others had been the prime ministers. So this way we need to understand, firstly have basic knowledge of whatever is happening around us. So based on that, we will also be able to answer these questions easily. Next. Oh, excuse me. 4 of the following 5 are alike in a certain way and so form a group. Which is the one that does not belong in the group? So we have Lima, Wellington, Cairo, Cuba, Kingston. So all of these are city. This is the only one that is a country. And these, in addition to being city, they are capitals of their country. So this way, we need to have a basic understanding of the outside world as well in order to, understand your non-verbal reasoning. Next. 4 of the following 5 are alike. Which is the one that does not belong? So we have groundnut, cumin, cinnamon, pepper, clove. So very evidently groundnut is the one because first of all that is a nut and these are all spices. So it makes groundnut distinguish itself from these spices and hence groundnut does not belong to the group. Now, 4 of the following 5, which is the one that does not belong to the group? So now we have 1936, 2916, 2304, 3364 and 2744. So as you can see here, the solution is 2744 because all of the remaining are square numbers. So again, it would always be beneficial to have a list of your squares and your cubes well in advance so that you are able to prepare accordingly. Now, which is the one that does not belong to the group? Butterfly, crow, pigeon, parrot, peacock. So very evidently the other 4 are birds. However, butterfly is an insect. Now, 4 of the following are alike in a certain way. Which is the one that does not belong to the group? Pelvis, fibula, vertebra, skull, and appendix. So if you see here, these are all bones. And this is an organ. So, and that's why appendix is the odd one out. That is option 5. Explanation is that remaining all are bones. Now, which is the one that does not belong? Ginger, onion, beetroot, coriander, and potato. So if you see here, these are all like vegetables. However, coriander is a stem. So in that case, coriander is the odd one out here. So now we have coriander, which is a modified stem. Now, which is the one that does not belong to the group? Snake, frog, rat, mongoose, tortoise. So out of all of this, only snake is the one that is poisonous, and that is a poisonous animal. The rest all are non-poisonous. Okay, so we have Italy, Europe, Greece, Poland, and Spain. So very evidently, Europe is the only one that is a continent in this. Remaining all are countries, and hence Europe will be the odd one out. Numeric and alphabet series. So this chapter covers the following types of questions. So first we will have coding, decoding, and then we will have series. So what exactly is coding and decoding? Group of letters which consist of alphabet, and the English alphabet consists of 26 letters. You have to remember the position of all the letters from left to right and vice versa. This is something we were discussing already, saying we need to understand vice versa. So now, trick to remember, with the help of this trick, you can easily locate the position. So from left to right, ijoti. So ijoti is basically multiples of 5. This will be 5, this is 10, this is 15, 20, and 25. So ijoti is the term that needs to be used here. Now, and from right to left, we have BGLQV, 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 that is the next question that is given here. So from left to right, to remember, it is ijoti, and from right to left, to remember, it is BGLQV. So that is nothing but B is 25, G is 20, L is 15, Q is 10, and U is 5. So this way, in the reverse order also, we have to be able to analyze. So we have ijoti to understand the alphabet in the actual manner. And then we have BGLQV, wherein we have to understand the alphabet in the reverse manner. So now, first one, there is a letter coding. First one, there is letter coding. So in these questions, the real letters in the words are replaced by certain other letters according to a specific rule to form the code. The candidate is required to detect the common rule and answer the questions. In a certain language, Mystify is coded as this. So if you see here, M has become N, Y has become Z, S has become T. So basically, it is the next letter. Then how is nemesis coded in that language? So N becomes O, E becomes F, M becomes N, E becomes F, S becomes T, then I becomes J, and then we have T again. So if you see, this answer is right here, that is O, F, N, F, T, J, T. So answer option B is the answer. Now, if tap is coded as SZO, then how is freeze coded? So now, if you see here, T and S are related to each other. So T minus 1 is S, A minus 1 is Z, and P minus 1 is O. So you just have to go one step backward. So here, how is freeze coded? So it becomes E, Q, D, D, Y, and D. So it is E, Q, D, D, Y, and D. So answer or solution to this question is the option D. In a certain code, Sikkim is written as THLJJL. How is training written in that code? So now here, what happened is the words in the letters in the word Sikkim moved alternately one step forward and one step backward to obtain the letters. So if you see, after S comes T, before I comes H, after K comes L, before K comes J, after I comes J, and before M comes L. So in this way, we have to start it. So first one, T will become U, R will become one step backward, that is Q. A will become next one B, I will become previous one J. N will become next one O, I will become previous one H. N will become next one O, and then G will become previous one F. So wait, let us just quickly check. T, U, R, Q, A, B, I has to become H. Sorry, there is a mistake here. Yes. So T becomes U, R becomes Q, A becomes B. So A is the next one. I becomes H. I becomes H. Then N becomes O. I becomes H again. N becomes O again. And G becomes H. So in G becomes F. Sorry. G becomes F. So first one, so it will be +1, -1, +1, -1. So this way, U, Q. So let us see. So these three options are available. This one is not there. U, Q, B, H. So this is BJ, VJ. So it is BH. So this is the correct answer. That is option number 2. Now, in a certain code, mention is written as LNETINO. How is pattern written in that code? So if you see here, the first letter of the word mention is removed one step backward and the remaining letters are reversed in order, taking 2 at a time. So basically, reversed in order is that instead of 1 to 25, it will become 25 to 1. So here in this case, M has become L. All right. So this will become one step backward. E has become N. N has become E. T has become I. I has become T. And O. So in this way, first one is -1. So in this case, P -1 becomes O. Then you just interchange the letters. So it becomes TAETNR. So we have OTA. Okay, this is the option C. Option C is the correct answer here. Now, in a certain code, Forge is written as FPTJI. How is culprit written in that code? So if you see here, in the first letter, so the first letter is remaining as it is. So here also it will remain as it is. Then after O comes the next letter, that is P. So after U will come the next letter, that is V. After R comes one letter skipping. So R, S, T. S is skipped and it will be T. So in this case, L, M, N. So M is skipped and it will become N. Now in case of G, we have H and I, two letters that are skipped. So it has gone to J directly. So now in case of P, two letters will have to be skipped. So we have P, Q, R, S. Then we have E, wherein E will be skipped 3 times. So E, F, G, H. Then the fourth one, I will be written. So here in case of R, we will have 3 letters that are skipped. So if you see in the case of E, we had F, G, H. 3 letters were skipped in between the two. So even in case of R, 3 letters will be skipped. So S, T, U. Then comes V again. And then what is the next one? Four letters will have to be given up. So I, J, K, L, M, then N will come here. Then after T, we have to consider 5 letters. So T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. So this is the code. So you are gradually increasing here. So let us see where is this. So this is the 2 that contains C and V. And then it is N, S, V, and Z. So option C is the correct answer. So now, here in similar, there are similar sample questions that are given here. So these can be practiced by the students. If there are any doubts, please feel free to drop them in the comment section below and we will be taking it up. So these are all arrangements wherein what we have to analyze is that, is it going one step back? Is it going one step forward? Gradually, is it increasing? Is it just interchanging between the words itself? So this is how reasoning will have to be taken up, especially in case of non-verbal reasoning. So coming to understand the next part of it, that is number coding. So in these questions, either numerical code values are assigned to a word or alphabetical code letters are assigned to a number. The candidate is required to analyze the code as per the directions. So let's see here. If paint is coded as 74128 and Excel is coded as 93596, how would you code accept? So A is nothing but 4 because P and 4. Then we have C. So C is 5. So 5, 5. Then we have E. E is basically 9. Then we have P, which is 7, and then we have T, which is 8. So 4, 5, 5, 9, 7, 8, the first one is our answer. If D is 4 and cover is 63, then basis is what? So in this case, D is 4 and cover is 63. So if you see here, this is, let us analyze this. So D is 4 and cover is 63. So in this case, so here the next question is that if D is equal to 4 and cover is equal to 63. So 4 is nothing but the number in which the D is there. So cover is 63. So what we can do here is assign the value. So it is basically a sum total of all the numbers. So if we are saying A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. So basis is B2, A1, S19 plus I 9 plus S19. So in this case, the total will be 3 plus 19, 22, 22 plus 9, 31, 31 plus 9, 50. So option B is the answer, that is 50. So again, there are a few sample questions that are given in the module. So you may please practice them. And if there are any doubts, please feel free to reach out to us. So now, next one will be series. So this deals with questions in which series of numbers or alphabets or letters are given, which are generally called the terms of the series. These terms follow a certain pattern throughout. So here, the candidate is required to recognize the pattern and either complete the given series with the most alternative or find the wrong term in the series. So first one is number series. Important patterns. So we have A plus or minus D, A plus or minus 2D, A plus or minus 3D. Naturally, the next one will be A plus or minus 4D. Then we have AK, AK, AK2, AK3, AK4. Then we have A by K, A by K2, A by K3. Then we have A into N, A plus or minus D into N, A plus or minus 2D. So this way the sequence is increasing. AN plus K, A plus K plus N. A plus K into N plus K. Again, so that is basically you are dividing this. Then we have AN plus K whole multiplied by N plus K. Now, we have AN plus K, A plus 1 into N plus K, A plus 2 into N plus K. So basically, there is a number that is being added here. Now, 1N, 1N plus 2N, 1N plus 2N plus 3N, 1N plus 2N plus 3N plus 4N. Next will be 1N plus 2N plus 3N plus 4N plus 5N. Now, series of the prime numbers. So these are all the important prime numbers. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23. So again, to just brush upon our knowledge of prime number. So prime number is a number which shall not be divisible by any other number except itself and 1. So if they have only 2 factors that it can be divided by, then it is a prime number. So now, which number would replace the question mark in the series? So we have 7, 12, 19, 39. So if you see, there is a plus 5, plus 7. Next one has to be 9 and next one has to be 11. So you can either do 39 minus 11, that is 28, or you can do 9. So here 7 plus 5 is 12, 12 plus 7 is 19, 19 plus 9 can also be done, that is 28. So option B is the answer, that is 28. Next. Find out the missing number in the following sequence. So now one we have is 1, 3, 3, 6, 7, 9, nothing, 12, 21. So if you see here, certain numbers are repeated here. So let's have a look at what this could be. So let's probably bifurcate this into 2. So we have 1, 3, 3, 6, 7, 9, question mark, 12, 21. So if we are bifurcating this, then it could be 1, 3, 7, question mark, 21. Then in this case, the other case, it will be 3, 6, 9, 12, and the next one will be 15. So in this case, it is 1, 3, 7, question mark, and 21. So here, if you see, how was these being added? First, you have added plus 2, then you have added plus 4, and then you will be adding plus 6. So 7 plus 6 is nothing but 13, and then 13 plus 8 is nothing but 21. So 13 is the answer here. So option D will be the answer. Again, there are a complete list of sample questions that are given, which we can practice, and it will be helpful from an examination point of view. Yes, so the sample answers are also given here. If there are any doubts, you can refer to this, or you can also reach out to us and add your doubts in the comment section below. So with this, we come to an end of chapter 8, that is non-verbal reasoning, wherein we saw on alphabets, on numbers, and on series how reasoning questions can come, and how it is crucial for students to be well prepared and have sufficient practice to be able to answer all of these questions. So thank you so much for being a part of this class. And for more updates, please subscribe to Excel Academy's YouTube channel, wherein you'll be getting updates on all the classes that are available, any latest, updates even in the CS course or the CS law, so on and so forth. So thank you so much for being a part of the entire legal aptitude and logical reasoning class. We'll see you in the next one.
If you have come till the end of the video, great, amazing. You have watched the entire subject and ma'am has done a great job. This video will help you to understand what is business laws, elements of business law, how to write the exams in CSEET. And if you want to practice more, we are going to give you free mock test, free practice test, and all of that is available on excelacademy.com. If you are having any more doubts, just WhatsApp us on 973-973-3400. This way you will be very confident to write the exams. So with that, we will close this video. Thanks a lot for watching the entire video, and all the best for your exams. And for any other doubts, get in touch with us and let us know how you like the video in the comments below. Thank you and good luck for your exam.